What's going on, everybody, and welcome in to day 2 of the 2026 Draft Cave here on the OBR streaming network, where the Cleveland Browns added 2 brand new faces to the organization, and they are here in Berea today, and they're planning on adding probably 3, potentially a different number. We'll see how things move around. More players today in rounds 2 and 3, and we can't wait to bring it all to you here on the Draft Cave. Before we get the guys all involved here, just a quick reminder that the Draft Cave is just one part of the OBR. Get over to the OBR.com. Make sure you hit subscribe to be a part of Cleveland's oldest, largest independent Browns coverage site, where the guys you see on the screen, along with our other staff, we'll be bringing you all kinds of in-depth, amazing information on the draft. Plus, you can be a part of the best community with the Browns online that there is. Get to the OBR.com. Make sure you hit subscribe. I am Michael Keefe. Joining me on the screen, we're just going to throw it around the horn. Pete Smith, Joe Mazzullo, they're my main co-hosts with me. And also joining us, Parke Fissler from Pittsburgh, Jack Duffin from the Pittsburgh of Europe, London. What's going on, everybody? I didn't mean that, Jack. I'm sorry. That was kind of mean.
Yeah, that was
it's not Newcastle, is it?
Oh,
that hurts.
what's going on? How's everybody feeling today? I know we were all pretty excited. Pete, we were all pretty excited after yesterday's round one. Wake up still feeling excited, ready for these rounds 2 and 3?
I'm thrilled. My ops are hate the draft, which just gives me more strength. And look, they crushed it. Now the question is, can they maintain it? Because they could easily do something stupid right off the rip and piss everybody off. But look, they've done really, really well to this point, coming away with 2 players, 2 of their top targets, and then coming away with extra picks. What do they do with it? Like that extra third round pick is extremely valuable, because to me, the third round has a lot of value, has a lot of talent. There's a lot of things they could add, and they have a lot of things that they could use in that area. But I just think the talent sets up really well. And then 39, like you just go by the numbers, they're going to have players that are really good sitting there at 39 if they don't move at all. We'll see if they're comfortable there or if they want to try to move up. But yeah, it's a good situation to be in. Now it's just continue to do the things they did really well yesterday and the things they did really well last year.
Well, listen, we got a lot of stuff we're going to try to break down in this first kind of 15 minutes. The NFL draft getting ready to start up at 7 o'clock. As of right now, the Cleveland Browns sit with the 39th pick, which is the 6th pick in the second round. And so we'll find out. I know there's been some noise. There's been some rumors, which, by the way, again, if you subscribe to the OBR, you can get over to Rumor Central and see what's going on in Rumor Central from guys like Pete, from guys like Lane, dropping some tidbits in there. So make sure you get over and do that. I want to go over to Parke, though, here real quick, because Parke's in Pittsburgh, and Parke survived the night. So that is great. Very happy about that. But just talk about your experience night 1 of the draft.
The walk home was precarious. I mean, you walk out of the place and it's midnight, and everybody's had a little bit of liquid embellishment, and they're willing to say hello to you, even if you don't want to be said hello to. So I did survive, Mike. I made it back. Clearly, if I mention a potential Browns pickup, and my kiss of death to Casey Concepcion didn't exactly work out, I guess. But maybe that's my charm or my magical ability. So Casey picks up, and if you look at Casey Concepcion, and 78% of his catches last year were for first downs or touchdowns. So right there, that's a Pete crusher right there. Like, I'm not crushing Pete, but Pete crushing me. And clearly the guy is watching a lot of tape today and being very excited about it, Mike. I mean, to be honest with you. That said, the dark flip side of this is drops are not really unlearned. And if Pete talks about like Zay Flowers, why don't you ask Ravens fans what they think of Zay Flowers? If you think about the playoff, the goal line fumble that happened to them, the Steelers game last year where he dropped a wide open pass. I'm just saying, it's still a reality. I don't know how to fix that. And I don't think there's a formula in the NFL to fix that, like a great college player who came in and suddenly never dropped another ball. I know it's part of the formula in terms of, he's a very talented guy.
Well, if I'm looking at it from a Ravens standpoint, 1, fumbles are not drops. And 2, the biggest thing Zay Flower does is he gets stupid personal foul penalties in the middle of playoff games. But yes, he does have some variance in terms of drop rate. That's the key. That's the thing that excites you about your age before. And you ended up on the high end. And then 2025, you ended up on the low end. Now, I think some of that, obviously, Casey Concepcion has a technique issue. There is a slapping element to his catching of the football at times. However, there is also a quarterback being good element. When you are dealing with quarterbacks who just spray the ball all over the place, which is what Jerry Jeudy was dealing with last year, both in terms of when the ball is supposed to be there and where the ball is going. You watch Marcel Reed or Brennan Thompson or C.J. Bailey, the kids who threw the ball to Casey Concepcion, and you watch how often he has no idea where it's going and is then trying to react. It's more difficult. And that's why I have said this. Like, you watch Indiana's receivers, they were spoiled. Like, Fernando Mendoza, the ball is always where it's supposed to be. He makes it so easy. So, yeah, there's a variance element. And Concepcion's going to drop the ball. That's going to drive you nuts. He's also going to catch a ball you didn't expect.
So one thing I would like to add, because don't get me wrong, the drops are an issue, right? But one thing that I know Steve Smith has pointed out, he talks about concentration drops and stuff like that, but also Concepcion's a hands catcher. He's not a body catcher. He catches with his hands. He has strong hands. There's so many different things, like, Pete says about ball placement. And also Pete's pointed out in the past that Casey Concepcion is so fast that he's almost too fast for his own good, right, Pete? He almost gets moving a little bit too quick, and he's ready to, cross that goal line before the ball's in the basket, if you know what I mean. And look, that's an issue, but if Casey Concepcion had perfect hands, we wouldn't have got him at 24.
That's true.
He would have been top 7. He probably would have gone ahead of Cornell Tate. Like, you're talking about an incredible physical specimen that can create offense and create space. And that's, I think, the best thing that he's going to do. I'm sure he's going to have good numbers this year, but the space he's going to create for everyone else in that offense is what's really intriguing me and got me absolutely fired up.
I just want to say, I've watched this guy on my team for 2 years, and he's going to have a couple drops over the course of time that make you want to punch him. That will happen. But I am willing and have been willing as an Aggie and now as a Brown. If he has, first of all, I do want to say this. I did a little research on this today. It is very common for guys with a little bit higher drop rates in college to improve those in pro football. It's actually fairly common for that to happen. Drops get better. People call Devontae Adams
universally, or
there's arguments on both sides of this. Like, there are guys who were terrible in college who then got really good in the NFL.
They called Devontae Adams Stonehands.
Yeah,
Stonehands for Devontae Adams in college.
The other one that jumps out to me is, this is Cincinnati fans will remember, Jamar Chase stunk out the joint in his first preseason, and there were people were terrified, and all these people were going, "Oh my God, we took this guy 5th overall and he can't catch." He's fine. He still drops balls, by the way, but he's also fantastic. The other one that jumps out to me is, it was either last year or the year before. CeeDee Lamb had 4 drops in one game, and he drops balls quite a bit. And CeeDee Lamb does the same thing Concepcion does, where he plays so fast that at times that it's difficult to sort of track the ball appropriately. But it also allows him, when he does catch the ball, to immediately be off to the races. And the element that Casey Concepcion has is because he's actually been in the backfield. Funny enough, both guys that the Browns drafted yesterday have experience at running back. He's not averse to the physicality. He's willing to assert and be aggressive with the ball in his hands, which has him take tough angles that works to his benefit. He forces the action to defensive players, and they have a really tough time corralling him. And when they're wrong, initially, it's over. And he also has I'd have to look it up. He has a number of missed tackles forced as well, which is always a really good indicator for yards after catch. And one of the things you can sort of throw at Mekhi Lemon is you can say, yeah, he has missed tackles forced, but I don't know if this is really going to translate from the college to the NFL because of his overall speed. Casey Concepcion's different. His missed tackles forced will translate, because if you don't catch him, he's gone.
Yeah, 100%. And I was just going to say, okay, go ahead and drop a ball. 1 out of every 12 targets or whatever.
I don't want to encourage him, but yeah.
No, I will take the explosive plays and touchdowns that go with Casey Concepcion if I'm also going to have to take a drop here or there. I'm not really worried about that. Listen, Parke, I know you're going to be exploring draftiness throughout the course. So what's the plan for you today?
the plan is to hang with you guys, and I'll pop in and out when you need me, and I will give you some thoughts as you need, whatever. Additionally, you just let me know. And there's all this stuff going on here, but it's sort of the no interviews, no anything. So we'll see what happens.
What was the highlight of the day for you in Pittsburgh yesterday? What'd you see there at the draft?
Well, I'll give you. I was telling, I think you made an analogy, a mathematical analogy, Mike, which sort of stuck in my head yesterday, which is about the 1-4 and, adding up whether you could get Tyson versus getting Lomu and, this combination of wider, and that really sort of stuck in my head. And I think at the end, that draft, while it's not, the Jaguars draft is still brilliant. And it still strikes me that that Kansas City would do that, not a smart trade on their part. So, Mike, in terms of something that's completely off the range, I'll tell you what happened on the way in here. This stadium, it has a perimeter around it. And it took me about 30 minutes. I walked over, and as I'm walking through, a cop says, "Hey, come back over here. I can get you to gate C." Suddenly, to my left, is a man wolfing down some food, just standing there in shorts, and it's James Harrison. And I go, "James, what's going on?" And then he sort of looks at me and goes, "Hey." And then I realize I walk 4 steps and he's walking in with a group. And I look, and a guy has a Cleveland Browns hat on. And I look at him and I go, "Holy shit, there's Joe Hayden." So I had to hop in there. I had to be the fanboy. And I just hop in. I'm like, I lean into him, he leans into me. I go, "Joe," I go, we're covert, right? Undercover. Like, don't tell a soul. Browns fans, like, we're all here. He goes, "Hey, man, we got to stick together. We're together, man." It was just a great little moment, and that was kind of fun.
Yeah, I think those two guys do a podcast together, so that's awesome.
I think that I was not hip to, if you will say that word. Yeah.
Jack Duffin over there in London as we get ready. We're just a couple minutes away from, I think it's the 49ers that'll be on the clock to start off the second round, assuming I know they're listening to offers, so we'll see what happens. But you look refreshed. You look like you didn't just wake up like last night. So how's things going over there? And what are you anticipating? What's the action you're looking forward to tonight?
Well, I've managed about 30 minutes of sleep since the draft finished. So we're burning on fumes. But people spent a lot of time talking about Casey Conception's drops, but surely the most infamous drop of yesterday is the way Mackay Lemon dropped that call to the Steelers.
Oh my gosh!
It was. I just can't believe you're picking a guy while someone else is on the clock. It's like it's just a horrendous way to go about doing that. It's not like you're ringing some like undrafted guy in the 7th round, a couple of picks early, and just trying to get it over the line. It was absolutely bizarre, but it's one that it was a perfect day. There's not much you can ask for. They did exactly what everyone wanted: find a left tackle, find a wide receiver. So no, really, really happy. And now they're in a pretty bizarre world. You could pick basically every single position on day 2, and no one should be surprised. Everything is on the table needing additions. So they might pick players that some of us might not like, but every single position, even double dipping at offensive tackle, wide receiver, everything is in play. So it's going to be a really, really interesting day.
I love it. All right, so we're getting ready for this draft to get underway. Parke, I don't know when you want to go and just go watch the draft there or whatever. You hop in and out as you please. But guys, let's go around a little bit because, again, that first round went pretty quickly with the 8-minute timer. There goes Parke. All right, the 8-minute timer. And so you just kind of talked about it, Jack, so I'll let you just give a little continuation, and then I'll throw it around the horn. I went through and tried to pick the guys that I'm going to be happy if the Browns take at 39, and then I realized that list is really, really long. It's a very long list of really good players on the board at spots that I think the Browns would really benefit from having these guys. So just give me 1 or 2 names, Jack, that stand out to you, and then we'll send it around the horn for guys that you'd be looking at, assuming the Browns don't trade up, because I know there's rumors about that, but assuming they don't do that, if they stick at 39, who are we looking at?
I'm naturally drawn to my 5 most intriguing positions, so quarterback, wide receiver, tackle, corner, and edge. And I look at these cornerbacks, and I look at these edges. Pons is naturally I'm drawn to because he comes in, he starts. I know there's a desperate need there, but quite frankly, get me an edge, get me a corner. One of those 2 would be greatly appreciated. And the edge has to be able to rush the passer. I don't need people out there in uniforms just to look pretty.
Joe, what about you? Who are you looking at?
I agree. I agree with Jack. I think they're going to look at corner. They're going to look at edge. I like Boston if Denzel falls. I'm intrigued by a lot of guys. I'm like you, Mike. I got a long list. Like, I'll be good if they trade back. I'll be good if they trade up. I think R. Mason Thomas is probably my guy, only because I don't think we're going to move up. And I think TJ Parker's got to go quick, but Parker or Cassius Howell or R. Mason Thomas, those are my guys. I want witches off the edge. You know, I want somebody that's just going to fly upfield and make the quarterback step into the D tackles or just get gobbled up by Miles.
Pete?
Who do I want? The answer is Chase Basantes. Like, that's number one for me, followed by TJ Parker from Clemson, the edge rusher. And then
Fine.
Last but not least, D'Angelo Pons would be my third guy. I think the Browns are going to look at DBs. I think Emmanuel McNeil-Warren is certainly a guy they're looking at. I could see Pons being a guy they're looking at. That's really the question. My instinct is going to be defense. I think Rutenberg is going to get something here. I think there comes a point where they're just not going to let this guy not have a toy. But like, Chase Basantes is universally loved, so I'll be curious to see how these picks go. If the Browns find a sweet spot where they can find like a little area where maybe they're not giving up a whole lot to move up and just get him and just be like, no, we're good on the line. I'd still want to get a center later just to keep adding to that position. But if you could plug in Chase Basantes at right guard, Zion Johnson at left guard, put Elton Jenkins at center, Spencer Fano, Titus Howard, and we're rocking and rolling, and hopefully just adding to that. Like, that tells me you're serious about the offensive line. That says you're serious about running the ball. That tells me you're serious about improving the offense. At least taking offensive line out of the bucket of reasons other things aren't working. Quarterback, receivers, whatever. Just eliminate it. Let those guys, rise or fall on their own merits.
Yeah, it's you guys know, and I've put it up a bunch of times. D'Angelo Pons is just a guy that I think is just such a baller, and the only reason he's not top end of the first round pick is because he's 5'9", and that's if he wears his tall cleats. But other than that, he's my guy that I have said really early, and then we get to the third round guys, and again, still a ton of intriguing players, and that's when we start maybe looking at more offensive line help. But Pete, there's a name that you've been talking about really the whole way through this draft process that I think starts coming up as we get to that third round tonight. And as we're talking about edges, you got that kid out of Penn State that you have talked about a long time. I guess he would be a guy we would keep our eye on tonight. Yeah.
Yeah. Denai Dennis Sutton has one of the best profiles in the entire draft, and people don't like him because they don't think he's necessarily like a playmaker, but like data doesn't care. All it says is a guy who makes a ton of plays, is like drawn up exactly how you want a defensive end to look. He's got an incredible first step, especially for a defense like the Browns play, where you're just getting off the ball and going. And even when he was sort of second fiddle to Abdul Carter, he was really productive. And then this year without him, he was even more productive. Like, he just does all the things. And those guys, maybe he's not going to be like better, but there are a lot of those guys who are just solid who then take a step forward in the NFL and just become superstars. Like, of all the guys in this class that like are going to be sort of a later, mid-round or something edge, he's the one I could see in 3 years being like, of course he's good. Like, why was anybody surprised?
Yeah, 100%. Well, the second round is officially underway. The San Francisco 49ers are on the clock. Joe, you're going to be in charge of the buzzer. I think we're only going to do the buzzer through the second round.
Okay.
Because then things start going crazy, and then we start buzzing all the time. But we did say, just so we're clear on the rules, because we always got to be clear on the rules in the draft cave. Last night, we really did our best to just kind of stick with the draft as it was kind of going on TV. But as we now get into second, third round, and beyond, we're just going to kind of
quick.
We're just going to start going with the picks. We're not going to try to be the first person to say it to you, but once they're out there and they've marinated for a bit, go ahead and hit the button, Joe, and you can be our draft announcer. So again, boys, and we'll get into this a little bit. I know we're going to have Parke will bounce in and out a little bit. I know we're going to have Fred that bounces in a little bit from Berea. We'll try to get Barry in here at certain points just to say hi. But we'll wait for Fred. But I just you can really tell. I'm gonna just say this very quickly, and then we'll let Fred really fill it in. But you can really tell if you saw the press conference today with the two newest Cleveland Browns in Spencer Fano and Casey Concepcion. You can really tell that they love these kids based on what they do on the field, but they fell in love with these kids as human beings. I'm still all kind of jacked up from Spencer Fano's draft call that they showed out there. Unbelievable guys.
That's certainly a big case for them. And by the way, in terms of the broadcast, like, since Mike and I were not watching it and Joe was sort of like left holding the bag, the broadcast was a mess. So like everybody's yelling at Joe about announcing pick. He was waiting for the ESPN and like those to do it, and they were so far behind. He's just waiting for them to do it. So like, another reason why I think they're going to move this thing back to 10 minutes next year, because the broadcast could not do it. But yes, that was one of the big selling points for me with Fano and Concepcion. Like, you got good people, and granted, nobody's going to care unless they're good football players, but you got guys who they think are people you can build around in terms of the culture, in terms of just force multipliers, in terms of guys who are going to make people better in the locker room. So that's one more benefit to it. We'll see how good they are. But yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody has to convince Spencer Fano to get up and work. I don't think anybody has to, get on Casey Concepcion about trying to get better. Like, those guys seem super motivated. Everything about them says they're going to be the guys telling other guys to get in there to work and try to make this team better.
So I'll tell you one thing that I absolutely love is just like, I love the vibes that we're getting between Monken and Andrew Berry. I love the fit that you have you have your old school, more football guy, but he just seems like such a great fit with Berry. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but just the vibes and the kids yesterday, great players. They seem like even better people. I love what they're doing. I love how they're building. I love what they're looking to do. You look at last year, what was it 4 or 5 offensive players of the year that we drafted last year? It was 4 of them, right?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Like something crazy like that. I love that that's how we are attacking the most productive. We're attacking young kids with plenty of room for growth, good character people off the field. I don't know. I'm fired up about it. I like the way they're doing it. I like the early vibes from Monken. He's not brutally honest, but he's honest enough that there's no BS. I mean, he basically called out that they were tanking in 2016 in the presser.
Well, and one of the things I heard, and Pete, I got to give you credit for this, because we were talking about Spencer Fano. I know we spent a lot of time at the beginning of the broadcast here talking about Casey Concepcion and the reaction to that, but we were talking about Spencer Fano last night. And Pete, you brought this up. You brought up that he takes joy in punishing other players. It's like he's having fun out there. We were talking about how it wouldn't surprise me if he was mic'd up that you heard him giggling while he was like pancaking a dude to the ground. Like, he plays like a kid. And then he said it in the press conference. He said nothing brings him more joy than like displacing another grown man out on the football field. That is exactly the attitude. I love, you could have the monster attitude, the mean, I love the, hey, I'm not angry, I'm not upset, I'm having the time of my life moving you around.
That, and I think the thing that I appreciate was the fact that he said the second best thing about coming to the Cleveland Browns was the traffic. Say he loved how little traffic there was. He was genuinely fired up about this. And he's a big nerd. He's another gigantic nerd. Lego, Star Wars, the whole thing. So he and Carson Schlesinger can hang out and mess around with Legos or whatever. But like, I mean,
Miles wants to join the party. Come on.
Well, that maybe that's why they
got to get dinosaur Legos.
Dinosaur Legos. All right, so it says the 49ers pick is in, so it looks like they will be making the pick. I know they were fielding calls, but we'll see what the 49ers decide to do here. And again, once you see it, Joe, go ahead and hit the button.
Yes, sir. Any guesses, boys? I'm going to go Denzel Boston.
Oh, I have a
Nice
guess.
young, big-body kid to...
Yeah, we all know who it is at this point.
Oh, do we?
Yeah.
Oh, are you not up on it? Here, we'll do it.
Hit it.
I'm going to hit the
watching
button.
the ESPN thing. I thought we're not peeking ahead.
We are.
No, we are.
We said we are tonight. I gave you the power.
We're peeking ahead tonight.
I gave you the power. And this is a surprise because the 49ers are kicking day 2 off by taking Dejon Stribling from Ole Miss, the wide receiver. Fast.
Wow.
Fast, dude.
Big, strong, fast, 23 years old, has never been particularly productive. was the number 2 option at Ole Miss this last year, and like there are teams that really like him, and you sit there and you go, well, okay, Trinidad Chambliss found him after the plays breakdown. Okay, great, but like that's not really sort of what pretends being really good. He was the leading receiver at Oklahoma State the year before, but like there's just not much concrete there. But the 49ers have been good. They've been okay at drafting receivers. I mean, they took they took the kid out of Florida, Ricky Pearsall, who was old and is not going well. Shocking that you took a old receiver and it's not going well. But like this is great for me because I wanted no part of this, and I'm glad that it pushes guys down the board. Nobody that I'm interested in comes off, so like my list is completely intact. Also, I think John Lynch was a horrible GM, but I'll leave that there.
Yeah, San Francisco does some wonky stuff sometimes, but it's like it's tough because is Shanahan so good that he just still gets them in position to make plays and be productive and still win? I mean, the way they navigated all the injuries a year ago was super impressive. But you're right, they do some weird stuff, man. They almost Mikael Williams was a non-factor last year with the injury. It's Ricky Pearsall's been Ricky Pearsall. This is an interesting pick.
I just think it's interesting because and I'll go right back to you, Jack, but we heard coming into tonight that the 49ers were listening to a whole bunch of offers for teams that wanted to move up and grab this pick. And we heard that the price was the price was getting way up there. And it makes me think did they not think? I feel like Stribling would have probably been around a minute for them to maybe cash in on an offer. I know they made some trades yesterday, so maybe they just didn't want to do that. But yeah, I don't know. Jack, you were about to say something.
Thoughts and prayers for Pete Smith with the 34th pick.
What?
Oh, well, now hold on. Now don't be getting so far ahead that you're giving us like that. Oh, thoughts and prayers for me too. All right, hold on. We're gonna let it sit in for a minute.
Our Stribling goes like for people who like Chris Bell. Deshaun Stribling is like a whole lot like Chris Bell. He ran a 4.3. Like it's a whole lot of traits and projection and thinking it's going to work. And the 49ers do this a whole lot, and I don't really agree with their process. And you get mixed results. They take a bunch of athletes, especially at running back, and a lot of these guys don't do anything. They've missed quite a bit. So it's more of a traits-based projection as opposed to concrete foundation. It really increases the variance and the risk involved with these type of players. When they hit, it's great, but like there's just not much there. Also, don't pick Chris Bell. That's also a good piece of advice.
Well, you got it. Wait, there it is. There it is.
There you go. You want to do this, Michael?
I'll do it. Sorry, Pete. Jack was right, but to the Arizona Cardinals, they need somebody to block for their new running back, and they're getting somebody to block for him on the inside of their offensive line out of Texas A&M, Chase Besantis, heading to the Arizona Cardinals, and I am now sad.
As long as it means the Browns, as long as it doesn't end up with the Browns looking at Chase with Emmanuel Pregnon, that's fine. Go in a different direction. Don't take an offensive lineman at this point. There's plenty of defenders. Rutenberg's clearly wants something. So at this point with Rutenberg, with Besantis, with Rutledge both off the board, I'm looking elsewhere. I don't want to force an offensive line pick. I certainly don't want to force a 24-year-old to be 25-year-old offensive line pick. So go defense or something else.
Yeah, this look, it is a good pick for Arizona.
Yeah.
And if you look at what Arizona's doing, I mean, their offense was pretty tough last year. They squeezed about everything they could out of Jacoby Brissett. The passing game was live. Trey McBride's a stud. I think Michael Wilson's better than our boy, Maserati Marv, but there's still two good receivers. I mean, this has the makings of an offense that you go into next offseason with the 2027 draft and, whoever's available in free agency. Arizona, if LaFleur can do what his brother does on the offensive side of the ball for Arizona, man, that's going to be a really nice cockpit for a quarterback to sit in and, pilot a plane.
Well, what did we say yesterday? They take Jeremiah Love. You make a contract with yourself. You are going to make the line good.
Yep.
In order to make Jeremiah Love work, you've got to make the offensive line function. It's got to be a good group. Paris Johnson is a good player. They've got a couple other good pieces. Chase Besantis is an investment in Jeremiah Love. So it makes all the sense in the world. You do that. This is why I don't like taking running backs. It's like that. It sort of forces you into these decisions, even though Chase Bisontis is a great pick anyway. But like you still have to sort of do this type of thing.
766 snaps for Bisontis, 0 sacks allowed, and he's a good run blocker too. This kid's a stud. Arizona got a good one with this one, and certainly for those of us in Cleveland looking to continue to improve the line, this is a bit of a hit. But again, I think a lot of people, Pete, you're there. A lot of people still looking at wide receivers. I'm kind of with you. I'm thinking maybe defense is what's coming here, but certainly would have probably been a target had he been there at 39, but now off the board to Arizona. And now the Bills are on the clock, and it says the pick is in. And again, Bills made some trades yesterday too to get out of the first round, basically.
I'd be shocked if they aren't taking Denzel Boston here. This screams Denzel Boston.
Be shocked.
Yeah, well, let's do it because it just came out. So we're going to play the sound. Go ahead, Jack.
Edge, TJ Parker goes to the Bills.
Man. They're coming after me. I feel targeted.
So, an interesting thing here that's come out. So, when the 49ers made that pick, Schefter's tweeted that they're still trying to trade Brandon Ayuk. Brandon Ayuk is due $27 million this year. No team is trading for him. And there's this bizarre thing they're trying to do of like punish the player and hold on to him for longer. It just makes no sense. I get they've not got any commitment to it, but it just sends a message to agents, to other players that you're messing them around as 49ers. And it's why don't the Browns do lots of great stuff with working with agents, working with players to try and give them what they want, give them heads up, give them notice if they're going to release them, things like that. Because that relationship's important when someone's going, well, it's between 2-3 teams, go to the team that does right by its players. So it's really weird what's going on with Brandon Ayuk. They should just go ahead and get it done. And I wonder if they do that maybe after today or after the draft, because dragging that all the way, you could wait until the start of the season. It just makes no sense. Obviously, you could then get injured and you have to pay all $27 million. So it's just a weird thing going on with Brandon Ayuk and the 49ers.
We do have a little news. We'll come back to TJ Parker and the Bills in a minute, but we've had a trade. The team that was supposed to pick right before the Browns, the Houston Texans, have traded away picks 38 and 91 to jump up to the Raiders pick at 36. So it'll be the Texans on the clock now. And the Raiders give them 36 and 117. So it's 38 and 91 from the Texans for 36 and 117 for the Raiders to just move up 2 spots.
That's a whole round.
Yeah, man, that seems steep.
For two spots.
Just to jump in front of the Giants. So who do we think that the Texans thought the Giants wanted that they wanted to go up and get?
Well, the guy who would be like the most Houston Texans player that would also piss me off would be D'Angelo Pons.
Oh, son of a don't.
Because they play the same scheme. They do the same thing the Browns do.
Don't. Real quick before we get to that, because I'm sure that pick will be coming through soon. Go back to TJ Parker, though. I know he's a guy you talked about a good bit, Pete, a guy you liked out of Clemson as an edge rusher. Talk about TJ Parker and how you see him fitting in with the Bills.
So TJ Parker is a sophomore, had 11 sacks and 6 forced fumbles for Clemson. And then, like all of Clemson, sucked relative to that in this past year. But his pass rush run rate was really high, like 27% in pass rush, true passing situations. He had like a pressure rate above 20%. Like, I've been told there are some questions as far as like motivation and stuff, but like his ability is insane. And there was a point in time coming up that sophomore season where people were talking about him going in the top 5. So he had all the things. Also, he's bigger than like the other guys. Like he's 265, 6'3". Dane Brugler actually compared him to Jabal Sheard, which wouldn't have hurt my feelings. But like, so this is the question.
Such a deep cut.
Can you get 2024 TJ Parker? Because if you can, the Bills are going to be really happy, and it addresses a huge need. They are always searching for more pass rush. They've never had enough. And not only that, they're always struggling with speed. You can think, how many games have they played against like Lamar Jackson or Patrick Mahomes where those guys are just running around the backfield and they just cannot chase them down?
Can't get them. Yeah, right. 100%. Here we go.
Ooh, that makes sense.
Well, we find out who the Houston Texans were desperate to go up and get. They trade up to take Ohio State defensive tackle Caden McDonald.
Apparently, they don't believe in Tommy Togi as much as maybe we thought.
Well, maybe Tommy told him to make the pick.
This McPounder, as he's called, is very good. I think he's better than Tyleek was last year. And Tyleek went in round 1. Just a thick as a door frame, run stopping guy who's got more pass rush juice than you think he does. Just extraordinarily solid. Like, again, we talked about this with Sonny Styles yesterday. They played a whole lot of one-backer boxes. And they could do that because they had a guy like Caden McDonald who just soaked up blocks and took care of business in the middle. So if you're the Houston Texans, this is one more thing that, like, you just continue to invest in the line of scrimmage. They are an embarrassment of riches up front. They just continue to take really, really good players. Again, Tommy Togi had a great year for them. And they may just run with both of them. But, like, this does also give you an insurance policy in case Tommy Togi can't keep that thing going.
Well, I think it just shows you maybe they were out in front of it because it's not like it's a new concept, Joe. But maybe Seattle was doing it the right way when they did it last year, and it just seems like teams this year investing in that defensive line. You saw it with the Giants, and you see it with Houston here. A ridiculous defensive line already gets better, and it looks like they just subscribe to that. Hey, we want to send these guys after you. We'll let everybody else go back and play defense, and we'll score enough points to win. It's kind of the way the Seattle Seahawks won a Super Bowl.
Yeah. Well, the big thing for me was just McDonald's really good. I thought he would go top 20, to be honest with you. I thought a team would reach just because of how impactful a really good, strong defensive tackle can be. I think it's a great pick for Houston, man. I mean, I would have given strong consideration at 39 if he fell to us. He's that good.
And you and I would have been murdered by Jack. I guess apparently some of the calculus was don't let him get to New York. Don't let the Giants take him. They trade Dexter Lawrence. That would have been a really good setup for them. Replace him, get a fantastic nose tackle. Houston says, no, we'll get ahead of you and take him.
Imagine have so many draft resources that you can waste them on stopping the run.
Listen, stopping the run matters.
Yeah, I feel like I remember a game with the Cleveland Browns where if they would have stopped the run, it would have been nice against Atlanta, where I think, was it Mariota passed the ball 7 times in that game and the Browns lost? So you got to stop the run, Jack. You got to be stout in the middle.
Yeah, you can do it for like 2-3 million.
Yeah.
In free agency.
No, we couldn't.
We can.
Right, so,
we just didn't.
So the Browns just a couple picks away now. The Giants on the clock. Then it'll be the Raiders and then the Browns. So we got a pick already. Here, I'll let you announce it. Hold on, let me hit it.
Giants select Tennessee corner Colton Hood.
Okay, good player.
He's been good. There's just not a lot. He's got like 13 starts. Could have been an interesting player for the Browns. Maybe he does some of the things they like, but the Giants corners have been underperforming. They have not gotten. They're replacing trying to replace a former first-round pick in Deonte Banks. Haven't gotten much out of him. They signed somebody like either Paulson Adebo or somebody who didn't do much for them. So they just need more corner help. And look, they're in a division that Philadelphia Eagles just took Mekhi Lemon. Washington is probably going to take more receiver help somewhere in this draft, or ultimately end up with Brian Ayuk by hook or by crook. So they want more guys who can help stop the passing. And the other part is that they took Arvell Reese. They've got an insane amount of pass rush resources, and now hopefully a linebacker. They need guys who can actually cover.
All right, so we know what's going on so far. We know Hood now off the board. Just a couple picks away now for the Cleveland Browns. Raiders got to pick first, then the Browns on the clock. But feels to me like certainly good players off the board. But it feels to me like maybe outside of Vitsantis, maybe Parker, guy they might have looked at. But it certainly feels like this has fallen in the way that it's going to give the Browns a whole lot of options for guys they like.
Indeed. The other thing that stands out is Jermod McCoy is still there, and the status of his knee is the big question. Allegedly, reportedly, degenerative knee condition. You're seeing corners go ahead of him, so there seems to be concern somebody may pass him and go, we may get 5 great years out of him and be thrilled with it because he's a really talented corner. But, that's not generally been the Browns' MO. And obviously, we're still sitting here I'm mad about Zach's injured. Don't draft injured players. But, so that's another thing to keep in mind. So he's falling. If like the Browns come up and take D'Angelo Pons, that's another guy going ahead of Jahmad McCoy, and the thing keeps going. But, the other guys that stand out to me for the Browns who are almost up, Gabe Yakis, R. Mason Thomas, Cassius Howell at that point, potentially. I'll be curious to see if the Browns sort of play this more strategically and see if one of those is fall a little bit later. They might look at linebacker, which I really don't want them to do, but they might do it. I could see them looking at Anthony Hill Jr. and putting him at will. But the one that stands out, the clear favorite to me is Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. I think they love that kid. Dane Brugler thinks they love that kid. So far, Dane Brugler is crushing it for the Browns in terms of Fano and Concepcion. He has been saying they love Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. I could absolutely see that being the pick.
And just one to keep in mind, they could easily move back sort of 2 to 4 spots if they're like, actually, there's several players we like here and we're happy with different routes. Also, if anyone's following the guardrails board, yes, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren is red. He is red by 0.0.
Sounds like from Animal House.
3 years. It is so marginal, it doesn't matter. But you have to draw the line somewhere, so don't panic that suddenly they're drafting old guys. Marginal.
0 point.
At this point, does anybody have? Look, I don't want to speak for the whole group here or the chat for that matter, but I feel like all of us are a little nervous about all this Carson Beck stuff we've been hearing all day.
Yes.
Not that we believe it, but it's just like, why is this even out there? So it's like I'm gonna be nervous until that happens. Outside of Carson Beck, anybody at 39 that you're just like, please, anybody but this guy.
Pregnon, Chris Bell. I can keep going. Chris Brown.
Of course you can.
I mean, there's a lot of guys I don't want in this draft. I mean, the board is small.
I don't like Pregnon. I do like Chris Bell. Pete and I differ on that. But no, there's a lot of guys on the board right now that they could go with. And remember, this is the time of the draft last year where the Browns really shot. I mean, they had the trade at the beginning of the draft, and then they take Mason Graham. But we all were cool with that. We knew how the Browns defensive line looked. It's fine. But then we get into that beginning of the second round, and nobody had the Browns connected to Carson Schlesinger. And I think a lot of people thought the Browns might look at an Ohio State running back. I don't think anybody thought it was going to be Quinshon Judkins at the beginning of the second round either. So this is where the Browns started to surprise people last year. It worked out, certainly, with Schlesinger being the defensive rookie of the year. But, it's now we're in the point where we have no idea. There's a lot of good players on the board. We just got to find out which direction they go. The Browns are officially on the clock, even though we don't have the Raiders pick yet. So,
yeah, I've not seen the Raiders pick, but yeah, they are saying the Browns are on the clock, so we'll see.
Yeah, I've seen people saying the TV broadcast is already just way behind.
The tradition. Oh, okay. Oof. Yeah, we got it.
Oh, hold on. I got it. I'm coming.
Trade
24-year-old corner from Arizona, or corner/safety.
Who, trading Stukes?
Yes, thank God.
Wow.
Draft all my elderlies. Take them out. Get them out.
Man, that's a pick.
24. That dude's got a kid in middle school.
He's not going to be able to come to certain practices because he's got to get his kid to practice.
There's like a 3-play clip where you see Trayden Stukes do like superhuman things, and this has like been a big driving force. Like, he's very tall, he's very rangy, he's been really good in the slot. He probably would have come out last year, but he suffered a season-ending injury. Like, he was really good. I should say pretty good in 2023, and then got hurt. So he stayed in 2025. So now he's 24, going to be I think he's going to be a 25-year-old rookie. Corners, he's a lot in that Keontae Scott sort of mold. Who's another guy who's 24. You plug this guy in thinking he's going to be really good right now, and that's sort of the risk with these age guys. Is the chances are they're going to hit right away or they're not, and that's a tough thing to go. So yeah, with the Browns up, man, D'Angelo Pons, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, like I would pick Pons. So prepare for EMW.
I would go crazy with Pons, but I would be thrilled with EMW, 100%. This question's been asked a couple times since you said it, Pete. But somebody in the comments want to know why you don't like Chris Bell. Why do you not like Chris Bell?
Chris Bell is 6'4", 220, and allegedly runs a 4.3. All that sounds great. He doesn't separate very well. He had to wait his turn behind the legendary Jamari Thrash and Ja'Cory Brooks. Jamari Thrash obviously went in round 5 2 years ago. Last year, Ja'Cory Brooks was an undrafted free agent signed by Washington. Chris Bell had to wait to be those guys.
The Cleveland Browns have added a wide receiver, and it's not my favorite one, but Joe's happy because it's a big boy on the outside.
Yep.
A 6'4" wide receiver out of Washington. They go with Denzel Boston and add Denzel Boston. And I'm going to let Joe, you are fired up, so I want to let you react to this first. Denzel Boston, the newest Browns wide receiver now. Casey Concepcion and Denzel Boston are Browns.
Look, I look at Denzel Boston as a better prospect and a better version of what Cedric Tillman has offered us these last few years. And when Tillman's been healthy and he's had a quarterback that can get him the ball, he's been a playmaker. He's at the end of his deal. We can't rely on him to stay healthy. I get that. I love the fact that we are replacing him with another talented, big-bodied kid. I like a big wide receiver who's got little man feet. He's got good feet. I'm excited about this pick, man. He's a playmaker, and I think he's going to be a better pro than he was a college player.
The upside case for Denzel Boston is he can play X. I'm not convinced he can. I think he's actually more suited to play power slot. He's really nimble and agile. He can create some separation, and he's really good in the red zone. Those are things he's good in contested catches. Not as productive as you'd like, and doesn't have real answers to press at this point coming out of college, which is a little bit worrying. Age is okay. Like he's fine on age and all that stuff. Like this is a little bit too aspirational for me. I mean, I can't argue with the value. They got him at round 2. Like my worry was they were going to take him at 24, which would have been not good. So you get size, you get stuff, but I'm very curious to see how they use him because I wouldn't be shocked if some of the time, or a lot of the time, based on what I saw Washington do with him, he's essentially playing like a tight end role.
Yeah.
Not like in lining up, putting hand in the dirt, but in terms of condensed splits, in motion, some of that stuff, and doing some of the stuff you see Harold Fannin do. Like there's a lot of that in his tape, which is interesting, but like certainly not the pick I would have made. I get like all offense, I'm here for it, but like certainly better than Deshaun Stribling. But yeah,
I for me, and I've said this to you guys in the Slack, Boston was not high on my list. Of course, you got to love his size, and I love his contested catch ability. I love what he does in the red zone. Obviously, I just know this is an offense that needs explosiveness, and I don't know that he gives you a whole lot of explosiveness. I don't know that he separates real well. I think I don't mean this in playing style. I've compared him to a certain former Browns player, and I don't mean it like they have the exact same playing style, but there's some things about him that remind me a little bit of an old guy that we used to have here called Donovan Peoples-Jones, where couldn't really get open, but you could throw it his direction and he would make some kind of wild catch and bring it down. But I'm a little nervous about the actual playmaking ability of Denzel Boston, but I'm perfectly okay with adding a guy that, A, hopefully I'm a little bit wrong on this, and B, if he can be a big target, a red zone target, somewhere where the Browns have been just so terrible, then I'm all for that. So I'm not mad, but it wouldn't have probably been my pick. I feel pretty like 50-50 on it.
The one thing I will say in defense of Denzel Boston is one of the things people didn't like is the fact that he didn't run the 40. And I don't think he would have run the 40 well. Having said that, there's a measurement called PFF GAS, which is game athleticism score. Denzel Boston actually finished really high in actual in-game speed. I love Mekhi Lemon. Denzel Boston actually finished higher in that category than Lemon did. So like whatever that is in the game with the ball in his hands, Denzel Boston plays faster than you might think he does.
Well, and I'll say this, and one thing that, you know, goes back to the big-bodied receiver with strong hands. We don't have a litany of reliable receivers, guys. We just don't. You know, I mean, we point to Jerry Jeudy's inconsistency catching the ball all the time. Same thing with Isaiah Bond. Same thing with Cedric Tillman. We've seen how many interceptions that bounced off Tillman's hands as he's diving to make a catch. I mean, we see all this stuff. I want a possession type receiver. I mean, I'm not saying that he's a possession guy. I think athletically he's way more than that. But whether you're talking a red zone target or just somebody who's going to make a tough contested catch with a big body like that, we don't have that outside his set. And if he's not on the field healthy, we don't have it. So I like that he's bringing something to the room that we need and that we've been missing.
I'm a big fan of adding another wide receiver because it is a position that's been criminally underinvested in. Yes, back to Corey Coleman, the last time we seriously considered a wide receiver in the draft. That's not good enough. And that's not just an Andrew Berry thing. That's a Sashi Brown thing. That's a John Dorsey thing. It was criminal what they did for the second most important position in the league. You've got to focus on what elevates your quarterback. And if you just... It was sticking plaster after sticking plaster, whether it was Amari Cooper, whether it was Jarvis Landry, OBJ, Jerry Jeudy. These are like just swings to try and make it acceptable. Hopefully one of these two guys works out. If both of them work out, you're laughing. So it's really, really, really good move for the team because they have to go and address this. And it's one that we've heard constant noise about trade potential targets, whether it's Marvin Harrison, whether it's Brian Thomas Jr., but none of that's come together. You can't sit there and just wait. We can't go into the season and go, if it's not Casey Conception and it's not Jeudy, then we just have to give up. It's not been good enough what they had, so they've gone out and addressed it. Let's see what happens. But I'm really, really impressed with what they've done. I'd expect Cedric Tillman to probably get traded sometime later in the offseason if these guys play well, develop, and if they're healthy. Chance one of these top three gets injured and you keep them around. But I'd expect that's the direction of travel.
Go ahead.
We actually have two picks that we know of, so we'll just throw them out there and then we'll come back to Denzel Boston. More pass rushers are leaving the board as R. Mason Thomas is on his way to Kansas City. So talk about what are they doing to their defensive line. Look out in Kansas City. And then the Cincinnati Bengals are getting a pass rusher as well. My boy, and I have it's my kindred spirit, my boy, because he's the only other guy on this planet that I know of that went from Bowling Green State University like I did to Texas A&M University, and he killed it just about as much as I did there. Cassius Howell on his way to Cincinnati to play for the Bengals. So two really good edge rushers off the board there.
Clearly, Todd Monken is getting a lot of what he wants. Which, okay. Two, if the quarterback can't play this year, they're taking every excuse away. I mean, granted, the receivers have to play well, but Casey Concepcion, Denzel Boston, Jerry Jeudy, Harold
the offensive
Fandon.
line.
You've got offensive linemen. You're probably going to get more offensive line. You're probably going to get a tight end somewhere. Like they are taking out the excuse if you are Deshaun Watson and you have some delusional belief that he's going to work, or you are the person who says no, that Shedeur Sanders is the answer and he just hasn't had help. You've got all the help, and they're going to find out real fast. And if these guys can't play, then they are going to fold that over, and they are going to go big at quarterback this year. Like, clearly, they are setting themselves up one way or the other. Either somebody's going to be good now, or there's also the possibility that Jacoby Brissett makes his way over here, which I wouldn't hate, or they're going to be rolling into 2027. And you know, for people who watch Joe and I's show, we've talked about this idea of, you know, we using Kyler Murray as an example. Kyler Murray going to Minnesota and going, man, this is a great setup for me. I don't know who the veteran's going to be next year, but I want that veteran to look at Cleveland and go, I really want to go there. That doesn't mean I have to sign them. I just want them to be like, Cleveland's a really good setup, so that if they do, whether they sign a veteran or they draft somebody, that player is entering a place that says, I'm going to succeed there. And we're not trying to cobble together something after the fact. They're clearly putting the foundation there. So either the quarterback's going to work now, or the quarterback they bring in is going to have what they hope is a really good setup, which I can criticize a lot about this pick, but like, I cannot hate the idea of them trying to make this as quarterback friendly as possible. They desperately need to do it. To Jack's point, it hasn't been done that way basically since Deshaun Watson got here. It's time to do it. Thankfully, they're doing it. We'll see how they keep adding to it.
I just put a poll up because I didn't know we could do polls, so I did a poll, and then I'll stop it. Sorry, it's covering your face, Jack. I don't know. If
By the way, I expect this will be way more This will be extraordinarily popular in most places.
Yes.
Which is fine. I'm happy to be the antagonist on this, but like they're all the people who are like, man, I would have loved him at 24 are gonna be thrilled. Hopefully it works out that way, but like I think this is probably closer to about right, and there's still guys I probably would have taken here, but like again, 39, Denzel Boston, you can't hate on it.
Yeah, you can if you want to vote in the poll. Just we want to see how you guys are feeling in the chat. Just 1, 2, or 3 in the chat, or 1, 2, 3, or 4 in the chat, and you can see it on the screen there. I'll leave it up for a minute just so we can see Jack's face again. But while that happens, the New Orleans Saints have made their pick, and they are getting the defensive tackle out of Georgia. Christian Miller is on his way to New Orleans.
Another guy who might have thought about going in round 1. There were a lot of guys who loved him as a traits pick. I mean, that's what he is. There's just not much there in terms of production, but he's like really athletic. There's a lot. It's very similar to the pick they made with Brian Bresee. There's a lot to like, but again, there's just not a whole lot of concrete foundation there that says this is going to work. So the second time they've gone sort of traitsy on this. So we'll see. Wasn't a guy I was really interested, but I think he rushes the passer more than some of these guys, but still not great.
Let's talk real quick. I mean, and we can keep coming back to the Browns because as of right now, again, the Browns have a lot of assets in this draft, and there's still a lot of players that we know they have at least interest in, with 3 fifth-round draft picks and 4th rounder and 2 third-rounders. We don't know when the next time we're for sure going to see the Browns again, but we do know for sure we're going to see them at 70 and 74 as of right now. So we got a little break before we see the Browns again. As it looks like just by a large majority, everybody in the chat, a couple people feel amazing, a couple people not real into it, but for the most part, people feeling pretty decent about it, and I think that's fair. I think it's fair. I know it wasn't my preferred thing, but I can easily find my way to Joe and say, you know what? I'm watching these highlights of this dude in the red zone, and I'm getting a little worked up about that. But let's talk about a couple of these players. Specifically, obviously, we had a division rival make a pick with Cassius Howell. So it's been a weird year for Cincinnati. They bring Dexter Lawrence in. They lose Trey Hendrickson, but they bring in now Cassius Howell to pair with Dexter Lawrence on that defensive line. So how are we feeling about that pick?
So I'll start. I think Cincinnati has been killer this offseason. That defensive line's completely remade, and I don't like it. Dexter Lawrence is a really good player. I really like Mafe that they got from Seattle. Like Jonathan Allen's a stud. Like they've got a really tough defensive line right now. It's genuinely annoying. I'm not happy about it because the whole thing was it's okay if the defense is terrible. We'll beat the hell out of Burrow and we'll be fine. If that defense, if Pete's been talking about DJ Reader, whenever he talks about Cincinnati, he talks about the lack of DJ Reader and how the defense took a turn to the south as soon as they lost him. I mean, they're putting all their effort into the D-line right now, and I like all the players they're adding. It's frustrating.
The thing that everybody was looking at, you got Dexter Lawrence, you have Miles Murphy, who's a pretty good run player. BJ Hill's a pretty good run player. We talked about a lot of run players. So they go out and get Cassius Howell, who is not ever going to play the run. And this is basically the linebacker. He's there to do one thing. He's going to get the quarterback. And if you're not ready for him, he's behind you and he's on the quarterback immediately. I mean, you can watch a series. I'm sure Michael Keefe has dreamed about this series over and over again, where he just sacks the quarterback 3 times in a row. Just says, no, I got it 3 times. Boom,
yeah.
Sack. Like
I've seen it in college.
He plays relentless too. Like he's another one. They knock him arm length. He has very short arms, but he was crazy productive in 2 years at A&M, and he just plays hard constantly, and he's infectious in that respect. So like I agree. Cincinnati's crushed it again. Right now I have them as the favorite at the AFC North. Annoyingly, I think they could be a really, really good team.
And yet, for some reason, they won't be. For some reason, that's not going to happen. All right. So, again, our Mason Thomas is a guy, by the way, we've all talked about liking, enjoying, talked about as a potential target for the Cleveland Browns. So he off the board to Kansas City, and you gotta love what Kansas City has done with their offense or their defensive line. They are trying to build up that pass rush as well. We have a player trade. I don't know what the exact details are, but I see it from Tom Pelissero here. The Cowboys are acquiring D. Winters, linebacker from the San Francisco 49ers. So we don't know what the details are, but D. Winters on his way to Dallas.
Yeah, they brought back Dre Greenlaw after his disastrous stint with the Broncos. And the Cowboys just need anything that tackles. They need anything that tackles that is going to make their defense just average, given what they have on offense. 49ers are all too happy to give what they have as spare in D. Winters. We'll see what the actual trade is. As far as our Mason Thomas goes, I understood the appeal. He just wins back as a pass rusher. So I completely get from this standpoint. Like, you watch him, and when he gets sacks, they're like immediately. His data is okay. The 7.43 cone is not great. Like, that's real bad. But he has a plan of attack, and he knows how to do it. So, like, it's one of those things where the profile doesn't really tell the whole story because you were selecting him to do this one thing, and he's good at the one thing in rushing the pass.
All right. So still waiting on next stuff to come up here. And again, stay with us throughout the whole night because we will we'll get what am I? I'm losing my mind. We're going to get Fred in here from Berea. I know the Browns are talking to the media right now about their choice to pick Denzel Boston. And so we'll get Fred in here when we get a chance to tell us what he's hearing from the Cleveland Browns on that selection. Back-to-back wide receivers. It looks like I don't even know who is the next pick. It's the Dolphins. We know who the Dolphins pick.
It's in.
Yep. So we know who that is. So the Miami Dolphins are going linebacker, and they get Jacob Rodriguez from Texas. He's a very good player.
I love that pick for them.
Yeah.
He's great. And I'm also glad he's not playing in this division.
Yes. So that happened, and then just a little news, and then you guys can go back to talking about that. But the Jets were going to be on the clock, and instead it is going to be the Detroit Lions who have traded up to pick 44 with the Jets.
Yeah, Jacob Rodriguez, production machine, just finds the football, creates a ton of turnovers. He's got great size, really, really quick. His 3-cone was otherworldly. Like, there was a time where people were like, "Oh, I'll just pick him up in round 3 or 4," and then he did his athletic test, and they're like, "Nope, that's over," because he tested like a freak. The biggest knock on Jacob Rodriguez is just that he's old. He's going to be 24 as a rookie. That's the only thing that really hurts him. Everything else with him, he's outstanding. The Dolphins need defense. They need leaders. Jacob Rodriguez seems to check that box as well. I thought for sure the Bengals were going to take him, and he was going to give me nightmares for years. I thought they were going to be Dexter Lawrence, Jacob Rodriguez, and you guys are screwed. That didn't happen. Cassius Howell doesn't make me any happier, but like, he's a really good player. It's a smart pick for them.
I do want to throw this out there just because I know a lot of Browns fans are thinking, we still got these guys on the board. EMW is still on the board. My boy Pons is still on the board. And so here's the trade that the Lions had to make to come up to 44. They get pick 44. They traded away pick 50. So they came up 6 spots. And in order to do that, they gave up pick 128. And so it'll be, again, the Browns' next pick is 70. And so I would imagine we're at the point now where looking at these trade values, guys, if the Browns got to a point in the near future where they were like, oh my gosh, we really want to come up. Looking at these trade values, I almost feel like they'd have to give up both the third rounders to come up based on what these teams are trading. Just to go down 6 picks, was pick 128. I don't know. I don't know if the fourth or fifth rounders, maybe 107, but I don't know. Maybe
not even that one. I feel like I'm willing to package and move around the 3 5s, the 6 or the 7, but I like those two at 70 and 74, and I still think we're going to get a really, really solid player in the fourth.
I agree. The third and fourth round are really good spots to be in.
Yeah.
I have a lengthy list of guys I'd be happy with, and I just had to remind myself that one of the reasons I'm so happy with Denzel Boston is it's not Chris Bell. That's
well, the Lions are doing what they've done in the recent past. They are coming up. They traded up, and they want to pair a Michigan defensive end with a Michigan edge rusher in Aiden Hutchinson. And so they take Derek Moore to put on that defensive line in Detroit.
Yeah, like Derek Moore had a pretty good power profile. He has the famous clip at the Senior Bowl. I'm sure everybody's seen it at some point. He just Markel Bell, and he just runs right through him. And Markel Bell, all 300 and question mark pounds of him just goes to the floor on his back. Derek Moore is a power player. He's been a reasonably productive power edge. The Lions need everything they can get on the defensive line. Aiden Hutchinson's great. They've been searching to get that other guy. They were a team that was floated to maybe be in the Max Crosby sweepstakes. Mike Tannenbaum has floated them trading about 35 different first-round picks at points to trade for Myles Garrett. So it's not surprising that they would try to attack this. They're probably not done. And the Lions, they are in what they think is a window right now. They have a lot of injuries to get over, but these are the type of players that I think Derek Moore is a win-now player. Not to say he's not going to also be good for the future, but he is a guy where I think they know exactly what he is. He's going to come in and contribute right away and be a pretty good player.
I'll address this because I was afraid to even say this on the air. Going back to Denzel Boston, Sancho, I love you. I didn't mean that they were exact. I didn't mean they were exact player comps. Donovan Peoples-Jones a little smaller, a bit faster. As you saw him, he was a punt returner or a kick returner for a while. I don't think you're ever going to see that out of Denzel Boston. I just meant in that style of struggling. Well, what's that?
Denzel Boston does have a punt return touchdown last year.
Maybe
it was against some tiny school, but that's the clip I actually used to sort of illustrate my point about his RAS score. If you find his punt return touchdown, you can see how fast he's going. And part of it, it's a really good clip for a couple of reasons. It sort of explains why he's fast, because his agility allows him to never sort of slow down while he's twisting and turning. His momentum's always moving forward. So he actually looks pretty fast the whole way. But that punt return touchdown, you see him, Denzel Boston looks like he's flying.
Yeah, it was just more in the vein of.
But you're right, though. DPJ, 4.44 speed, jumped 11 feet, didn't have the agility, could not separate.
Couldn't get open.
Boston has agility, but doesn't really separate. He's more of a contested catch guy.
That's all I meant.
It's not an unreasonable comparison. I think your comparison is more apt than to Cedric Tillman, because I think Cedric Tillman is such a vertical route tree player, where Denzel Boston, I think, can do more in-cutting stuff. I think he can do some more quick stuff. Yes, I know. Joe, I appreciate the idea that he could theoretically be an X, and that's why you sort of like him compared to Cedric Tillman. But Cedric Tillman, everything is on a vertical tree. He's not to say he doesn't go across the field, but it's goes, it's comebacks, it's hitches, it's those type of things, where Denzel Boston's got a little bit more wiggle in his route tree.
Well, my whole thing with the Boston and Ced thing is just size. It's just the size element that Ced brings to the wide receiver room that we all want and we've been missing when he's not on the field. So that's the big connection there. I don't think they're overly similar. I think Boston's clearly a superior prospect.
100%. And I want to say 100%. As a prospect coming into the NFL, Denzel Boston's a much better prospect.
Yeah, well, and I mean that's my whole thing with this stuff. Look, he's a young guy. He's got a long way to go, but all these kids have room for growth. They all need to get better. They all need time on task. They all need to hone their craft. They all need to put in the work. If he puts in the work, that's a that's a whole lot of good stuff going on in that package, dude. I'm all about it. I really am.
Well, one of the things I'm really interested to see is we talked about this with Casey Concepcion. It's space. He creates space. If you've got Casey Concepcion and Isaiah Bond, who the Browns like, as guys who can really, really stretch the field, you've got guys like Harold Fannin and now a guy like Denzel Boston who can sort of take up, who can function in the space they create.
Yes.
I think Quinshon Judkins is also that. The other thing Denzel Boston does well is block. Like, he's a good blocker, which is certainly, I don't want to get into Quincy Morgan territory where that's like his lead trait. It is certainly something you want to talk about. It is an asset. It is something that's important to this team that these guys block. So, yeah, I mean, just genuinely fascinated to see how they deploy these guys, because I think there's a lot of fun to be had with how they do it.
Yes.
Complement each other.
All right, you were done. The Baltimore Ravens have made their selection, and they are taking edge rusher Zion Young from Mizzou.
He's a good player.
And then followed up by linebacker Jeremiah Trotter.
Okay,
Really?
Where did he go?
Bucks.
To the Bucks. Yeah, Tampa Bay takes Jeremiah Trotter.
Someone's texted me.
Josiah Trotter. His brother was Jeremiah Jr.
Josiah.
Josiah, yes, you're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yep.
No,
Josiah.
you're good.
Someone
Go
sent
ahead,
me a comp for Denzel Boston as like a poor man's Drake London.
Very
Lot similar sizing and things. If you go to the Beast, they've got the comp as shades of Jaden Higgins. But I think a poor man's Drake London, look, if it gives you something different in the room, you can't just have like 3 Tyreek Hills or 3 anything, because it causes problems. So it gives you diversity.
All right.
The fascinating thing at this point is we've got 3 wide receivers and 1 tight end, and that's it. And everyone after that, even from Bond to any of these tight ends, they're not anything. And that's going to be interesting to see if that changes, because even at 70-74, it's unlikely one of these tight ends is going to produce much in year 1. So as things stand, we're a 11 personnel team. That's going to be interesting to follow. Do they bring back an Njoku and bring that option into the team? Because at the moment, there's nothing really there at tight end beyond Fanning.
Well, you might just want to wait. We got several picks to go in this draft. And just as good a time as any to just remind you, you're here in the OBR Draft Cave, hanging out with us as we plow through the second round. Baltimore has Tampa Bay has just made their pick. So we're on to pick 47, which is New Orleans. It's the Colts. It is. Oh my gosh, Indy. Do they still play football? All right, Indy's there. But again, it's as good of time as any to remind you that you can get over to the OBR.com, hit subscribe, and make sure you're tuned in to all the written content, the video content, everything going on with the OBR. It is Cleveland's oldest and largest independent Browns coverage site, so make sure you are subscribed to the OBR.
So the Josiah Trotter element, it's understandable. He's big and he's athletic and he kills the run. The reason it's a little bit curious is just because he has not done much in terms of in terms of pass coverage. I think he's also like 20. So he's like super, super young and a tank. Like his brother is smaller and a little bit lighter in terms of weight, whereas Josiah is way more like dad, just a tank. And the Bucks desperately need linebacker help. Levante David is retiring, going to the Hall of Fame, unless of course he's good, jump back in the league and sign with the Bengals, because that's of course what would happen. So they've got a lot of work to do to replace those guys. So it's a natural move for them to try to fill that hole.
I've seen a couple people throw this out there, including our own Fred Griethema on the socials, but in the Browns post-pick presser with Denzel Boston, they were asked about picking 2 wide receivers back-to-back this early in the draft when they haven't really done that before. And one of the comments that came out was Todd Monken's very direct about what he wants. And that comes from the Cleveland Browns. So that tells you the kind of influence that first-year head coach, but very well-respected coach around the league, guy that's been around a long time, tells you he's not being shy in his first head coach war room there. He's telling them what he wants, and they're going to get it.
Well, he said it's 4th and 1 every day. I'm starting to see maybe some evidence that he actually is going to follow through on that. Zion Young, by the way, he's really good. Another talented Missouri power edge, which is really annoying. Good run player, pretty productive. Like there were some people that he was going to go in the first round. This is the second year in a row the Ravens have gotten a defensive end, which some people thought was going to go in the first round. Now the reasons they fell are a little bit different for one Mike Green last year, but nevertheless, the Ravens are desperate. Like they desperately need to fix this position. They're going to keep throwing tools at it. So what you're going to get likely is Zion Young is going to be on rundowns, and then they're going to bring Green in for more pass rush. And obviously they have Trey Hendrickson on the other side.
Yeah, that is a good pick for them. I love what Tampa's doing. You know, Trotter's a tank. Ruben Bain is an absolute animal. I love that for that defense. That defense needs some help. If the offense stays healthy, they are absolutely live to win that division.
The Steelers traded up.
I was just going to say, remember how we thought the Colts existed in the NFL? Not anymore. Not in this pick in the draft. The Pittsburgh Steelers.
Come on, Steelers. I believe in you. Take Carson Beck. Let's make it happen.
Holy crap. What if that? Oh, my God. Don't get me that excited. I'm just sitting here. I can hardly talk because D'Angelo Pons is still on the board. And I'm like, maybe he'll just go to 70 because people don't like that he's short.
Maybe.
Here's the trade details. The Steelers get 47 and 249, and the Colts get 53. So it's again another trade up, 6 picks, 135 and 237.
I would love nothing more than to have Carson Beck and Will Howard have a quarterback competition to see who can break a pane of glass with a football.
They're going to take Drew Aller here.
They could. Either way, love it. Love it. Do it.
Yeah.
So mad.
Go nuts.
No, there will be. Hey, we could talk a lot of stuff. I don't care what you say about Carson Beck, but do not say a word about Drew Aller in this show.
Are we sure the Eagles aren't? Did they trade up because they're afraid the Eagles were going to come and steal their guy?
Hold on. We got a special guest coming. We got a special guest here. I just got a message in the chat. We got a special guest. We've got this. We've had a great time with several of our friends from Channel 19. We're going to bring one in right now, and it's Ashley Holder. What's going on, Ashley?
What's going on? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. How's the draft weekend going for you so far? How are you feeling about Denzel Boston?
It's going really well. I like Denzel Boston, considering it just means that Jerry Jeudy needs to step it up because he's getting ready to get on that bench. That's what it means. You better hold that ball. You better run, catch and learn to run.
Yeah, that play he had, the one play he had last year where he caught and ran. He needs to do that more.
It's incredible. You know, that's what Todd Monken and all them were saying. And Andrew Berry said, "What are you looking for a receiver? I just want someone to catch, hold on to the ball, and run." I said, "It's pretty fair."
Seems like a logical job point for a wide receiver in the NFL. Yeah.
Right.
Just to catch things up, we know the Steelers traded up with Indianapolis. They traded up and took a wide receiver. Jeremy Bernard is on his way to Pittsburgh. That's what they decided to do. And Pete's face says it all right there. Ashley, so are you out? Where are you at right now? Are you out of Berea?
No, I'm at the draft.
Oh, you're at the draft. You're in Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm talking about.
Go.
So what's the vibe like down there? How's the vibe down there in Pittsburgh for you? What's obviously being somebody that reports on the Browns, covering the Browns down there.
I have no problem admitting this. You know, I'm a Pittsburgh fan, so like it's cool for me. I used to live out here, out in South Bend, Bridgeville area for a couple of years of my life. So like I've been catching up with some of my friends and my family at the same time while working. So it's kind of been cool. I hate that it's called Acrisure Stadium. It's Heinz Field forever for me. But yeah, it's kind of funny because when I was doing a live shot out there for the 4 o'clock, actually they are shooting some type of movie. I'm not sure what it is, but they were doing like a first round pick. I don't know if the movie's called The Land or something that's coming out. And they had Roger Goodell out there, and he had to basically say, this is the number 1 pick, and the number 1 pick was going to Cleveland Browns. So the guy was just telling everyone to make sure you say how you feel about this pick, and everybody was just booing. And like the whole stadium, everyone's like, boo. And I'm thinking, who is this guy? I'm like, is this a real pick? And it took me a minute. They were like, oh no, this is a movie going on. So it was kind of funny that they were doing that, and the fact that that was happening, and they used the Cleveland Browns. So I guess it's some movie coming out. So it's pretty interesting. But yeah, people still hate the Cleveland Browns here. That is for sure. There's only been a couple of jerseys that I've seen out here, and they're all Myles Garrett, obviously. I've never seen another jersey, not even a Shador Sanders jersey.
So, Ashley, just kind of talk to us about, we talked about Denzel Boston a little bit, but just your feelings on, we've seen what the Browns have done through the first 3 picks, 2 wide receivers, and an offense, obviously their top offensive tackle, but just talk about your impressions of the way the Browns are attacking this draft. Very different from what we've seen out of Andrew Berry and crew in the past.
Yeah. I think they're attacking it the way they're supposed to be. I mean, they're filling the holes exactly what they need to do, right? And they're getting guys that can play. So when you look at Fano, at least he can play left or right, even though they already said that they're going to keep him at left, right? But you know that if he needs to move around, that he's able to do that. Not really worried about the arm length. They think he's obviously good in that category. They wouldn't have got him if not. So I do feel like, that at least the offensive line is being attacked, because that is the biggest thing. And then getting wide receivers, right? Like that was the main issues. You got to put points on the board, and being able to use Concepcion as one of the best punt returners in the country right now. Like that's exactly what they need. So I think Andrew Berry's doing a great job, considering like you're answering all of the questions that people have right now and the organization has. So right now, I think they're on a really good trajectory. I didn't know where they were going to go with that 39th pick. I thought maybe we could have seen the secondary and possibly the guy out of Toledo.
McNeil Warren.
Yeah. So I was thinking maybe that could have been that. I wasn't sure if Hood was still going to be around at that point. And I didn't think that McDonald made a lot of sense, for them to pick and use that pick on that. So I think right now they've just done a pretty good job. The unfortunate part for me is that none of these guys have been here.
Right.
So we have not been able to talk to anyone. The only person I was able to talk to was Arvell Reese, who was taken, by the Giants, and was able to talk to him, and Ted Ginn Sr. that was here out. And obviously we know that's a big Cleveland pick for them out of Glenville.
I know it's funny. We've been talking to, we've got a couple guys down. We've got Parke down there, but we've got,
Parke was just right here. He was
Oh.
he was waving at me, but I wanted to tell him I was on here.
Yeah.
Somewhere. I got to find him.
He's saying the same thing. We can't talk to anybody. Nobody's even there. We can't talk to anybody. They're all watching at home. But hey, listen, Ashley, we appreciate you jumping on with us for just a couple minutes, talking about your impressions of the draft. Keep doing great work. Ashley Holder from Channel 19 News here in Cleveland, and catch out what Ashley's doing on Channel 19 as she reports from the draft. We appreciate you. Go have fun at the rest of the draft.
Yeah. See you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm now waiting to see in practice if she yells at Jerry Jeudy, catch the ball and run, or you're going on the bench.
That was awesome. And maybe that's just what he needs to hear.
Well, I mean, we talk about this, raise the floor, demand more. That's fine. Like, I don't think Jerry Judy's going anywhere, but demand these guys get better.
So can we talk real quick while we were on with Ashley? Obviously, one of the things that happened was, again, Jack, you brought it up at the start. The Pittsburgh Steelers, as they made their draft call to Mekhi Lemon yesterday. Philly traded in front of him and drafted Mekhi Lemon. So their consolation prize was Jeremy Bernard. Give me your thoughts, guys. I think he's all right. He's okay. He's an all right player.
So Jeremy Bernard is really interesting. I didn't like him for the Browns. And the reason I didn't like him for the Browns is he does a lot of Malachi Corley things. In other words, like he does a lot of manufactured touch stuff and a lot of quick passing stuff, which one, you have Malachi Corley can do that. And you just took Casey Concepcion who can do that stuff. So there's not really a good place for him to do that. Jeremy Bernard is really agile. He's got really good burst. He looks good on the field. He's got like Alabama size, which all their guys are like between 5'11 and 6'1", 190 to 200 pounds. They're all built the same way. Seems like a smart football player. The production is not great, which is sort of where it gives me pause. However, for the Steelers, where you've got annoyingly Michael Pittman, I'm just tired of this team trading with the Colts. You've got DK Metcalf. You've got multiple good tight ends. like Jeremy Bernard can do a lot of these things, manufactured touches, little short catch and run, and like take advantage of space. Like he fits well with what the rest of that ecosystem set up for him. So I don't love Jeremy Bernard. I think he's a really good, like the best case scenario is he's a really good 3, but the Steelers took him to effectively be a really good 3.
Yeah.
Let's come back to it, Joe, but we have a pick from Atlanta. Avion Terrell from Clemson, the cornerback on his way to Atlanta, Kevin Stefanski. It's weird seeing him in that war room on the TV, but they take Terrell. Go ahead, Joe.
He's
Just
brothers
play with
with
his brother.
AJ, right?
Yes, they're
Yeah,
both on the
that's cool.
now.
That's really cool. Because AJ's been in the league for a minute.
First thing Big Brother's going to tell him, stay the hell away from James Pierce.
Going back to what Pete was saying on Jeremy Bernard, though, I like Jeremy, dude. He's a good player. He's a tough kid. He's physically impressive. I don't know. I liked him. I mean, Pete's right with some of the guys we have. There's some redundancy there if we're adding him to our wide receiver room, but I certainly don't want him in Pittsburgh. But I mean that's the tricky part about the draft. I get fired up with all our picks, and then I get pissed off at every pick that I like that goes to another team. That's just the nature of the beast.
We do have another trade real quick. Minnesota was about to come up on the clock, and now it's going to be Carolina. So the Panthers have traded with Minnesota. We'll find out what the trade details are there. Go ahead.
One of the things that nobody seems to want to acknowledge or accept is the Browns really like, or at least are really intrigued to find out what Isaiah Bond and Malachi Corley can do. They are like found money for this team, and they want to find out. And like, again, this is one of the reasons, again, I can argue for Denzel Boston for this, is that he doesn't really overlap in terms of the ways you can use him. Like, you can easily put Denzel Boston and Cedric Tillman on the field at the same time and not feel like you're overlapping or taking away from each other. Whereas a guy like Jeremy Bernard, you'd sort of be like a little bit bummed that you can't do all the things with him because you want to do those things with Malachi Corley or, Chris Brazell, who's a guy that some people like. I'm not going to take Chris Brazell because he might be better than Isaiah Bond when Isaiah Bond's already here. So you have to sort of figure out how these roles sort of come together, and that's going to be obviously Todd Monken's job to figure out. But I think they're pretty well positioned in that regard.
No, and I think I think the story. If Browns fans don't remember it, I know he was here last year, but I don't really remember a lot of people talking about it. But Malachi Corley is only going into his 3rd NFL season, and he's a guy. We had a lot of questions in ATI this week about the top 30 visits and whatnot. The Browns had Malachi Corley in for a top 30 visit 2 years ago, or I guess 3 years ago, whenever the draft was. So he's a guy, they brought him in last year. They jumped at the chance to get him. And he's a guy that they obviously have coveted and liked for a long time. And I think it'll be interesting to see if Todd Monken decides, that he's going to continue to use him. We know Kevin Stefanski loved using him, especially those end around. It was the first time in about 15 years that end arounds worked for the Cleveland Browns. It was with Malachi Corley. Jack, I've gotten this question a couple times, and I don't know if you can give it the answer. I tried to send a message over to Berea. I don't think he saw it. But Brett in the comments went over and subscribed to the OBR and wants to see your updated board. Where can he see it?
Go to Rumor Central, and there's a link in there because it's a VIP exclusive, the live board. I do an end of the day for everyone, but only OBR VIPs get the live one.
There you go. So it's in Rumor Central if you want to find it. All right, so do we have the Panthers pick? I'm sure it's got to be in there, out there at the podium.
I've got that.
Well, hold on. Here
Give me
we
a
go.
ding-a-ling.
Oh, well, I should be able to say this one. No, you say it, Jack.
It's one of the rare times when I'm going to nail the pronunciation. Lee Hunter, defensive tackle.
Hey!
Jack would hate this pick so much. He's old and a run-stopping defensive tackle.
Yes.
Was his athletic profile really bad too?
Yes.
Wasn't that like horrible?
It's like,
right?
He's everything Jack hates.
Old, unathletic, can't rush the passer.
All he does is
Double
hunker
red.
down and stop the run. That's his whole thing.
He might be one of the only double reds in the entire draft.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because they have a really, really good nose tackle in what's his face, Derek Brown, who's outstanding. So now you theoretically compare those two up and just have all beef, two all beef patties in the middle of your line. But like,
where's the special sauce, right? Am I right?
They need edge rushers for that. But yeah, I mean, that's sort of the thought process. If you are in, you've got to deal with Bijan Robinson. You've got to deal with some of the rushing threats you're going to see in the NFC. Jeremiah Love just got added to the NFC. I don't know if they play the Cardinals, but it's another back you're going to have to deal with at some point. So the Carolina Panthers have gone trenches both picks. They took Monroe Freeling in the first round, which might be one of the most bewildering decisions. The fact that the Lions took Blake Miller and didn't take Monroe Freeling, and the whole reason behind that seems to be they're weirdly obsessed with this idea of moving Penei Sewell to the left side.
Yeah.
If I'm the Lions, I would have just left Penei Sewell on the right side and just taken Monroe Freeling and said, you're the left tackle. Like, to me, I think that would have been the better use of your resources and you would have gotten the better player for it. It feels weird that you're moving this just to then take a right tackle to accommodate it. I don't get it.
If you got a minute, they showed it on TV here. It's on the NFL Twitter page as well. If you got a minute, this will be. You just want to make sure you see this video before you go to sleep tonight. Check out the draft video of Avion Terrell and his brother AJ when they found out that Atlanta was selecting him. He was watching the draft at home. Both brothers were sitting next to each other, and it's such a cool video.
That's
very
really
cool video to watch. So check that. It's on the NFL's Twitter page because it's a party in the Terrell house for sure. Question that came in here. GameCube wants to know, so do we feel like a trade up for somebody like EMW or Pons or one of these guys that we all like? Do we feel like it's live? And at what point, guys, do you feel like that becomes a reality for the Browns?
I'm perfectly happy to wait. Just the sheer number of guys that are out there, I'm happy to do it. But like, if you were sitting there going, if Denzel Boston wasn't there, we would have taken Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. Like, I can't argue with that. Or if you're going to take D'Angelo Pons, like, if you go
son of a...
Well, I'm guessing that was him.
The stupid New York Jets just took D'Angelo Pons.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, like, so this is the thing. If you go up and get your dude that you were super excited about and you thought I would have taken him at 39, there's certainly an element to why that would be useful.
That was a gut punch right there. That's such
Jets
a bummer. That was
nice couple rounds, man. I like everybody they've taken.
That was my guy. That's the dude I wanted, and there he went. All right. Hey, we got more special guests this time. So we had Ashley Holder join us from Channel 19 here in Cleveland from Pittsburgh. We got a double special guest feature coming in here as we've got our own, the legendary, my co-host from Inside the Browns Beat, Fred Greetham, and joining Fred on the same screen, the two of them from Berea. It is Leah Doherty and Fred and Leah. What's the vibe like in Berea tonight, man?
And it's just going like crazy out here. Everybody, at least for me, I can hardly believe I'm seeing back-to-back wide receivers. I've been asking for wide receivers for 2 or 3 years.
I appreciate too. We just got to speak to assistant GM Glenn Cook a couple minutes ago, and he said Todd Monken, as you probably know, is very direct. He was very clear with his needs, and I appreciate that. What are the biggest needs? O-line, wide receiver. He said we didn't necessarily anticipate getting back-to-back wide receivers or the fact that maybe Denzel Boston would still be available. There was also an interesting nugget that he included that Casey and Denzel actually came together. They both happened to be here at the same time for their top 30 visits. He said, I took them out to dinner. I don't think there was ever a world in which we envisioned that maybe they would both be here together in the same building, but they said they both complement each other really well, and he was available, and we're stacking wide receivers. He said we're trying to increase competition, and that's what makes good teams, and we haven't had a lot of that here.
Yeah, we talked about wanting to get weapons, and that's all they've done. I mean, if I would classify Fano as a weapon because, that's kind of your pillar on the offensive line if he can live up to that. But one of the things Glenn Cook talked about in our little get-together was just the idea that after the first round, they sat back as you would, and Boston stood out. And so he was asked about, the news that Lane had and some had that they were talking about trading up. He said that, he didn't want to get into anything there when he was asked if Boston was the target, and rightly so. But yeah, I just think it's, it seems like they're kind of doing some of the obvious things. And, this is no knock on Kevin Stefanski, but I remember asking him some things directly about quarterback, or do you ever pound the table for this guy? And he said, that's not what we do. We work as a team. And I get that. I don't know what goes on behind the scenes, but we're already getting the idea. Todd Monken is pounding the table for these guys that he wants.
Well, yeah, this is his first opportunity, and at his sorry to even say this about Todd Monken, but at his age and all that, it's got to probably feel like this is my one and only shot at getting this chance done. So he's coming in there and pounding the table, and you got to love that. Fred and Leah, just your opinion on this, but we know the Browns made the trade down yesterday to pick up the 3rd and 5th rounder. So right now we're off until I think we got 19-ish more picks to go until we see the Browns again at pick 70. They have 70 and 74. And then that'll be it for today, maybe. But then 107 in the 4th round, and then they've got basically the entire 140s in the 5th round for the Cleveland Browns. So the question is, I know you don't know anything specifically, but do we anticipate, if there's a guy here, we've talked a lot about the safety out of Toledo, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, that's still on the board. Do we anticipate them trying to use any of this ammunition to maybe try to come back up if there's a player they really like?
You can go ahead, Fred.
Well, we don't get into those things, nor do they discuss anything. We didn't really talk to Andrew Berry. Glenn Cook was sent down. He kind of defers, everything to Andrew Berry. But you got to be thinking some of these things. They have some needs in the secondary, at least depth. When you only have Denzel Ward and Tyson Campbell, really, you have Miles Harden as a slot, but you really need another outside guy, you would think. I don't know. I haven't been able to keep track how many have come off the board. There was a lot of cornerbacks, that were available, and safeties. I thought the kid from Toledo, was a target, and the Raiders took Stoops, a lot of people thought they were going to take the guy from Toledo. So, yeah, you would think so. All the way around, and there's talk about edge rusher and stuff like that. So I think now, though, they can take a step back and just relax. We've addressed the major needs, at least in my opinion. Now get some depth and fill out.
Yeah, and that was kind of something that Andrew Berry, when we got to talk to him last night, alluded to, is that with the rest of these picks, we want to go in high volume draft, just stack as many good guys as they can in here. And like Glenn Cook had talked about, just get some competition, get some depth at these positions that we just haven't seen over the past couple seasons.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, just great hearing from you guys in the room. Any other interesting little tidbits before we let you guys get back to work that you guys heard in the press conference, or that you guys have talked about amongst yourselves in the building there as the draft rolls on?
I think the most exciting tidbit that I learned today was Fano was really excited about the lack of traffic that was here in Cleveland when he drove here. I don't know if you guys have already talked about that or not, but that was something funny. So he drove straight from the Combine here, and he said, I think I left my visit at like 5 o'clock and got in the car. And he was like, and there was like no traffic over here. There's no one on the road. He was like, my first thing I'm most excited about Cleveland is like meeting the coaches, working with the coaches, like saying all the right things. He's like, second, he was like, the fact that there's no traffic here, he's like, I love it. I'm all in. And I can respect it as someone that didn't grow up here, moved here. It's a great perk. It's a great perk.
Don't show him the construction on I-90.
When you get a chance to talk to Denzel Boston, you should ask him about baking. Apparently, he loves to bake.
Sourdough, or what does he bake? I'm really into sourdough.
No, that's like he's apparently like goes all in and takes hours to bake and get into it. So like,
I'm so mad. We already talked to him. We'll have to find him. I'll have to
Leah
track him down and ask.
I can attest. She brings cookies and stuff and different. Man, I'm like, this is good stuff. So
Hey, no free ads, but Blackbird Baking in Lakewood, they will give you their sourdough starter. I go get that every once in a while when I decide I want to make bread. So there you go.
Certainly a different type of baking to previous Browns wide receivers.
Oh, Jack, nailed it.
Cheap shot.
Muffin, apparently his big thing is muffins.
Okay. Does
Very
he
good.
post about this like online? I need to go find
He's
this.
talked about it. You can find videos of him talking about it. He's very proud of himself.
That's my next story I'll be working on.
Yes, absolutely. All right, Leah Doherty, Fred, we are appreciative of you guys jumping in. You guys out there at Berea, we know the Browns coming up. At least, this draft is moving relatively quickly. So pick 70 and 74. Maybe we can catch up with you again tonight, but we appreciate you both jumping on into the draft cave here tonight.
Thanks for having us.
thanks, guys. Have fun.
All right, see ya. Big shout out to Leah and Fred for coming on with us. I thought in my head that would be actually, Pete, a hilarious April Fool's prank to just tell them that Denzel Boston loves to bake.
No, crumble cake muffins apparently are his jam.
All right. Well, I like that about him. All right. See, now he's growing on me a little bit. We did have pick came off, and who was it? It was Golday. It was the linebacker out of Cincinnati off the board to Minnesota. And now the Packers, that says their pick is in. We are just waiting on the Packers.
Cornerback Brandon Cisse, is it?
Yep.
Yes.
So Brandon Cisse. So the corner run is happening.
Yeah, I mean, he was a guy that some people thought were linking to the Browns. Like, he's really athletic. There's a lot of potential. He just hasn't produced at all. He's got no tackles over his career, which is terrifying. There are people who argue, I don't care, he's a corner. Everybody on the field needs to tackle. They will find you if you can't. One of the reasons I like D'Angelo Ponce, he puts dudes on the ground. So you have to find those guys as much as you can. But it's weird because on the one hand, I don't want to trade up because I really like 70 and 74, but it's also 20, almost 20 picks. So you feel like I want to get in there and if it's Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, if it's somebody else you really like, Oscar Delp is somebody I think they will target if they can get him. I'll be curious to see if they find a spot that where they don't have to give up much to go get somebody.
Was Cisse that went to the Packers? Did we miss the Vikings? Oh no, the Vikings was Golday. Cisse's the Packers. That's right. Okay. Sorry, it's hard to keep track of everything. As we are again. So that Packers pick was 52. So then it's on to 53, and then the supposed Indianapolis Colts. Apparently, they still exist. We have yet to see them. Although I will say one of my favorite things that's happened in the draft, outside of the Steelers just getting Mekhi Lemon pulled out from under them, the Colts are using Pat McAfee to announce a pick. And I think there's been one or two times where they've said he's going to go out and make a pick, and then he had to go back and sit down. And he looks frustrated, and I think that's great. That's phenomenal. What else, boys? What are we feeling here as we get into the doldrums of this kind of halfway point between the Browns' last pick and their next pick?
It's always become it's basically an annual tradition now. Wherever the media boards have the safeties, they will be there lower. Every year, it's always the safeties are there lower. It's probably about the third, fourth, or fifth year that's happened now, back to back. I think we just have to accept the media boards are going to be much higher on safety than the league.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those positions we do this every year. Nose tackle is another one, which also makes Jack right, which is annoying. It's one of those positions
annoying.
We always sit here and go, this nose tackle or this safety is so good, and there's always a little bit of a drop. Everybody goes, no, this isn't going to happen. Of course, Caleb Downs is going to go in the top 10. Of course, we're going to have three safeties in the first round, and now Emmanuel McNeil-Warren's just sitting there. We'll find out if there's some weird thing that we don't know about. Health is always a thing. If somebody found something on the medical that scared teams away, or just this is one of the elements that people don't really consider. Is your other priorities just get in the way. You just take stuff and you just don't get around to it. And some of these guys fall as a result. It's not necessarily this guy's bad or we don't like him enough. It's just we had other things we wanted to address first, and you see some of these guys just sort of slip.
Well, and it's those positions. Safety, I think, is such a great one to talk about because a good safety can be such an integral part to a great defense and can be such a game wrecker for an offense. A really good safety that is that combination of a guy that can get up and play in the box, but also just be that free-ranging guy that's a nightmare for an opposing quarterback can be so disruptive and such a huge part of a good defense. But then you see it every year, and we've seen it with the Browns, and you see them go through when they need a safety and they don't even draft one, and they bring in Ronnie Hickman in the undrafted market, and here we are several years later, and Ronnie Hickman's been a good player for them, and he's filled in. I will say I think you need to have, like, I think Ronnie Hickman is better because Grant Delpit exists. And so I think you always kind of have one of them, but it's nose tackle. It's why it happens every year.
Are you going to drop another gem this year? Because that Ronnie Hickman stuff, I still remember that fondly, where I think we're in the 4th or 5th round, and you were like, they're going to end up with Ronnie Hickman. Just like, it wasn't even a, I think so, or anything like that. It was like, we are going to end up with him. Just
someday I'm going to be brave enough to tell the whole story. But yes, somebody that I didn't even know, through a friend of mine in the Browns draft room, was passing me who the Browns were going to take from the draft room. So that was the same year I told everybody that DTR was going to be the pick in the 5th, and I got several very unhappy phone calls from the Cleveland Browns for that.
Several?
Yes. They were not. Oh, Pat McAfee's out there. They were not happy with that situation, but I said, yeah, well, that's a you problem. All right, I'm not going to go into it tonight. The Colts. Pat McAfee's making the selection, so it's probably going to take like 2 hours. No, they picked C.J. Allen, the linebacker out of Georgia. I will tell you, that's a guy that I think a lot of people expected to go pretty significantly earlier than this.
Some people thought he was going to be in the 1st round.
Yeah. So C.J. Allen off the board.
What was unique about his profile? Was he a bad athlete, or was he a good, there was something weird about his, what was his issue?
No, I think he had like one of the better profiles. I think the issue was his arm length. I think he had short arms. And
oh my gosh.
That's one of those things where you get hurt. He's 6'1", 230. If I can find it real quick.
You look it up. We got some news. You look it up. You look it up while and we've got some news from the draft. We got a pick. Tight end. The second tight end, I'm sorry, off the board, and it's Vanderbilt's Eli Stowers is on his way to the Eagles at pick 54. And then the other bit of news is that pick 55 was supposed to be the LA Chargers, and instead it's going to be the New England Patriots, who have traded up with the Chargers to make that selection. So, and they're going to take, I don't remember how to say the kid's name out of Illinois. Jackus. So Patriots are coming up for Illinois defensive end Gabe Jackus.
He's very good. He's really good. I would have been thrilled with him for the Browns. He had like 11 sacks this past year, and the next highest guy on Illinois had 2.
Stowers was a guy that I always, in just researching players, I always found myself coming back to and then skipping because it's just this new mold of tight ends where he's much more of a wide receiver than he is a traditional tight end. He has no idea how to block. It is. I watched a little tape on him. It is stunning to watch him try to block as a tight end. But on the other end of that, he's a weapon. In the receiving game, he is an absolute weapon. So calling him a tight end, I think, is just a formality, and maybe that's where he'll line up. But he's basically a wide receiver.
I'd move him to receiver without hesitation. Not only is it's not that he's a bad blocker. He doesn't believe in it. He just fundamentally disagrees with the idea. He doesn't even try. So just put him out there and let him be a 6'4" freak of nature who's going to piss off every 5'11", 190-pound cornerback that lines up against him. Just play to his strengths, man. Don't put him in it's like Harold Fannin. I don't want him in line. He's 6'2", 235. I don't want him locking up with DNs. Get him on the move. Get him out.
The Eagles are the same team who took Johnny Wilson, which is sort of the interesting other experiment of like this tight endish wide receiver body. We'll see if they actually just leave Stowers alone or if they're actually trying to do that and try to make him into a receiver. I would just treat him as a slot receiver, honestly, and slot/weapon. and deal with that.
He is a very good player, though. And then you've talked a lot about Yakis, Pete, guy you like a lot, and getting him in New England, which, again, they always just feel like they are built for the defensive side of the football. So talk about how he fits in with the Patriots.
Power rusher, kind of short arms, but he just twists and torques people out of his way on the way to the quarterback, and he's been super productive from that standpoint. Like I said, 11 sacks, I think, this past year. Like, the next dude had 2. Like, everybody knew he was the one guy you had to stop, and nobody stopped him. He was that good. Just a really dominant player. I mean, from a Browns standpoint, you could sit there and go, well, the Browns have Alex Wright and Isaiah McGuire, and Gabe Yakis is more of that. I mean, he might be a better version of those guys, but nevertheless, like, it wasn't like this twitchy sort of speed rush guy that I think they probably prefer. But I would have been thrilled with him. He's a really good player.
He might be better. Alex Wright had himself a bit of a year, especially to end the year last year. Just to give you the trade, when New England came up with the Chargers, they moved up 8 spots. So to go from 63 to 55, they only got 55, but the Patriots traded 63, 131, and 202. And again, I'm just pointing that out there with all the ammo the Browns have. Now I really feel like they are in the territory where they could probably make a move. They've got plenty of ammunition to do it, and still have plenty of picks left on the aftermath. And you could start talking about bringing in even some of the later picks at this point. So again, if the Browns are enamored with somebody, we could be talking about a come up. Again, keep your eye on the OBR.com if you are subscribed, because if there are any nuggets that come through in Rumor Central, they'll get dropped in there. I don't know if there's been any lately, but if there's any rumors, anything like that, make sure you just check that out. Keep refreshing that. I know I do throughout the show, just to see if we get ahead of anything that the Browns might be thinking about.
I wonder if,
go ahead, Jack. I'm sorry.
I wonder if you get to the point with one of these 2 picks in the 70s where you go, let's just take a punt on McCoy, as long as the medical isn't like horrendous. Part of me thinks that's worth a risk, because look, gamble on the upside. If you get a free pick from moving back 2 spots, why not? If it doesn't work out, you're like, who really cares?
Well, one thing that I would say, which I wouldn't be opposed to that, just because that kid is such a talented kid that maybe in the 3rd round it is worth the gamble. But my only issue with that is that I can think of multiple players that can impact this team this year. So it's like I almost don't want to take the chance on a corner that has the injury issue like that, especially if it's degenerative. Then you're just lighting the pick on fire if it goes the wrong way. One thing that I find interesting, though, we keep talking about maybe moving up from 70 or 74, but as Pete can attest to, we feel like that's a meaty part of the draft. That's a really good spot to be. I'm more intrigued about moving up from 107 back into the 3rd and packaging maybe 1 or 2 of those 5th rounders, maybe the 6th and the 7th too, because those picks with this roster, as young as we already are, we don't have room for 10 rookies. We just don't.
I would also like to go to bed after 74, so I'm against that idea.
What'd you say, Pete?
They have room for as many rookies as they want. It's just telling you what they're going to do with some of these other guys.
That's fair.
Yeah, well, and that's my whole point. If there's young players on the roster that you have hope for, a rookie getting pushed into that position is pretty much going to push them out the door, potentially.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's competition. They're going to be at the 90 man, and you're going to see what's happening. And what happens? You potentially have an opportunity to trade somebody. We already talked about the potential where you could trade Cedric Tillman. I don't know what the return on that is, but like, who are we afraid of sort of pushing out the door at some of these other positions? I don't know that there's anyone I'm sitting here going, oh no, like, and obviously they're changing some things. Like Todd Monken is putting in a new offense. He may have some guys he's just like, I don't really love this.
The Eagles have traded for an edge.
So who'd they come up with? Jacksonville?
Jonathan Greenard,
it's
right?
not Myles Garrett.
Jonathan Greenard.
Jonathan Greenard.
Yeah.
Well, that should put an end to that particular rumor, at least.
Wow. Oh, you think Greenard takes him out of the Myles Garrett game, Pete?
For the time being,
Jonathan Greenard's a baller.
He's all right. He's good, but it's like
they gave up 2 third-round picks for him.
Is that what they traded? 2 third-rounders?
Yeah, he's good.
Number 98
And
this year.
a
98 this year.
And a 4-year, $100 million contract.
Jonathan Grenard's a baller. He was
$50
involved.
million guaranteed.
Yeah.
That's steep. Wow.
Wasn't Grenard was still on Houston when the Browns played them in the playoffs, right? Yes. And he wrecked us in that game. Yep. Jonathan Grenard destroyed the Browns, the Joe Flacco Browns, when we played them in the playoffs.
Was that not Danielle Hunter yet? When did Hunter get there? 24?
I think it was that offseason.
Okay. Because that was 23. They had Will Anderson. I thought they had Danielle Hunter the whole time they had Will. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm probably wrong.
They traded Grenard 2 minutes
for Danielle Hunter.
Yeah, they ended up swapping guys. Greener ended up going to Minnesota. Danielle Hunter ended up going to Houston.
Man, oh man. All right, lots of stuff going on, which is, I mean, Jonathan Grenard's a good pickup, I think, for the Eagles. That's a very Eagles-ish pickup.
Yeah, I mean, it's not prohibitively expensive in terms of acquisition. Not third round, 2 third-round picks isn't nothing. But he's a good player, and if you're keeping him that long, you know you're going to be happy with that return. He's going to good.
Well, and if you're comfortable enough with the player that you're going to give that contract, you're going to guarantee $50 million, then yeah, that's a small price to pay if you feel that highly about the edge, for sure.
Right, so that was
that. Surely you could have Gabe Jackerson, what was the guy that went to the Ravens in the end?
Zion
Trey Hendrickson. I'd much rather have Trey Hendrickson and Gabe Jackers than Jonathan Greenwood.
Yeah,
it's fair.
And
I'm this close to not allowing you guys to say anybody's names anymore. I'm this close. Yakis, I said it wrong the first time. You corrected me. And Grenard. And Jonathan Grenard is obsessive about people calling him Grenard. So better get it together over here, okay?
Calm down, Mickey.
Sorry, we get into goofy season in the draft, but that's when the draft cave gets fun. Hey, remember, there's a ton of you in here, and there's a ton of you that are jumping in and being a part of the comments. And I know a lot of people are asking about trade ups and when you'd be comfortable trading up, and I think we've kind of discussed that a bit. But if there's other stuff you want to ask about, anything else that you want to ask the panel here about or just bring up, please feel free to do it in the comments. We love the fact that you're all here joining us here in the OBR Draft Cave.
Ty Sox, that hurts, Ty Sox. I'm not overjoyed Briggs. I still miss him. But yes, that is true.
Oh, I tried to push the right one. There it is.
I'm still mad about that, but yes, I'm glad you reopened that wound because they crushed the 7th round pick and then gave him away for his 6th. And to the question of is 70 or 74 too early for denied at a sudden, it is not. It is right in the perfect range for him. I would love that. To the idea of drafting a fullback, not for a while. I'm not convinced they'll do it, but the kid I would look for that I think is interesting is the kid out of Indiana. Whatever the kid's name starts with an N. Like everybody loved him during the playoffs and then forgot he existed because he had an explosive play like every game.
I am stunned here. Hold on.
Yeah. Jacksonville.
I am stunned with Jacksonville's pick of Nate Borkercher from A&M.
Oh no.
I am stunned.
Jack, he's like 25.
He's old, but
he's old and not productive, and he blocks.
He does some good things. He was.
This is not going to sell the Aggie on this.
No. I'm just saying I'm not going to let you totally dismantle this guy. He was a reliable player, but he is not a second round. I thought he might get drafted in the 6th round.
Did the Jags forget what round it is? Did they hit the wrong button?
Yeah, Borkercher, fine.
Why am I flashing back to
Are they screaming like, start the draft over, start the draft over?
Look at Surge's comment. He's a doctor, LOL. Dr. Borkircher just got taken by the Jaguars.
Am I the only one that's like flashing back to the movie Draft Day when they're talking about the rookie GM in Jacksonville? Like, glad this guy's something, man.
Where was this last year? I need you guys to screw up more of your picks last year so you can make our pick better.
Now, I will say this for my buddy Nate Borkircher. One of the greatest plays I have ever witnessed live in my life. He was on the receiving end. I was at Texas A&M Notre Dame, a phenomenal football game last year. And I was at the game. We drove over to South Bend, and on 4th down at the end of the game with A&M trailing by just a little bit, just because trailing by 6, I think, because Notre Dame botched an extra point. Borkircher hauled in a touchdown on 4th down, and it was about as fun as I've ever had. And there were, I think, more A&M fans there than Notre Dame fans there, but Borkircher was on the receiving end, so I got to give him credit for that. That was beautiful. It's not from 6 years ago when he was 20, okay? It's not from then when he was just barely under legal drinking age. It was from last year. I was there, and I remember it vividly.
He's older than you, Mike.
And then, yes, and then
Wilder,
after the
third
game,
sophomore year.
Yeah, that's like Jadarian Price was baffling. Like, don't get me wrong, this draft is weird, and again, because it's like a weird draft, it allows you to sort of the margins are the margins are very thin as far as like differences between players. So like you can see guys make some pretty big moves, but like that's the most ridiculous reach of him and Jadarian Price by far.
Well, good news. We know Jacksonville wanted a tight end, and we know the Browns are probably going to be looking at a tight end at some point in this draft, and that's one that's off the board that the Browns probably weren't really hoping for.
The olds are flying off the board.
That is.
Yeah, what is this like the NIL now that like old players are coveted and we want to bring them into the league? Because that's crazy. And how is Max Clare? How's Max Clare on the board?
Shut up!
Jacksonville takes that kid.
Yeah, why are you saying stuff? Why are you talking?
But yeah, the Bears are taking Logan Jones, which is a 24-year-old center. He did hit the magic short shuttle number, and the Bears, Drew Dahlman retired, so they need a guy. Like they were not prepared for that.
He's older, but he's really good. Logan, I love
he
Logan.
Went to Chicago, got Logan.
Yeah,
Jones?
like
I like that pick for them a lot.
The problem I have with this type of pick is like he's the same age as Whippler. Like, what would Whippler look like if he was still in college and at Iowa coming out this year?
I don't know. He wouldn't be healthy.
Well, that's probably true. But that's sort of the case you have to make is like Luke Whippler might be a dominant 24-year-old player in college this year. And so Logan Jones, I'm not going to say he's not good, but like that's the risk. That's the worry you have. But he's going to step in and start right away. So that's how you justify that if you're the Bears. And they want to win this year. They want to win the Super Bowl. They have the protagonist of the NFL as far as I'm concerned.
It makes a ton of sense. It makes a ton of sense. And yeah, I know we talk a lot about age and guardrails and all that, but again, and we've talked about this. I've even had Jack agree to this. When you get to a point where you're in your real contention window, when you are in your real, like, we're trying to win Super Bowls, the age guardrail expands a little bit because you just got to add players.
Browns traded up.
Oh, the Browns did trade up. Oh my gosh! All right, are we? Oh,
a quarterback?
I swear to God, Joe. I swear to God,
I'm so scared. Don't Gabriel me. Not again.
I assume it's Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, but I could see it being a tight end. But yeah, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren is the one that screams out. Like, I think they would have taken him at 39 if things had gone differently. So
is it a center?
Oh, maybe Sam Hecht, right?
Maybe.
I would hope not this early.
Just
so the Browns are picking
center's just gone.
It was a trade with the 49ers, so they're picking at 59. So we don't know what the trade details are yet.
Yeah, I've got that.
Oh, do you have? What are the trade details?
Trade details are 70 and 107 for 58 and 152.
Ouch. That's a lot.
I don't love it. I don't love it either. But it depends. I guess it'll depend on who they get, though.
I think it's going to end up being Emmanuel McNeil-Warren.
Well, let's find out. We're just waiting to see anything official come through. But you guys let us know when you see it. I know Emmanuel McNeil-Warren is somebody. There's somebody saying it's Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, but it's somebody I do not trust in the slightest. But there's your trade, though. We've talked about it. They had and I agree with. I don't think they were taking that many players.
You're kidding. Just in terms of picks, they've added 152, so they've now got 4 picks between 146 and 152.
Oh my gosh.
They're just owning the 5th round.
They want all the 5th round picks.
Just pick all the player, all 4 picks. Just for
4 quarterbacks. Four quarterbacks. Do we have anything against that? Are we going to say no to that?
Sound.
For what it's worth, I think the person who's saying it's Emmanuel McNeil-Warren is guessing.
Ding, 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 ding.
I still am not. I'm still not seeing
Toledo's.
Oh, there it is. Yep. Okay, we got it. Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me play the at least. Play
I said ding, ding, ding. Toledo's safety, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. Boom.
All right. Joe, I was going to murder you.
Murder.
Cops were going to have to stop me from killing you if they took Carson Beck. If they traded up and gave that stuff for Carson Beck.
I would have lost my mind.
First of all, you'd be mad at me?
Yes.
I hate that as much as anybody. How dare
you talked about it.
Oh my God. But you brought it up. Like you put the fear in me. That like
I live in my fears, Pete. I can't help it. I wear my emotions on my sleeve.
Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. Data perspective, very strange, but like he's a turnover machine. That is what he does. Peanut Punch has been. He is an intimidator. He knocks people out. He is reasonably athletic. I think he's more of a strong safety than a free safety. I'm really interested to see what the Browns do with this. To me, and we'll see, I think this suggests they're going to play way more too high this year. With a combination of Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, Grant Delpit, and Rodney Hickman. I don't love any of these guys as a true center fielder.
No.
So have them do all the things. Like Emmanuel McNeil-Warren has the size to cover tight ends. He has the ferocity to be an enforcer down the middle of the field. Like you can drop Delpit or Hickman and McNeil-Warren back. You can put him in the slot, but you can have guys try to cross the middle of the field, and these guys can just deck people and play a physical brand of football. The other theory that's sort of been floated out there is that Emmanuel McNeil-Warren is sort of being brought in to be the Eamon Warry type safety for the Browns that Seattle made popular with their defense. Is that the thought process? Either way, I think you're going to see all 3 safeties on the Browns play and do all the roles. But I think it makes more sense to have them play more too high. I think the value here is infinitely better because his profile is a little bit wonky. But like the price, they gave up a lot. I feel like they did give up a lot. But like again, this is a guy they would have taken at 39. So if you're the Browns, you say, I'm going to go get my guy. Yeah. I'm not going to mess around with it. And now you've come off the board with 4 guys you feel really good about. So I don't hate that part of it. There's a lot. People are going to like Emmanuel McNeil-Warren because of the way he plays football.
Well, one way I would like to look at this whole thing, Pete, is the move for back to 9 for Spencer Fano got you the 74th pick, which like allows you to be flexible with that 107, right? It kind of replaces 107 if you're going to move that to move up. We've talked about this for a while. I know that Jack and you disagree. You guys want, the more rookies, the merrier. It's just going to be competition, this, that, or the other. I would rather them use these picks to go up and get guys that they've targeted that they believe can make an impact.
I agree with you. And like, we've talked about this on our show. Like I've talked about this all over the place. The one position I thought that could really be Mike Berg putting a stamp on this defense was safety. it was the one position where you sort of went, yeah, they've got some guys, but this is the position where you can really say Mike Rutenberg's making this defense his own. And again, if they play a whole bunch of too high now, like it's going to be different than Jim Schwartz. It's going to be his own flavor, which I'm happy with. Can they do the things that Jim Schwartz could not do? Last year and under Jim Schwartz, they've done so much man and three deep and all that stuff where teams could sort of pick on tendencies. I suspect Rutenberg, who did a whole bunch of coverage stuff with the Falcons, wants to do more disguises, wants to try to fool the defense, ramp up the pressure, force the quarterback to make mistakes, and have these guys just take advantage. This guy has produced turnovers. Grant Delpit is a guy capable of producing turnovers. Like, the Browns want to get the ball back more and make their life easier and make those big plays. Like, he's got a knack for doing it. Like, I totally get it from that standpoint. And again, you watch him. If you look up highlights, you will see this dude just punching the hell out of the football and knocking it out. And he's plays with an aggression that you like. He has old school vibes in a new school world.
So we took a Emmanuel McNeil-Warren at 58. The Texans at 59 just took Marlon Klein, tight end out of Michigan.
What?
Yeah.
I want to
consensus.
just a couple things. A couple things just regarding the Browns draft. One, our own Lane Atkins, who from Rumor Central and tries to get you as much good information. He's pretty stoic, right, Pete? You do a show with him. He's a pretty stoic dude. Doesn't get overly excited, but this is the first time I think I've ever seen a message like this from him. It came through on our Slack channel. Said, I really get excited when it comes to this stuff, but this draft has been very strong for the Cleveland Browns. So that's Lane's opinion on it.
To say that Lane doesn't get involved in this stuff is putting it lightly.
Oh,
he will just say whatever and just be like, yeah, that guy stinks or whatever, or they can't figure this thing out. Lane's fired up.
Lane's fired up. And here's why I'm fired up. Even though I was lukewarm, maybe less, maybe lukewarm on the Denzel Boston thing, which, by the way, I think Mike Greenberg was on ESPN, and I want to call this out because it's very funny. Mike Greenberg went on an entire speech about how the Browns brought in David Boston's son, Denzel Boston, and Ohio fans will remember David Boston and what a great receiver he was. And now the Browns have his son, and those two guys are not related. Those are not related human beings. So that's great. But the thing I think I'm most excited about, whether it's Spencer Fano at 9 and just trading down to get him there, most of these guys the Browns have taken are guys that we've talked about the Browns taking at higher picks. We're watching some of these other players come off the board and going, oh my gosh, I didn't think they were going to be taken until much later in the draft. Fano was a guy we had all talked about at one point or another being their first pick. They trade down. They still wind up with him. Concepcion is a guy, Pete, you said for a long time, you and I had talked about Casey Concepcion for a long time, and you were nervous that he was not going to even be there at 24. They get him at 24. That's the guy that was there at the spot we just kind of thought. But then to come back and get Denzel Boston, a guy that a lot of people wanted at 24, and to come in and get McNeil-Warren, who was the guy that people in the league were talking about at the end of the first round, and that we spent time talking about before we even came on the air tonight, about will the Browns trade up to the first pick in the second round to take McNeil-Warren. They get him at this point. They just seem to be killing the value part of this draft.
It's all falling to them. You said it right. I was nervous that Casey Concepcion wasn't going to make it 24. You know who else was nervous he wasn't going to make it 24? The Browns. I don't think they flat out say they didn't expect Denzel Boston to be there at 39. Clearly, they couldn't expect that Emmanuel McNeil-Warren would still be sitting there in the 50s. Like, other than Fano, all these guys fell in a way that the Browns were just like, okay.
Yeah, how do we not?
Yeah, I mean, force me to have a good time. Yeah.
So we got this question again. Just if you missed it, the question came through. What did we give up to move to 58? They gave up 70. So the Browns' next pick will be 74. Then they gave up 107. So now you're on a break.
Yeah. The Browns obviously still have 70, one more pick in the third round, and then unless something changes, and I expect it will, it's going to be a very patient fourth round, and then all kinds of action in the fifth round. Poor Fred is going to have to try to write, if they keep all those picks in a row, poor Fred's going to be trying to write a story on 4 guys at once.
Yeah, so they picked up, what was it, 58, and what was the other one, 152 or something like that? 154, something like that. So, so at this point, they don't pick again until 74, and then it will be a break. It basically, they're halfway to their next pick in the 140s, if that's how things stand. Go ahead, Jack.
So one thing that is not perfect, but overall the media consensus board has been a good measuring stick over the years. Obviously, take injuries out of it, but everything else related, it's been a really good measuring stick. People that have gone dramatically off that have usually ended up with worse drafts on average. So far, the Cleveland Browns have added 4 players. They all sit within the first 32 on the consensus big board.
Yes.
There is 1 player left, and that is McCoy. Could that be an option if they sit there at 74? Certainly. But it's really, really telling that they are getting high value compared to the consensus big board, which is it's a good place to be. It's not perfect, but I'd much rather be in line with the consensus big board than taking 5th round tight ends in the 3rd round.
This one just I think is going to be, we're getting the tight end run now. We've got some weird tight ends. This one not so weird, though. Ohio State's Max Clare is going off the board to the LA Rams. So Max Clare off the board. I know that's the guy a lot of us had our eyes on. So
yeah, because the Rams need another tight end. Unless it's like 7 tight ends for you now.
Yeah, what are these idiots doing? Don't they know we need a tight end?
Well, they obviously
they took Terrence Ferguson a year ago.
They ran 13 personnel, like more than anybody in the league last year, and they just took another tight end.
Yeah.
Look at Barry. Barry's booing him in the background. We're with you, Barry. We're with you.
I really like Max Clare. I wish he would have tested athletically, but the production at Purdue was insane. I felt like, for people who watched Ohio State, there were so many times where he was open and just didn't get the ball. And when he did get the ball, good things happened.
So,
Joe, yes, I was going to say, let's get to you, Joe, because you've been trying to say something for a minute now. Go ahead.
I just want to bring up the fact that I'll be the first to admit it. And I mean, Pete and I have been doing the show all year, and all year we have kind of maintained that we didn't want a change at the coaching staff. We didn't want to change a general manager. We wanted these guys to see it through. The Browns didn't feel that way, and they went the other direction. I have been very curious to see what this offseason was going to look like and how Andrew Berry was going to come out of this, because instinctively you would assume if Stefanski just got let go, he's just as much on the hot seat. Like this is a big year for Andrew Berry, right? I got to tell you, this guy, if you just, I know it's impossible, right? Just take out the Deshaun Watson, just take out the worst trade in NFL history. I got to tell you, man, I'm more and more impressed with the job Andrew Berry is doing, and I feel pretty good about this stuff moving forward. This is 2 really, really good drafts so far. And it's the first 2 years that he's actually had picks to work with. We've been killing him for not getting receivers, but he's had no first rounder, at least not 1 second, 1/3, and 1/4. Like that was 6 draft picks that could have been receivers. Could have been offensive line help. It's a million and one things they could have done with it. I am tipping the cap to Andrew Berry. He is crushing this offseason so far, and I'm impressed with it.
Well, and I got to say, because I kind of I jumped in on this conversation, but you made reference to this. I do think that this stems back a couple of years. I think there's been a noticeable change in their draft process, and I took all and you were the one that originally said it, Pete. And then we just started taking all kinds of crap from people because it's like, oh yeah, their draft process is fine. They won 5 games. And I'm like, I don't know why it's so hard for people to understand that the reason they won 5 games last year is because they are bankrolled into a quarterback that gives them nothing. And they have no way to get around it until they get rid of him. He's giving them nothing, but they're paying him $50 million a year. Like there's nothing you can do about that. It's going to kill your chances to win. Once that's gone, I think the draft process, I'm with you, Pete. I think it took a change several years ago.
2023 is where it really turned for me.
Yes. And now you get to this point, and these last 2 drafts are just like outside of Dylan Gabriel last year that took everybody. Well, a lot of what they did last year took people by surprise.
Yeah.
But it winds up being good picks. I mean, they're killing it. They're killing it.
One thing, too, that I want to, again, shout out to Andrew Berry and give him his kudos. He always seems to be ahead of the trends. You remember back in 2022 when we swung the trade for Amari Cooper because he was on a big contract and Dallas wanted to move off him. So we gave up a 5th-round pick because he was making $20 a year. Then free agency hits 3 days later, and Christian Kirk gets $21 million a year.
Yeah.
So it's like I feel like look at he made the move. He got the 3rd-round pick. He still got Fano. He still got the tackle he wanted, and then all the tackles went, and we would have been stuck with bare bones at 24. I feel like he has such a grip on how the league maneuvers in the draft. I'm really impressed with it.
I do. This comment came through, and this always happens when we have this conversation. Says, take out the worst trade in NFL history, and then says, well, except for that, how was the play, Mrs. Lincoln?
200%.
I get it. Hey, listen, does Andrew Berry deserve to be hammered for the Deshaun Watson trade? Yes. But is there anybody sitting here on this panel that thinks it was Andrew Berry that walked into Jimmy Haslam and pounded the table and said, we have to make this trade? No, it was a team effort by the 3 of those guys. They came to a decision. They made the move because we were desperate for good quarterback play, whatever you want to say about Baker Mayfield. And they went out and made a desperation play for a quarterback. And I will say this until I am dead. It was a disastrous trade, but I do not fault the thought process behind it, ever.
So just to piggyback that, because I agree with you completely, what they did was no different than the Rams upgrading Jared Goff for Matt Stafford. The problem is the quarterback didn't hit.
Correct.
There's nobody that destroyed that move when it happened for anything on the field. The off field was what it was. We can wax poetic on the off field all that we want, but the player on the field was across the board supposedly better than Baker, and he was the upgrade that most of the fan base wanted. I did not. A lot of us did not, but so much of the fan base wanted to upgrade the limited athleticism of Baker Mayfield. What they did at the time was not the worst trade in the NFL's history. What happened afterwards made it that. And that's on Deshaun.
I will.
Correct. Oh, sorry. Ohio State player. And this is another surprise to me. I really never saw anything saying he was going to go in the 2nd round, but here he goes. The Buffalo Bills have traded up to number 62, and they are selecting Davison Igbinosun, cornerback out of Ohio State. And you see Barry's thoughts on it here. Bills like penalties, apparently. Igbinosun, really good at drawing penalties, but I also think he is. I think Igbinosun's a bit underrated. I think he's
6'2", 190 pounds, and he can run. Not difficult. And you know what? He'll grab. And you know what? They won't call it every time. You know how I know that? I watch Joey Porter Jr. play football. They don't call it every time. So, you're just betting on the odds. But as far as Deshaun Watson goes, I will crush this team forever for that trade. It was stupid. I said beforehand it was stupid. I said during the process it was stupid. Having said, I will say all of that, and you could justifiably fire everybody for it, but they didn't. And since then, what has been the result? Yes, you can sit there and go do the other than the worst trade in NFL history. Check the mic guys do this every time, but then they quickly follow up. All the other moves Andrew Berry does are pretty smart. So he's got to own that forever. But the goal is for him to do the smart things. Despite that, he's still the best GM this team has had since the team came back, which is terrifying and mind-boggling, but also true.
Somewhere Joe Banner has a tweet that he's going to fire off about that because he's pissed that you just said that. How dare you?
I don't know what the hell he's going to tweet because it's not going to change it.
No, it's a middle ground of he deserves blame because of what he was a part of. But again, when they made that move, all we talked about was, worst case scenario, Deshaun Watson. Well, no, that's not worst case scenario. Worst case scenario happens in a massage parlor. But on the field, worst case scenario, Deshaun Watson's 70% of what he was. And but that's still better than anything we've ever. Little did we know at the time. Worst case scenario was what we got. Zero. Nothing. Zero. But like you said, look at all the other stuff and look at this draft and the tone. I will tell you, because Pete did it, I did it. I've been arguing with people all day about their first round because I loved their first round. I'm telling you right now, the tone of this draft for the Browns is universally positive. Universally.
Yeah.
On what
Except
they're doing.
for Matt Miller. That's the only
Matt
one
Miller
going the other direction.
Matt Miller can drink water out of my shoe. What is he talking about?
Listen, I love it. I love that there's a guy I can use my spite to fuel me. It's power through the fact that there's somebody who objectively thinks that this is a terrible draft for the Browns. More power to you.
Mike Holmgren is pissed at your comment before about Andrew Berry, and
don't ask him for playoff tickets.
I was going to say Ron still got him on speed dial for playoff tickets, but I'm going to guess Pete's number's out of there. No shot, blocked.
Yeah, you know what he did? He hired Pat Shermer, who was demoted from offensive coordinator at Colorado.
It's fair. It's a good point. All right, so again, just checking in. What have we missed? Just been goofing around talking, and I haven't.
No, we've got big news.
Oh no.
Scott Petrak's little brother got drafted.
Where'd Jake Slaughter go?
Oh, yeah, Jake Slaughter. God, he looks just like him.
63rd to the Los Angeles Chargers. Now, obviously, that was somebody I'm sure Scott Petrak was hoping that the Browns would take him because they could, for center help, obviously being close to his family and all that. But, yeah, Jake Slaughter goes to the Chargers, who, I mean, they are just trying to keep enough bodies upright to keep Justin Herbert alive.
Yeah, correct. They were so eager to give us to let us take a lineman from them, and then it just seems just desperation mode to try to fill anything in over there. Oh my God, the picture. Hold on. I have to do this. Because if you watch Inside the Browns Beat, I mean, obviously, if you know Scott Petrak, you know Scott Petrak. But if you watch Inside the Browns Beat, he's a multiple time guest for us, and and he's a nice guy, good guy from out here on my side of town. And I got to throw this up there because that's Scott Petrak right there. There he is right there.
It's even more if you find Jake Slaughter at the combine. He looks 45 years old.
He's got the glasses that seals the
deal.
Could you imagine being a college kid and walking into a class and seeing this dude? Be like, excuse me, sir. What time are you going to start teaching?
Yeah, I mean that I assume that's what happened. Sir, can I get the syllabus?
Oh man. Again, just from a Browns perspective, I think the center conversation, the center guard conversation is interesting, guys, because a lot of people are asking about it. Elton Jenkins is a center / guard, and you've got Tevin Jenkins over there on the right side. And we know for sure how right tackle, left guard, and left tackle are situated. That's done. But there's still a lot of conversation. I think the assumption is the line is built right now is that Elton Jenkins will be the center and Tevin Jenkins will play right guard. But unless Luke Whippler gets healthy or something like that happens. But just your thoughts on these next few picks, and are the Browns maybe going to look for a starting center and move Elton Jenkins over to right guard?
It seems like, Todd Monken has said in press conferences he likes Elton Jenkins better at guard. I don't love that. I mean, I'd rather to me, I'm more interested in long-term answers. So guard is more difficult to find and more valuable than center. Like, whatever center you want, would you rather have that for 10 years or Joe Bitonio? And yes, I get it's a homer thing, but like, it's Joe Bitonio. He's just that good. That's more valuable. So I'm going to do that. So as a result, if I get that guy, I want to put him in a home in right guard and just leave him there. And Elton Jenkins is going to be here maybe a year, maybe two. I'm not worried about like his long-term impact. So if the Browns take a center, like, I get it. They can put Elton Jenkins at guard, but then I'm looking for the answer at guard still. Like, it doesn't really solve my problem. So I'd rather eliminate guard is a problem now take a swing at center somewhere, because there's a ton of them in this class, so that in next year's draft or the next 2 years, I only really have to find one guy, a tackle. I only have to find that one guy, as opposed to I want to go into next year's draft and I'm still looking at guard and tackle as still trying to do the thing on the line.
You know, one thing I would add too is with a young quarterback, which we're likely to have, because I'm refusing to live in a world where Deshaun Watson's our starter. So I'm assuming it's Shedeur Sanders. And in that world, I would prefer to have a veteran center as opposed to having a rookie left tackle and a rookie center with a young quarterback who could really benefit from a center who knows what the hell he's doing and can help with maybe some protection calls, stuff like that.
Just real quick, I want to get an expert on the topic brought in on this. So let's bring in Scott Petrak on the conversation. Oh my gosh, this is from the combine.
The combine photo is legendary. Yeah, I mean it's just
it's so good. This is so good. All right, Jack. Sorry, you had something actually valuable to add. I'm sorry.
So, as with all these picks, I've just dropped my article on what does this pick mean for the position group. And interesting, I think there's a legitimate argument that they've wrapped up with their 5 safeties now. So, Grant Delpit, McNeil Warren, Ronnie Hickman, Miles Bryant, Daniel Thomas. And I think that's actually a really, really, really strong safety room. You've got McNeil Warren, that is PFF's 3rd best safety out of only 936 safeties last year. So a little bit of competition for him to be graded as the 2nd best safety in the whole of college. Then you've got Ronnie Hickman, that he had a bizarre season. So the first half of the season was really good. The second half of the season was quite poor. But it's one that is your 3rd safety to step up if someone's injured. You can't ask for much better than that. And then you've got Miles Bryant, that could realistically be the starting nickel. That is not, if you ask me today who's going to be the starting nickel, I would take him over Miles Harden. And then you've got, to finish off the room, Daniel Thomas, that is a brilliant special teamer, exactly what you want from your 5th safety, who also, fascinatingly, had 2 really, really good games. Doesn't get much of a chance to play safety. Had 2 really good games at the end of last year. That is a 5-deep room that you feel really, really good in. Andrew Berry's already spoken in this process about the league's moving more to 3 safeties, which is always what I want. More safeties, less linebackers is the way to go. But it's one that they're putting themselves in a really, really good spot. So interesting that that's wrapped up. There's a lot more work to do at corner still, but they're looking good there.
So we got a big move that that is indirect to the Browns, but still very important.
Pray for Joe.
Pick we're at. Have selected Carson Beck, quarterback.
Yeah, so Carson Beck going to Arizona.
Which is important, not only because it means the Browns did not take Carson Beck, which is certainly the most important headline, but if there's a world where Arizona goes, we need to find out if Carson Beck can play right now, and we're going to play him out there, because if he's not good, we're going to have to be back at this next year. All of a sudden, Jacoby Brissett becomes a guy who's, by the way, currently holding out because he wants more money, that you could just bring to Cleveland for maybe a 5th-round pick and just have a real starting quarterback, an adult, a leader, a guy that is universally respected to go win football games. Like, with this defense, with the things they're doing on offense, like, I would absolutely love it. Like, it doesn't have upside. I get it. But if Shedeur Sanders can beat him out, more power to him.
Mm-hmm.
But it also means I don't have to look at Deshaun Watson, which is a big plus for me. But yeah, I mean, I would be all over that.
I would love that. I also, I mean, Pete and I have talked about it a bunch. I'm a big Will Levis guy. I love the tools, and I think Tennessee is an absolute nightmare of an offensive organization for the past 3 years. That whether it was Malik Willis or Will Levis or Cam Ward, they all looked the same. They all looked like they had no idea what they were doing, and they all made splash plays, but were wildly inconsistent. I would absolutely take a late round draft pick. I'd take the 7th or a 6th if I could do it, and I would swing that for Will Levis. But Pete's absolutely right. Jacoby Brissett with this team would make us a legitimate contender with the division because of this defense. I firmly believe that. I mean, we won 5 games with zero, with a black hole on offense. And there were four losses that we lost in the final drive. That's how close this team could be with the level the defense plays at.
I do want to give a special shout out in the comments because somebody on YouTube, and it's the Todd Father 4097, is just dedicated to the bit. Every comment, and he has been commenting all night long. Every comment from the Todd Father in the comments has been about how long or short somebody's arms are. And it has made me laugh every time, almost every time. At first, I thought, I don't know if this is funny. It has become funny. Carson Beck, short arms for a quarterback. And so glad we didn't get him here in Cleveland. Shout out to the Todd Father for hanging out. This was the stressor, boys. This was not from now on. I do not foresee them taking a quarterback at 74.
No.
Frankly, at this point, just keep bringing in good players. Just do what they're making it look easy. This is
how you go. This is everybody on the simulator just being like, "Yep, I'm cooking."
Yes,
simple, stupid.
This is the biggest difference, and it started, like you said, in 2023. Although there were some really bad picks. Siaki Ika was a really bad pick, but otherwise,
thanks, Jim.
Yeah, that wasn't great. Jim Schwartz really wanted Siaki Ika, and that didn't go so well. But progressively, we under Andrew Berry, it has gone from trying to outsmart the draft, which I also think had the writing of another guy in Paul DePodesta on that, the signature of him, but trying to outsmart every pick that they make. To now last year for sure, this year is just Andrew Berry sitting back and going, outside of Dylan Gabriel last year, it's just, that's a good player and he fits what we're looking for. Boom. That's a good player and he fits what we're looking for. Boom. And that is what he is doing all the way through. And it's just so comfortable. It's comforting. Jack, go.
Per Mike Keith, a future Hall of Famer has just been drafted. Tyler Ondiyedim.
I don't know what you're talking about.
He's a defensive tackle at Texas A&M.
He's from Texas A&M, so he must be a future Hall of Famer.
No, I know that, but
Those are the rules.
I was like, I don't think I've ever even talked about him. All right.
He's an Aggie. Aggie means future Hall of Fame, doesn't it? That's
correct. Every time. Actually, the only guys in the Hall of Fame went to Texas A&M. So,
one of them did, or one of them will have been.
Well, that's true for sure. I do think just speaking of colleges and conferences, I do think it's pretty cool. I think Emmanuel McNeil Warren is going to be a playmaker for this team. And I think it's pretty cool that you're going to have back-to-back years where you get a guy from Bowling Green that is a major playmaker for your team, and now you get a guy from Toledo that's going to be, I think, a major playmaker for your team. Those two guys are going to have to hate each other. I don't know. Do you know anything about the Toledo-Bowling Green rivalry, Jack?
No, but Toledo is the coolest sounding college name, I think, out there.
So they're the Toledo Rockets, and the schools are about 35 minutes apart from one another. And Toledo's football field has a rocket that is pointed at the 50-yard line, like it is the coordinates of the 50-yard line of Bowling Green Stadium. That's the rivalry there.
I love that sort of petty stuff. That is right up my street.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Emmanuel McNeil Warren is the biggest, I think, risk they've taken. So we'll see. I mean, I think it could work really well. I think a lot of it's going to depend on how Rutenberg uses him. But yeah, I mean, just incredibly solid. Now, the only bullet left to be dodged right now seems to be Garrett Nussmeier. But as the Browns sort of approach the clock, Delp is still there. Centers and guards are all there. I feels like that's got to be the move. One of those things, tight end or deny Dennis Sutton would make me very happy, but I would really like to get another lineman done if I could help it.
Can we talk? Well, hold on. Let me do this first, and then we'll talk for a second because we have got a draft pick coming in for the Denver Broncos. I'm sorry. The Broncos had the A&M defensive tackle, so sorry about that. But tell me, guys, for a second, what do we think is behind the rise of Carson Beck? I know he's kind of been a winner, but nothing about his game looks like a pro quarterback ever. He's got a weak arm. He makes most of his big plays are made with his legs. What do you think caused this kind of rise from a guy that was going to be like late round draft pick, probably, to a guy that got taken in the second round?
2 years ago, he was supposed to be the number one quarterback.
Yes.
He came off that huge year at Georgia, and then he had the UCL injury. And I'm not an expert on how that works. I don't know if it's like a thing where you're going to like get better, but like he was clearly diminished in terms of our arm strength off of that. But the descriptor that people say about Carson Beck and why teams like him is he's like robo quarterback in terms of like, I guess, processing and some of the other crap. He's tall, he's bigger, like he's got size and all that stuff. As I said, he was really good at Georgia, but he did not like live up to it and then got hurt. He was a facilitator for Miami. I never sat there going, this guy's a playmaker, the way you did with Cam Ward, the way I expect you're going to go with Mensa this year when he's the quarterback. It just, he's such a, game manager type, and maybe that's selling him short. I know the data is actually okay on him. I'm not inspired by him whatsoever.
No.
So I would say with Carson Beck and what I think that Arizona is ultimately doing, I feel like Carson Beck is there. It's almost like what we did with Gabriel at 94 last year. I feel like if Stefanski's still here and if Gabriel hit a little bit better, if maybe the team was a little bit better, that's your long-term backup. That's a guy that you like, that you want in your quarterback room, that you know can play at this level, but maybe he's got a lower ceiling that you ultimately want in that position. So you put him in the room this year to develop behind Gardner Minshew, behind Jacoby Brissett, and you let him get comfortable, and he's your long-term backup. And they're probably thinking the same thing in Arizona that we're thinking. 2027 is the year that we're going to make the big move for the quarterback. That's the year that we're going to get this thing fully taken care of. Carson Beck's just a bite at the apple. Pete hit it, man. He's 6'4". He's 220 plus. He's a nice athlete, but he's limited with the arm. He's limited with how well he pushes the ball down the field. We see he makes some bonehead decisions. He makes some bad picks from time to time, especially in big moments. Look, I think he's a nice player. It's going to have a long NFL career. But if he's your starter, you're always going to be looking to next year and the next crop of quarterbacks that you can upgrade on.
All right, boys. So just kind of slowing down, catching up on where we're at. We got a draft pick in. Go ahead.
The Eagles select Markel Bell at 68.
That's a guy. It's a guy
They
we
love
know.
big. They like
They
big.
love him
I
big.
don't
Yeah.
think we did 67, so the Raiders select Crawford.
Oh, Auburn?
Yes.
Yeah.
You're asking me for a college that one of these players play out. Unless they're an Aggies, it doesn't matter.
He's never.
A-Rod Crawford is a traitsy, very interesting developmental pass rusher.
My bad, Jack.
Unless they went to Oxford, Jack does not know. No idea. Markel Bell was a guy we know the Browns had interest in. They had him in for a top 30 visit.
I'm still not convinced he wasn't the Portage County Bigfoot.
Oh, God.
The timing was uncanny that all of a sudden Markel Bell visited the Browns and people were talking about it. There's a Bigfoot in Portage County.
It's a decent connection to draw. I get it.
You heard it here first on the OBR Draft Cave.
Had they drafted him, I absolutely was going to call him that.
I have a question for you, Pete. We have a mutual friend that would like to know your take on let's see. I want to say the Duke corner.
I like.
Yeah, I like him.
Eric Rivers, right?
No. What's his face? I'll find it. But
I don't know why I'm losing my mind too with it.
Chandler Rivers.
Yeah, Chandler.
Chandler Rivers, that's right.
Go figure. To the brand in the chat. Short arms, but has been really productive. Tackles, interceptions, all that stuff. He's done this thing where Duke has had a couple of these guys who've had really, really, really good junior years, and then come back and not been as good as a senior. Still, overall, really strong profile for a slot corner. Smart, not as forceful as some of the other options. Doesn't have much size, but like if you're trying to add one of those type of guys, Chandler Rivers certainly fits the bill. Like his junior year was incredible.
How about Eric Rivers, the wide receiver out of Georgia Tech?
He's a fidget. It hasn't produced me.
The exact comment was, ask Pete about Eric Rivers. I want to see his head explode.
He's a little guy. He has had a really poor choice of colleges. Like he's been at Georgia Tech and did he end up at Auburn? But like he's gone or like Florida International, Georgia Tech. Like he keeps getting up these places where he doesn't get the ball.
Let's see. Just some things that have happened. Emmanuel McNeil Warren is just doing his like Zoom call with the media. Maybe we'll get some people in here. Maybe Fred will be able to fill us in a little bit more. But he did get asked about his college matchups with Harold Fannin Jr. and his response to that was, "Oh, I loved that matchup." And now they are going to be facing off, especially at that position. Those two are going to be facing off quite a bit in practice. Yeah. That'll be fun. That'll be really fun.
Iron sharpens iron. Love that.
For what it's worth, the other corner that's like out there that would fit the slot that could be of interest to the Browns would be Keith Abney from Arizona State, who famously was listed 6 foot and then it turned out was 5'9". But has been very good ball production, has been a guy who jumps routes and makes plays. Like I don't know how super interested the Browns are in necessarily trying to get another slot corner. I think they might want to get just generalized, which is why I really like Dalen Everett from Georgia. But my hope is that at 74, offensive line or tight end. Like if Delp is there, I suspect they're just going to be like, yeah, we're doing this. But then I will be a little bit nervous unless they plan to trade up that they don't pick again to the round 5 and we've gotten 1 lineman in this draft. Like that was my issue with this process is they need to do more on the offensive line.
Yeah, well, you do start, especially after the trade up. And I know everybody's happy we got McNeil Warren. Nobody's upset about it. But after that trade up, after you, again, you can just cross off 70 for 58. That's fine. But then losing 107 feels like a little. I mean, you got to pay if you want the guy. You got to pay for it, but it feels like a little bit of a gut punch to lose 107. That was a tough one to lose.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I mean, you're waiting 70 picks between picks now.
Yeah,
I would look at those last 6 picks. So 146, 148, 149, 206, and 248. I think that's 3-4 maybe picks. I don't look at that 6 picks. I expect there'll be a couple of trade ups.
Yeah. Package them
here, so I don't think they'll make all of those. Sam Roush gone.
Oh, come on!
That's one that I was interested a bit in that one. I was a little interested in that one for the Cleveland Browns.
I love Sam Roush. Sam Roush is an old school wide. He's got a weird body. He's almost 6'6" with 30-inch arms, but beat up on Reuben Bain in opportunities when they played Miami. He actually was really productive as a receiver, but he's almost 270 pounds and was really, really athletic. And he's like I think his grandfather's Merlin Olsen. Like he has a bunch of NFL family members. Like he's just one of those dudes who's just built. He looks like he looks like Banner, Bruce Banner, in terms of he's this giant human being wearing little glasses, like he's a nerd.
I love our chat right now. Everything is about the arm length. Yeah, short arms. A little short on the arms, though. Hold on, wait. The Todd Father's looking for a 5'5" quarterback with really long arms. Book it at 74. Oh, my gosh. No, but it is interesting. I will say it's interesting that a couple teams, the Jets, obviously, with Kenyon Sadiq after they took Taylor fairly early last year, and now the Bears, and they've got a really good tight end in Loveland. They come and get a tight end here. And again, you're just in a spot where multiple tight ends, different guys that kind of do things different ways, but you're seeing a lot of teams kind of double up on tight ends in back-to-back years.
Wait, the Bears took Sam Roush? Come on, man. That's crap. You already took Colston Love from me last year. You have Cole Kmet. Give me one of them.
I'll give you 206 and 248 for Cole Kmet. Final offer.
Final offer. Don't even. You just get straight hung up on.
He does have a weird cap number. Like that could clear the way for them to move him. I don't think they will, but like it could.
I think you're looking at 74s. If they do not genuinely pick until 146, this is kind of the point that you have to go and add a free agent or a trade for tight end 2, because you can't just roll in with a 5th, 6th round pick and replacement level players is what they've got at the moment. They've got to have a genuine tight end 2 there, because the trouble is teams are using tight end 2 more. And if Harold Flanding gets injured, are we really going to rely on Whitebeard and Stroll? And as much as people chat about Stroll while they signed a blocking tight end, he got $0 guaranteed. That is a statement of how the league views him. To not even get a single dollar guaranteed is not a good sign.
I'm a big Cade Prescorn guy. I feel like he's got some potential.
Big time. Romello Height off the board to the 49ers.
25.
We're up in 3 picks, yeah. 2 more than us.
Well, yeah, but you guys keep talking about their age. How long is his arms?
Let's get to the real issue here.
I think he's got vines.
I do wonder. You've brought this up so many times, Jack, and I know the goodbye letter got written and the goodbye post got made, but now sitting here watching the Browns just revamp their offense throughout the course of this draft, we're getting these questions in the comments. Njoku. I almost thought it was a foregone conclusion that David Njoku was going to play for the Denver Broncos next year. It just felt like that was a match made in heaven. But now here we are sitting here. We're sitting here during the middle of the NFL draft. He has not made his way anywhere. Doesn't mean he's going to come back to Cleveland by any stretch. There's going to be quite a few of these kind of veteran free agent type players that are going to wait to sign somewhere. But they might be in a spot where you pick up that phone and go, you know what? Why don't you come on back here? Why don't you come on back and join the team again?
Yep. Give him a 1-year deal. Make it work.
Yeah. Well, it's like Pete always says, man, it sucks to move. It absolutely sucks to move.
Yes, it does.
So if you're not getting the value you want on the market right now, come back in, be healthy this year. He was fighting a knee injury all year. You know, reassess your value at the end of the year next year. Stay comfortable. Stay in the building.
Just to give everybody a heads up, and we can go back to Njoku, but right now on the clock is the Washington Commanders at 71. And so just a few picks left until the Browns' apparently last pick of the 3rd round. Go ahead.
Maybe.
Yeah. I mean,
they trade all their 5th round picks to get back up.
Then I can go to bed.
Overpay. Well, it depends on how long their arms are. The picks.
Hey, Pete, you want to handle this one?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Michael Trigg of Baylor. Michael Trigg is 24 years old, and I want you to look up a video. Watch him do his vertical jump. It goes 27 inches. It will make you feel like you could jump that high. It looks so struggle. Honestly, Michael Trigg, I'm not confident he's going to get drafted. He tested so poorly, and there's just not a whole lot there. I know he had a really good year for Baylor, just not much there. I just don't think there's anything I would want with him.
Go back. Just go back to like the free agent side of things, though. Who cares about his vertical? What's his arm length? I love you guys. This is great. Go back to potential other situations, though. Like now you see teams that feel like they're pretty well established with tight ends, taking tight ends in this draft. Like, I think we all expected the Browns to kind of go for a tight end at some point, but now that you've watched, let's take example what the Bears just did. Do you call them and just say, all right, you drafted a top level tight end last year. You just drafted another tight end this year, a good tight end. Let's talk about Cole Kmet. Like, it just feels to me like that position. There's been a couple teams that have drafted more tight ends than we thought that they would need, or they drafted a tight end when it already seemed like they were set at tight end. it feels like that's going to be a position that's going to be fairly well available for the Browns to kind of go after the draft.
Oh, I thought that was him to check. Colton Kmet is a good professional tight end that can line up in line. It is genuinely weird that there are a couple teams, the Bears and the Rams are two of them, who are just like, no, we'll take all the guys and we'll just make an offense out of tight ends. Because I think some of these teams, not that the Browns are necessarily shut out, because if Oscar Goodell is sitting at 74, I think they will happily take him. But like, I don't know how many teams are sitting there going, the Rams are going to take a tight end 6 or whatever the hell they've got at this point, and the Bears are going to take a third tight end when they've have an outstanding duo in Colston Loveland and Cole Kmet. But they just said, screw it, he's just a really good player, so we're going to take these. So it's notable because, particularly for tight end, because as Jack will point out, they don't get a ton of money on the open market. Like there's always this like thought that tight ends are suddenly going to like correct market wise, and it's suddenly going to be more premium. It just doesn't seem to happen. Yes, some guys get paid and everything else, but like it's still nothing compared to wide receivers. It's nothing compared to some of these other positions, and there are guys who are just available. And Njoku being a good example, like it's just sitting out there. I thought he would get like 3 years, $3 million, and he might be on a 1-year deal, hopefully back here.
All right, we wait for more picks to come in here. Again, Commanders in at 71. And we got Cincinnati at 72, New Orleans at 73, Cleveland at 74. Go ahead, Jack.
We've got 71. So that the Commanders took Antonio Williams, wide receiver.
Okay.
Clemson?
Yep, another guy who was really good in 2024 out of Clemson and not so good in 2025.
Yeah.
Really, really smooth route runner, gets open, just has some drops, had wonky quarterback play, just didn't translate as much as you'd like. But I get it from the standpoint of the traits. I wouldn't have taken him this high, but he's got a lot to like.
Surely we're at this stage where it's either McCoy or Dunker or Delp. I think they're the three.
Delp, Dunker, or a center that I'm not. I don't know which center.
I think Connor Liu is still on the board.
Is Dennis Sutton, man. Denied Dennis Sutton's there as well.
I like Denied Dennis Sutton, but I actually feel like Connor Liu could be my dude here.
All right. Well, here's the thing. He tore his ACL.
Oh my gosh, no athlete's ever done that before and ever played again.
Listen,
never happened.
Your anti-knee agenda is disgusting and
Pardon my French here, Pete, but who gives a shit about his ACL? What's his arm length?
Well, the thing is, what we don't know is prognosis. When is he going to be back? Because if you're taking Connor Liu, you're kind of hoping he's going to come in and play. And if he's not ready to do that, and now you've added him to a room that has Elton Jenkins not practicing and Luke Whipler not practicing, like you have a whole lot of centers that are not practicing.
Hey, this is great. Barry put this in. I'm not going to say it out loud because it's in Rumor Central. But if you're an OBR member, go over to Rumor Central. This is a nice little nugget. Pat Shea just brought it up. Nugget from Barry and Lane in Rumor Central. It's been a topic we've talked about a lot, and it makes me feel much better. So hopefully that can be a thing that happens. But go over to Rumor Central if you are an OBR member, and you can see what Lane is reporting as well. All right. The Browns coming up here soon. Who is typing again? Jack.
Aggressively.
Jack, you don't have to hit it that hard, dude.
Your poor keyboard.
I thought
Why
it was on
are
mute.
you so angry?
He does hate that thing.
The mic's really good.
It's those British keyboards that you really got to pound them.
He's just thinking about the 13 colonies and just getting after it.
Well, it's because of all those other letters that they use over there that we don't have.
That's true.
This is what happens when we get to 9:45 on draft night 2. Just wait for tomorrow. At least it's daytime. It's more coffee. All right, Browns are on the clock. So let's see what we've got going on here for the Cleveland Browns.
I'd be stunned if it's not Oscar Delp, just because I know they like him and he really fits the scheme. But I would like Dunker. I feel Dunker.
I would love
Jalen
that.
Farmer is another guy I would be like, yeah, but I could see them doing something like Brian Parker.
Well, I'm seeing something that says the Browns traded. The pick.
What?
So 72. The Bengals took Takerio Davis. I'm seeing something that says the Browns traded out.
Back.
Yeah, they traded back from the number 74 pick.
What
The Saints took Oscar Delp with 73. So the Bengals took Davis with 72. The Saints took Delp with 73, and the Browns traded out because they probably were going to take Delp. To be honest, that makes a lot of sense. The Giants are on the clock at 74.
Oh, I hate that.
Well, all right, yeah, but how long are their arms?
No, I just hate that Delp went.
The terms are 74 for 105, 145, and a 4th rounder next year.
We have another pick in the 140s.
But they traded out. They traded out of today.
Yes. Yeah, they traded into the 4th. They get a 4th rounder next year, which who cares? And they get, literally the 140s belong to the Browns at this point. Is that 4? 4? Is it?
We got 145, 146, 148, 149, 152.
5 picks.
What did I miss about the 5th round? Because it doesn't look that good to me.
They're literally just a net picking up all the guys who fell.
I don't. The Todd Father can always be in the comments. We got a 4th next year. Arch Manning.
73rd pick being dealt feels like that was the move.
Yeah, it feels like it, but I felt like a lineman here. I mean, Connor Lew or Jennings Dunker or.
I feel like there's guys available that I'd be happy with, man. That's surprising.
Chris Bell.
Nope.
Chad, Jack, you're getting traded. Or you're not traded. You're getting muted. I'm losing my mind. So they gave up a 3rd for a 4th, a 5th, and a 4th next year. I don't love it. I don't love this.
I don't love it either.
Well, it's just like how many how many selections can you make? Like, do they have just like how are they going to announce the picks if they make them all?
I don't know what we're going to do with these picks. I don't love this.
Well, there's guys.
I mean, I love their draft. I love their draft so far, but I don't know the point of this.
Though.
We're going to take tight end Jack Hendricks, tackle Drew Shelton, linebacker Jimmy Rolden, and
no thanks.
Someone's going to slide. Who knows? German McCoy. We'll take him in the 6th round.
Dustin Murphy says they're going to be on the clock for an hour. This is what you get. This is the Browns' way of fighting the clock reduction time. Saying you're going to reduce our time? Screw you. We're going to have like 9 picks in a row. Take that, NFL. You've got to imagine that they are going to look to get back up. Maybe not today, but maybe they look to get back into the 4th. There's a lot of silence here, guys. There's a lot of silence.
Logical.
I think it's time for me to go to bed.
Well, yeah, Jack, at this point, you're running on 13 minutes of sleep. Malachi Fields off the board to the Giants.
There's a chance they trade back in, but it's a risk I'm willing to take.
Take the risk.
Wouldn't it be shocking if they traded back in, though? Like, why move down? I mean, I guess you're adding, what, a 4 and a 5 and a 4 next year? I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I would rather more players higher up the board rather than a collection of 5th, 6th, and 7th. But like,
I would give up 3 of those 5th round picks to come back up and just take somebody now. Like that's too many 5th round picks. That is way too many 5th round picks. You are now getting into territory of.
Just wait till tomorrow and Jack advocates trading down.
It'll be
you could trade these 5 picks for 10 7ths.
Be interesting to see if they use any of them for player trades overnight.
Yeah, I mean, there's Cole Kmet, there is Jacoby Brissett, there's a number of guys that are going to be out there, and we've seen teams. The Browns could potentially be one of them, where they've drafted guys and now they don't have a place to put these players, and those players could be of use to the Browns.
Hell yeah, we will just call Chicago and tell them we'll give them 5 fifth-round picks for Cole Kmet.
Yeah.
All right, Jack, get out of here, man. It's been fun hanging out, but it's late for you. You're running on no sleep. Try to get some sleep so you can actually hang out with us tomorrow, okay?
I'll work on it.
Bring your cordial with you, and let's hang out.
Just ready for bed.
All right, see you later, Jack.
Get some rest, Jack.
All right. So right now we appear to have nothing left for the Browns tonight. Again, I guess we'll see. I'm a little surprised. I'm surprised by the way this got handled. Because like you guys, I think there are a lot of very good players that I think could be floor raisers for the Cleveland Browns available around this 3rd round, 4th round, that type of area. And I understand why they made the trade up for McNeil Warren, but even if it was just taking the pick at 74, it feels like they could have had a guy here that would have been an impact player for them.
There are definitely guys that I would have felt great about, but the other thing I think at least one of those picks will be done with is trading for more 2024 or 2027 at this point ammo. Somebody's going to offer something for one of those picks in 2027. The Browns are more than happy to comply.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I guess it's certainly not frustrating. They've had a really good couple nights.
Yeah.
I am
Sure have.
really intrigued with what they're going to do about tight end, because they definitely need to add some legitimacy to that room, a little more talent to that room. Because I mean, that's the thing. We have Fannin, and then we have a plethora of fringe roster players. Like we don't have any dudes outside of Fannin, and Fannin is a very nuanced tight end. He's not a Y. He's not your starter that's going to be, on the line and at his best every snap. They need something there. If they ultimately don't circle back to Njoku, I'm going to be a little worried about it for sure.
Well, I think Blake Whiteheart has a place. I think he's got a place in a tight end room. I don't think he's great, but I think he serves a purpose in a tight end room. You got to have something that can be out there other than Fannin, and maybe they're not going to do that. Maybe it was Delp. Oh no, son of a bitch!
What just happened?
Hold on. Oh God, this pisses me off. The Steelers have taken a quarterback, and it is Medina's own Drew Aller. And I now am furious about everything. I'm furious about everything. With Drew Aller, I watched that kid grow up. I called so many of his high school football games. Great kid, ultra talented. He went to the worst possible college situation. I said it when he went. I was at the game. I was broadcasting the game at Medina High School when James Franklin showed up in a helicopter and won over Drew Aller. It was a horrendous place for him to go. He could have gone to literally any other college and been awesome, but he went to the quarterback hell that is Penn State, or at least was under James Franklin, and now he's going to Pittsburgh. And I'm mad. Drew Aller's got a lot of physical tools that are going to play really well, and if he gets for the first time in his career, if he gets a coach that understands how to coach a quarterback, there's potential there. There is potential. I will die on that hill.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think if you look at just the
the slab of marble you have to work with when it comes to Drew Aller and his talent, it is tantalizing. I mean, just the height, but the big body, the athletic feet, the strong, powerful arm, all that stuff. You see that. You see some of the similar traits that you see in Josh Allen and Justin Herbert, in these giant quarterbacks that are athletic and gifted. But I'll tell you what, man, you can blame it on Penn State all you want. He has not made the plays. He has not made the throws. He has not been the player that everybody has expected him to ascend to, you know? And look, I hate that he's going to Pittsburgh. I hate it with a passion, but he's not a good quarterback.
And he's not.
And he's a good quarterback.
That's a really good. It's a fair point. I don't mean to say I think Drew Eller's just the next great coming. I just think that there's more to him than we ever got to see at Penn State because of Penn State.
Yeah,
and I am not afraid of him going to Pittsburgh. Like, that's the wrong way.
I am a little bit.
I'm not afraid of him going to Pittsburgh. I'm not afraid of him there. I wanted to root for him.
Mm-hmm.
That's my problem. I wanted to root for a team to develop him into what his potential is, and now I'm not going to do that. I hope he doesn't do that. I hope he doesn't.
Your quarterback room, assuming he decides to come back: Aaron Rodgers, Will Howard, Drew Aller. And if Aaron Rodgers does show up, Will Howard and Drew Aller, let's roll.
Yeah,
I'm gonna still root for him, but I'm not gonna root for him to win a lot of games. That's the problem.
I don't want to see him fail. I don't, you know, and you know, so many people wanted him to come to Cleveland. I feel like that would have been one of the worst places for him to go. Like, he needs to go to a place where he's not going to have that public pressure, like hometown kid, hometown savior, all that stuff. He needs to be in the background. He needs to get comfortable in the offense. He needs to learn how to play the position better.
Yeah.
And he needs time. He does. He's still super young.
Man, I spent so much time watching this kid and just dicing up, just taking this Medina team that did not belong in these games and just dicing up St. Ed's, just tearing them up. And I know that's high school, but again, I think he went to a different situation and things would have been fine. I think Penn State was just terrible. And he still took him. He still helped to lead them to the playoff last year. And without the injury, who knows what would happen this year. But congrats to Drew Aller. I am happy for the kid and his family. It's a good family. It's people that I've met over the course of the years. And Drew is a kid that we've gotten to talk to a little bit. Both Chad and I doing football games, and I'm very happy that he's an NFL quarterback. I just hate that he's with Pittsburgh. I hate it.
Yeah, that is the Pittsburgh Steelers traded George Pickens for Drew Aller.
It's Aller.
No, I don't think it is.
What do you mean you don't think it is? You're killing me.
Look, I will say this regarding the Pittsburgh Steelers. Aller, if it
my blood is boiling. My hair's about to turn as red as Jennings Dunkers.
So I don't think that he's ultimately going to become what he could be and what he projects to be with all the physical ability and like that perfect, like when Josh Allen came out, there was, like Pete always says, there's a wide range of outcomes.
Yeah.
Right? A wide range. So I don't think that Drew Aller hits to the point that he could. I don't think he ever maximizes all that. I just don't think it happens. I think it's so rare. It was flukish that Allen did it. I just don't think it happens. But if he becomes a dude, when we had pick 74 and we moved out of that pick, and I'm not saying it's going to happen, but knowing us, knowing our media, knowing our fan base and all of the woe is me bullshit that we've been through, this one is going to sting if he hits, man. This one is going to sting bad.
I love Drew Aller. I root for him. There's a personal connection, whatever. I do not know what this pick is. Like,
I'm right there with you.
You take Will Howard, and listen, I had this argument today because you, Pete, had that comment that you made on Twitter as Chris McClellan, the defensive tackle from Missouri, goes to the Packers. You had the comment online about 2023 being the year where the Browns, really started to kind of improve the way they draft. And of course, DTR gets brought up in that conversation. And then I'm having to have arguments with people online saying it's okay to take a swing on a developmental quarterback at that point. Like, I know this might seem intuitively stupid to say, but when you're in the draft, not every pick and every selection is just trying to get like the top available number one player right there. Sometimes you're trying to accomplish other tasks. And for the Browns at that point, where you were, when they drafted DTR, you had Deshaun Watson, but who else was it on the roster? Was it PJ Walker even there at that point?
No, he was later. It was Jacoby Brissett, DTR, and Deshaun.
So all you had was Jacoby and Deshaun. And so you take a swing on a quarterback in a middle round. It is what it is. It happens. I thought Drew Aller would be a guy that you would take a swing on. Like every mock draft that I did was Drew Aller. He was available in like the 5th, or maybe he'd fall to the 6th, but having him go in the 3rd is that's a lot. That's a lot.
Would not be surprised in the least if one of those 5th round picks, assuming they keep some of them, won't be the Greek quarterback from Rutgers.
Great.
Really?
Oh,
I mean,
it's Greek.
Yeah. That would I would hate that.
Okay.
I would hate a quarterback at this point. Package
Why?
a late pick to trade for a veteran.
Ethan Manis would be that guy.
It does not bother. In the same vein that the Dorian Thompson-Robinson pick did not bother me because they just took a swing on a late-round quarterback just to see if they could find a spark. That wouldn't bother me at all. The goal in that pick is not that you're finding your next starting quarterback. The goal is maybe the guy comes into camp and is something.
I mean, yeah, but don't we already have 2 of those guys on the roster on rookie deals that were drafted earlier than, said 5th rounder is going to be drafted this year? I mean, yeah. I get what you're saying, and I'm not necessarily opposed to that, but like how many 6th, 7th, 5th round bites at this apple do we need? Like, I can appreciate that there's been a Brock Purdy, there's been a Mark Bulger, but like these are years and years apart from happening. I'd rather get a position player who's going to literally compete for a job.
Yeah, well, it just depends on how many 5th round picks they have. If they go in there with 5 5th round picks, go ahead and take a quarterback. Who gives a shit at that point, right? Like, go ahead and take a quarterback. Go ahead and take a running back. Go ahead and just take 5 positions that you're going to take there. But oh well, hold on, wait a minute. Sorry, we got to give Pete love. Kenneth Junk in the comments says, Pete, by the way, thank you for all of your work.
Checks in the mail.
Thank you, Pete. Hey, just really quick, on behalf of Joe and myself, Pete, we want to just say thank you for everything you do.
Yeah.
Just the sacrifices you make and everything you do. We want to share how grateful we are for you and that we get to share the screen with you, Pete.
Well, I'll be honest, just to piggyback that, Mike, Pete and I have honestly like such little communication before we do our show. And like I do a lot of the steering and I kind of drive things, but I don't tell Pete ever what the hell I'm going to ask him about. So I'm telling you guys right now, if you want to talk about somebody who's legit and somebody who puts in the work and somebody who's ready to shoot from the hip at any point, it's my man.
No. We're not giving real compliments to Pete.
I'm telling you right now. I know somewhere Parke is throwing up in a bucket right now.
I was being facetious as hell. Don't you start giving real compliments to Pete while we're here on the Draft Cave. We're not doing that. Look, Pete's burner. Pete's over here typing compliments to himself in the burner. Now, Kenneth Junk, one thing he does say, right? My voice is incredible. Thank you, Kenneth.
It is.
I didn't get the face. I got the voice though. And Joe, Kenneth wanted you to feel he didn't want you to feel left out. So you and Kenneth go to the same barber. They do a great job. They do a great job.
I got to tell you, I got a whole theory on this. It's a picture in a frame thing, right? If you don't have a beautiful picture, you better put a sweet frame around that bad boy. But my man, if you got a masterpiece, you don't need a frame. Just let that thing out. Let it go.
My favorite, there's a lot I love about what's happening in the comments. There's a lot I don't love about Pat McAfee still announcing the fact that the Colts are taking AJ Halsey. So the Colts go with AJ Halsey. But
weirdly low. I'm surprised he lasted that long.
Yeah, I thought he was going to go higher too. But Serge might have just won the comments. I love this. Pete and Joe from all of us. Thank you. Just you two. Great job. Just great job.
Pete, Joe, and that other guy.
No, not the other guy. Just Pete and
the
Joe.
dude with the voice.
That was awesome. That was awesome, Serge. I loved it. Ron wants me, just as this is directed to me, Mike, Pete's awesome, and we should tell him. No, let's keep it between us, Ron. Let's keep it between us. Yeah, Halsey's a pretty decent player. That's a solid pick for the Colts.
Yeah, it is.
I'm surprised. I was also surprised. I saw him pretty much going higher every time I was doing mocks.
He was like locked in the second round.
Yeah, I mean, he's just funny because he's a very productive safety who's just got a giant can and just 220 pounds as a free safety is just a very weird dynamic. Like I said, good player. Just I guess him falling in part is just it's not easy to place him.
Next pick. Hold on, I'm gonna hit it. We haven't done it in a while. Zachariah Brandt off the board, staying in Georgia, going to the Atlanta Falcons.
Oof. Another guy I wanted no part of. I mean, he works for certain offenses. This was not one of them.
Yes,
Yeah.
I agree with you, but I didn't really want a part of him, but I also think he can work in certain offenses. It'll be interesting if Kevin Stefanski can get anything out of him.
I feel like at this point in the draft, it's a reasonable shot to take because he's got some really impressive physical ability. He does.
But Kevin Stefanski, who I obviously like quite a bit, continues to chase this thing. He's been doing it.
Yes.
He just keeps going. Obviously, Anthony Schwartz, there was a thought that he was going to be that. Malachi Corley, Isaiah Bond, Zachariah, Terrell Hodge, who they got rid of when he got there. Zachariah Branch is another one of these guys, the jet guy, the manufactured touch guy, the gadget player. Kevin Stefanski really, really wants this guy to work in his office. Like he had.
Surgeon.
Yes, he can. Yes, he can.
Can he run an orbit motion? That's the question.
Yes, he can.
How long are his arms?
Ever since Kevin Stefanski had Cordero Patterson in Minnesota, he has been trying to recreate that thing.
Yes,
everywhere.
All right, so we know that the Ravens are on the clock, and that pick is in.
Somebody described the Falcons. Nate Tice described the Falcons draft with the "Please stop yelling at us" draft.
Please stop yelling at us. Somebody just said, Kevin, this is Damon Wolf said, Kevin just got his Elijah Moore.
Yeah, I mean, it's that guy. And like, I liked Elijah Moore, but it's just, he has a thing.
Here's a player. The Ravens are taking a player that there were people that were pretty high on, and I am not one of them. This is not even close to one of my favorite players in the middle rounds. The Ravens, I kind of love this, to be honest. The Ravens are taking USC wide receiver Jacoby Lane, and I don't like him at all.
I guarantee you, here's something that will happen. He will crush in mini camps and stuff without contact. Like he will have highlight plays, and everybody's go, "Oh man, the Ravens got one. He's going to be a stud." And then when the pads come on, everybody's going to be like, "What happened to Jacoby Lane?" I thought he's going to be because when he has to deal with contact, he just struggles. He doesn't have great balance. He doesn't deal well with the tussle. Like, he does some stuff that's really, really nice, but like when push comes to shove, he just sort of disappears.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a guy that he's a weird player in that, like, there's name recognition with Jacoby Lane. Like, a lot of people know Jacoby Lane, but nobody really knows why they do. Yeah. That's the way I can describe him.
Well, you look at the traits though. He's a big kid, you know. He's 6'4", he's over 200. He's still young. What is he? 21? He's not 22 yet, right? I mean, like, I get it, you know. You gamble on traits. He's coming from a program. Look, he was sharing field time with Mekhi Lemon, who was an absolute vacuum for the football, you know, so it's tough for a guy like that to stand out. And obviously that hurts his profile, but like, that's why it's the end of the third round. You're taking a flyer on an athletic kid who's 6'4", and he's young. He's only going to improve, you know. And Pete, you're right. There's definitely holes to his game. He's got a ton of improvement to do, but you know, you're plugging him into an offense with an MVP candidate quarterback. Who knows what happens, man?
All right, so Jacoby Lane off the board. See here. We're waiting on the next pick. The Jaguars pick is in. I'm going to let you guys talk about it for a minute. I'm going to run upstairs for a second. I'll be right back. You guys talk about what you want the Jaguars to do here with, you know, they got Nate Borkercher. Oh, hold on. I meant to do this before. While we have a minute, and while I'm here, watch this. That was Nate Borkercher, Jaguars tight end, catching a touchdown to beat Notre Dame. I'm going to see myself out for about 30 seconds.
In 1997.
That was like Tommy Callahan selling all of his brake pads after all that time. What we got? Who do we got here for Jacksonville?
So
are they just gonna say, no, we don't need a pick? We're good.
You want to move up? We can give him 105 and a 7. You think Gladstone would do it?
He can't possibly take phone calls from Andy Brady at this point. You just can't. He's got to be like, nope, not touching it.
So they need.
Oh, the Jags took. He left. Texas A&M defensive tackle Albert Regis.
Wow. Got a lot of Aggies. Well,
I mean, they're going to end up with like, I think they had like 13 at the combine or something, like some really high number. So they were going to get like around 10 plus drafted overall. Oh man. I'll tell you what, James Gladstone's not long for the Jags. I'm just going to say it. He's not long for this. He is, between the Travis Hunter trade and his draft, he's just getting dragged by everybody. Yeah, everybody's just crushing this dude. These guys better play real well, real fast. Because, man, you traded all those picks, and now you're taking guys that, like, people are, like, looking at the consensus board, and they can't find him. That's tough. Man.
He's another older. He's 23, right? Yeah. Just about 22.9.
Yeah, I mean, like, the defensive tackles largely are guys who got brought in, you know, as transfers and stuff. So they're gonna be largely on the older side.
Oh, hey. What are you doing? That is very interesting. Yeah, I do not love Jacksonville's draft at all. My goodness. And well, all they've done is they took the 2 A&M kids, right? The tight end and now the defensive tackle.
Yes. I'm wondering if there comes a point where, like, James Gladstone has to go spend Saturday with his family. Somebody else
go to counseling or something.
They're just like, listen, you got some stuff to take care of at home. We'll let you take care of it this Saturday. I know it's still the draft, but it's more important. It's more important that you take care of the home and the family and get that right. We will take care of the picks for you.
That is tough, man. That's a tough sell for a Jaguar fan, especially like they were close.
They had a really strong year last year.
Yes, and now they're going backwards. Of course they are. After the Browns have their pick.
What'd they do?
They took Albert Regis.
They took your second defensive tackle.
This makes a lot more sense now. Mike partied with Albert Regis in 1998 at Texas A&M. You're damn right. Pete, I want you to know, as I know I turned my camera off as I was walking out of the room to run upstairs real quick, your Tommy Callahan brake pads thing stopped me right in my tracks. That was very funny.
It's just like 25 years old. It's all been leading up to this moment. And then the half the bench collapses under him.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening with the Jags in this draft. It's not great.
No, like what's really weird about how the draft has sort of evolved is like over the last like 5 years, teams have been going more and more and more into consensus. Like it was becoming like guys were getting their top 100 picks and hitting like 91 or 90 plus players out of that list because nobody was doing the weird thing. Like Seattle had stopped doing weird things. They went back to that a little bit this year. There was no GM that was just going crazy off the board. Terrell Edmonds was not being picked in the first round. There wasn't those type of picks. And now all of a sudden you've got Seattle off the Super Bowl just being like, we're going to do whatever. And then the Jacksonville Jaguars are just like, no, we have our own board in a different universe that doesn't apply here. And we're just going to take guys.
Yeah, don't ask questions. This is our board.
They've got 2 picks coming up. They've got 88 and 100 to bring it home, Pete. They're going to save the day with these next 2 picks coming up.
What does Texas A&M have left for them?
I was just going to say, does anybody know who's left at A&M?
Yeah, well,
there's still. Are you going to get drafted?
There's still a decent cornerback sitting on the board. Like,
oh yeah, they could take Will Lee. They could take Will Lee, or they could take Michael Keefe.
Yeah, there's a couple offensive linemen still on the board. Zune's one of them. Who's the other? There's another. Yeah. Will Lee's a pretty good player. I
like Will Lee. I like Will Lee for the Browns. Honestly, I think he fits what the Browns do really well.
I would like him.
Was he 6'3", right? He's a big kid.
6'1" and change, long arms, competitive. Like he has
Dominique Orange comes off the board.
Big citrus.
The big citrus off the board.
Yeah, I'm just really disappointed Ken Carman, as an Iowa State fan, when Matt Campbell was there, did not have a Dominique Orange jersey. That should have been like a perfect setup for him.
Well, maybe he does.
That's true. Maybe he does, but now he's a Penn State fan and a Michigan fan.
I'm Ken Carman, very good dude. You know Pete.
Yeah, he's a booster.
you know Pete from out there in Streetsboro, but Ken's a good guy. He's a real good guy.
Gentlemen, what are we thinking for 105? What's our best case scenario here? Who's the name that you're hoping slips through the cracks?
I'm starting to maybe feel like Will Lee would be real nice right there.
Yeah.
But to me, if the guys that stand out to me are Eli Raridan, if you're going to take a tight end from Notre Dame, and then if they want a center, I would take Brian Parker II out of Duke, played right tackle, Cincinnati kid, incidentally.
What about Hex from K-State?
Just a question of if they like him. He's a hedgehog. He's a hedgehog. He plays like a tortoise. He gets lower than everybody else, and you cannot uproot him, which is really interesting, which is useful considering what they're dealing with. I just don't know if they like him for the movement skills, but maybe they just don't care for that position.
What about a guy like Caleb Tiernan that you could pull to the inside?
Well, the thing is with Caleb Tiernan,
that's a pretty good player.
That's awkward to me, and this is just a bias thing. 6'7" guards are very strange to me. Because if you are somebody who's sitting there like talking about lanes to see, having a very tall interior lineman can be actually kind of obstruct you in that regard.
Yeah.
But Jennings Dunker, as far as I know, is still there. And I'm wondering if he's on the board in part because people are so worried about his caffeine habits. Have you listened to him describe the amount of coffee he drinks?
Yeah, he drinks a lot of coffee.
He makes Dan Campbell blush when Dan Campbell would talk about the white stuff.
Yeah,
Yes, he said it.
Well,
Hold on. My only thing about the height. I mean, you look at Baltimore, where Monken and Warhop were. They had Daniel Falele at 6'8" at guard.
Yeah,
you know,
he couldn't block anyone.
I mean, but I'm just saying that is separate from his height, Pete. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, it's just, to me, it feels like you're literally a skyscraper in the middle of your line.
Yeah,
we have a pick, and it's one we've talked about a bit. So, a guy that I think I'm higher on than a lot of people, Chris Brazzell, off the board, and he is heading to the Panthers.
There's an appeal to him. I just never made sense to this team.
I like Chris Brazzell. I think
Chris Brazzell had a lot of people excited because early this year he played against Georgia and had like 186 yards and just destroyed them. And then he just didn't do much like after that. And his large, like for a guy who is 6'5" and runs real fast, and you're like, just send him downfield. He has a 50% success rate just running 9 routes, which is concerning. And he doesn't like that tree. His route tree does not have very many branches on it. And at least at Tennessee, he only played on one side. Tulane, he was a little bit more varied in his use. Now, the only thing I would point out at Tulane is he was behind a guy named Lawrence Keys on that team. For a guy who's this talented, that's a little worrying. But
he's another guy that used to hang out with me at Texas A&M in 1998. Lawrence Keys. Sounds like somebody's uncle.
But if you are a team that wants somebody who can stretch the field and just chuck it, and you have to respect him, Chris Brazzell gives you that. But the thing is, like, that's, if you're the Browns, they have a guy in Isaiah Bond. Not as tall, obviously, but, like, they got him for free, and he's real fast. And if every so often he catches a 40-yard pass, you're really happy. It's going to open up the field and everything else. That's the appeal with Chris Brazzell. I just never made sense here, but, like, it's worth a swing. Like, if he can have a great year and he gets, like, 800 yards, maybe he gets 1,000. I mean, that's the other part is you got him in around 3, so there's a little more expectation. But, like, would not surprise me at all if he's off the team in a couple of years and the Browns or somebody else is picking him up, taking a swing on him, seeing what he can do.
Brazzell is a fluid mover for his body type. Like, I like the way he moved. You would think a big, tall, lanky dude like that would be a bit awkward, and he's not. He is fluid as it gets. There are elements to his game that are positives. I agree with you. I wasn't like banging the table for him to come to the Browns. I was a little lukewarm on Denzel Boston. I would much rather have Denzel Boston than Brazzell, but I think he could be a pretty good player. I think he can be a pretty good player.
Yeah. He can't, like, there's a role that there's undeniable that you can occasionally get that thing to work.
The Browns are on the clock.
Oh, we're back.
The Cleveland Browns have traded up to pick 86 with the Chargers.
Come on.
Cleveland Browns are on the clock, baby.
Wow.
Get that kid. Let's go.
Browns
your
are
boy,
on
your
Jennings
boy.
Dunker is still there. Jennings Dunker or Jalen Farmer or one of those linemen would make me very happy. Or Dennis Sutton would make me very happy. But I really, really look. I'm trying not to be too greedy here. I really, really want to address the offensive line as much as, don't get me wrong, Dennis Sutton would be a lot of fun. But come on, we need some goddamn linemen.
Yeah, I agree with the offensive line. You still have I don't know that Alex Wright will ever get the love he deserves. The improvements that he has made. I'm perfectly fine going into next year with Alex Wright over there. You still got Isaiah McGuire. Let's get some offensive line help.
Yeah. Like, I think Jennings Dunker could start. Like, he's good.
So the Browns traded 105, 145, and 206 because they love to get rid of those 200 picks for 86.
206 for anybody wondering, that's their 6th-round pick. So Andrew Berry is still holding fast to that 7th-round pick.
That'll be gone. That's going to be gone.
I think he made a point to the media saying he was going to keep it and make a pick with it.
He's never made a pick with those. He always gets rid of them. The Browns Twitter page has just said surprise.
Like Jennings Dunker, like set the program record for squats at Iowa. He can move. Like, he fits what they want to do offensive line wise. He's got some holes in his game that need to be corrected, but he's really good. I think he fits the scheme really, really well. There was a time when some people thought he was going to be a 1st or 2nd rounder. Like, you could get him here at the 3rd round and really upgrade the unit.
There's a lot they can do in the offensive line. There's again, I know you talked about Connor Lew and some of the downsides. I think he's a pretty darn good player. He's still available. There's just good guys still available here.
He is a very good player. It's just the fact that none of your centers other than Kendrick Green can dress.
Yep. Yeah. And I like the kid from K-State too. I like Sam Hecht. I like
here we go. The pick is in. The Cleveland Browns. This is a little bit out of left field, but the Cleveland Browns have selected Florida offensive tackle Austin Barber.
Okay. Wow. There's your guard.
They go offensive line.
I don't think he is a guard.
Really?
I don't think he's playing guard. He is very tall.
I
thought he was an interesting 6'6" or 6'5". He's taller than that.
Austin Barber is a skosh under 6'7".
That could be a guard.
Austin Barber is like one of the guys who is really popular for people who like the idea of a developmental tackle. Big body, has played a ton of football against SEC competition. Decent tape, not like a supremely gifted athlete or anything. I don't think. I can look as we're talking here. Like he measured in at 6'6" and 7/8 at the combine at 318, 33 and 1/8 inch arms, 80 and his wingspan is completely different from two places. It was just insane. 5'1", 40, 32-inch vertical jump, which is pretty good at that size. 9'3" broad jump, which is really good at that size.
Yeah.
1'2", 40 is also very good. Like these are things that like portend good things for offensive tackles, as opposed to, I mean, Dane Brugler does at least suggest he could play guard.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
I see a lot about, and I remember reading this about him coming in. He doesn't have like the best athletic testing, but he's a guy you want to kind of get out on the move. He's not like an anchor type offensive lineman. He's more of a pulling kind of get him out there, get him on the move, get him in front of people, and that meshes with what they've done already.
Just like a tackle.
He does look like a tackle, but it'll be interesting. Well, I think we'll have to see what they, we'll have to hear what they say about the pick and how they envision him playing. It's been pretty refreshing to hear them talk so candidly. Did we miss the Ted Hurst pick? Did we even talk about it?
I saw it. We haven't talked about it. He went 84th.
Tampa took Ted Hurst. That's a solid.
I like
pick.
that.
Yeah.
I love their draft. They've had a tough draft. Good for them.
Yeah.
Good for them. And look, I like this, because
I like it too.
Yeah, there's versatility there. And look, tackle is a problem for this team. I've been saying it for a while now. I love the idea of DeJuan Jones, but we cannot rely on him for anything. We just can't. And at the end of the day, we need tackle help. We were an absolute mess at tackle last year. We've added 2 kids that can play. We added Titus Howard. I mean, as of right now, I'm looking at DeJuan Jones as almost like your 4th tackle / lottery ticket. Whatever you get from him, great. You got your starter at left. You got your starter at right. You drafted a backup swing in the 3rd round. Barber's got experience on both sides of the line, And look, as much as we follow and we like this guy and we like that guy and we like Jennings Dunker, they moved up for this kid. They clearly like this kid. They clearly see plenty of things that they want to work with. And hey, man, more power to them.
The pick's flying in pretty fast now. Pittsburgh comes in with pick 85, and they take Dalen Everett, the cornerback out of Georgia.
Hate that.
That's a bummer. He's really good. I really like Dalen Everett. He's got, in fact, if you just go by profile, he's got the best one of any corner in the draft. And no, to the answer, do I like Barber more than Dunker? I do not.
Yeah, I think that's universal.
The question at this point is, what is wrong with Dunker that would cause him to fall this far? Again, so the question is Do the Browns view Austin Barber as a tackle? I'm looking at him. He looks like a tackle. Do they then view one of the guys who's at tackle currently as a guard? There's a world KT Levingston could kick inside. Now, is that a great use of his tools? I don't know. But, like, if that's the difference between him making the team or not making the team, he's probably pretty motivated to move inside.
Yeah.
Or the other thought is they just don't know that DeJuan Jones is going to make it, and they're preparing for a world in which he does not. Either way, they're going to have more tackles than they can afford to keep. So the Browns may trade one of these guys at some point or move them.
Pete, how do you feel about KT Levingston kicking inside to right guard? I mean, honestly, isn't putting him in a phone booth where he can just kind of be a physical dominator, isn't that a good spot for him?
My
6'4", 330.
My issue with KT Levingston is he plays high, and putting him inside doesn't fix that. Him theoretically playing in a phone booth and having less space would be helpful, but he plays so high that he then doesn't really get to maximize leverage. So I don't know that it really fixes the problem that he's going to run into. So unless he deals with those issues and comes up with a better plan of attack, I actually think he fits better at tackle, just the way he plays. Because I know everybody sits there and goes, oh man, this guy's got weird range and all this stuff. But he's got to be really quick at the point of attack. And I don't know how effective he's going to be at that. But, you know, if they want to give him a shot at it, sure. I mean, the thing is with KT Levingston is ever since he was in college at Kansas State, everybody's been saying this guy's eventually going to kick inside, and yet he has stayed at tackle at Kansas State, stayed at tackle with the Rams, stayed at tackle with the Browns. So everybody's been sort of like going, well, when's this guy to move to guard? And he hasn't moved to guard. So maybe the Browns will finally do it, and maybe he can do it. But there's a world in which just the way he operates, he's just always going to be a tackle.
Here's my thing on the Austin Barber pick here. And just to give everybody an update, because there's been a lot of trades. So just let's fill everybody in. The Browns obviously took Spencer Fano at 9, Casey Concepcion at 24, Denzel Boston at 39, Emmanuel McNeil Warren they traded up for at 58, and now they've traded back up for Austin Barber at 86. So remaining for the Browns, the 4th round is going to be a bummer. But then remaining for, well, assuming they don't trade back up, but remaining for the Browns, pick 146, 148, 149, 152, and 248. So 4 picks in the 5th round and a pick in the 7th round. Here's the thing on Austin Barber for me, and maybe you guys can fill this gap in for me. I know it feels like we're getting later in the draft, but this is a guy you just traded some pretty significant draft assets to come back up for in the 3rd round. Like, this isn't, I feel like a lot of people, I'm reading people's reactions to this Austin Barber selection and the trade and all that. And I feel like a lot of people are talking about it like they took him in the 5th or 6th round. And it's just like a swing on an offensive tackle. But this is a 3rd round player. Like, you don't trade 3 assets to come back up into the 3rd round and get a guy. I don't know what does it tell you about what they were willing to give up and come back and get this kid in the 3rd round?
I mean, they've been connected to Markel Bell the whole time. He obviously had already gone. This is similar vein in terms of a developmental guy. Like, Markel Bell was a developmental tackle. Like, there's a world you could throw him on the field, but like, he needs work. Austin Barber's in the same deal. He's got a lot of things he needs to fix, namely his anchor. Just look at the picture. I mean, he needs to get better at playing with a better base. He's got to get better at maximizing his leverage. But you'd rather take a guy who has movement skills and try to figure out the other stuff than, you know, this is sort of like, I don't want to make it's a one-for-one comparison, but taking a guy like Blake Freeland, who is a supreme athlete out of BYU that the Colts drafted and was just like a stick. So they were trying to figure out the other stuff. It was like a poor man's Colton Miller type aspirational pick. I mean, relative to like Dane Brugler's projection, 3rd to 4th round. Well, we're at the 3rd to 4th round. Like, it's pretty much right there. It just feels awkward because there's a world in which if they get this right, let's say this kid does exactly what they hope he does. In a year or two, Titus Howard leaves, Austin Barber steps into the right tackle spot, and you got Fano on the other side, and suddenly you got your tackle set up. Like, I imagine that has to be the long-term vision for this thing, and the tackles are just super valuable. But and ultimately, you're trying to. Andrew Berry looks at this as draft. He will say, "We're drafting as if this is an expansion team. Tackles are really valuable. You should take them and try to figure it out." Okay, start outside. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. He's gonna start outside. If he can develop and you get a good player, like you're going to be thrilled with the return on investment. It's tricky from the standpoint of looking at this team and going, they have needs, and you're wanting them to address needs. At the same time, like we sit here and go, man, they really need to address interior offensive line. They really need a tight end. Both things are true. But ultimately, what do we really want them to do? We want them to maximize talent. I don't know if this did that either, but it's more defensible, I think, from the standpoint of tackles are just super valuable and you need to get them when you can.
Hey, Pete, this is just for you, buddy, because I know we've all talked about how incredible the Jacksonville Jaguars draft has been. Well, they took your favorite player in the draft. You told me this on the air. But Pregnon is on his way to Jacksonville. Pete's absolute favorite. And I think the Jacksonville Jaguars might be having – now, having said all this, they're probably all going to wind up good. But this is a wild draft in Jacksonville. I don't know what's happening.
Do either of you guys watch? Did you watch the show Parks and Rec?
Oh yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to remember what's his name? The kid mayor of the town that like bankrupted the town.
Yes.
Is that essentially Gladstone at this point?
Jeez.
So for people who pay attention to this stuff, this sort of helps me a little bit. On the Jim Coburn board, Austin Barber 77th. They got him in the 80s. So from that standpoint, in fact, Austin Barber one spot ahead of Akeem Messentor. So actually a couple spots ahead of Vega Ione too.
Listen, well, that's a very pour ranking.
Well, there's no.
Now I don't want to hear any more from that list of whatever nonsense you
didn't test. You didn't test that well. What do you want?
Oh my God, yeah. And let's forget about every bit of football we've ever watched him play.
Well, it's secondary to the testing, Mike. You should know this by this point.
Correct. How long are his arms? Damn it. No, listen, this is a pick that my only thing with this, and I do think, Pete, if there's people that have him out there rated around this time where he got picked, fine. This is just one of those picks where it feels like, and maybe we should have all seen this coming. They made these moves on the offensive line this offseason where they brought in some guys, but they didn't give a lot of these guys big long-term contracts. These are guys that got brought in on these like 2-year deals to come in and like show that you're worth what you're worth. And now you've got this guy that is probably just going to kind of sit there as maybe the number one right tackle backup or the number one tackle backup or whatever he's going to be, and say, all right, we're going to give you 1 full year to develop, and then you're going to come in and compete in camp next year. I think in the 3rd round, I'm looking for somebody that can be impactful right away, and I don't know if that's what this guy is.
Well, get Mike from Rochester should be able to get him on the phone, and we can talk to him. So basically, seems to know him pretty well.
Mike, call him up and patch him in, buddy.
I would say this. Going back to, you can go back to 2022 probably, but like all the names we've seen at tackle over the last few years, man, because like we've gone into seasons with Jed Wills and Jack Conklin knowing that those two were made of paper mache and we're going to need to go 3, 4, 5 tackles deep on the season. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with taking this kid at the 3rd. Look, they clearly liked him. They packaged multiple assets to move up to get him. It's a little bit surprising that they would move down from 74 to ultimately move back up in mid 80s, but whatever. It is what it is.
Somebody needs
We
to do
know
some
they
math.
need line help. We know they need tackle help. He's got versatility. They think he can swing inside if he can't make it a tackle. I'm good with it. You know?
So we need to sort of figure out the move. They went from 74 down. Obviously, the fourth rounder next year is unaffected.
Mhm.
But they traded they got the fourth round pick back, and then like where did we end up in terms of like the rub between those two moves other than the fourth rounder next year?
So I thought we gave up the 105 and then one of the fifths and then the sixth, right?
Yep.
That's what we gave up to get back there. So we still have 3 5s and a 7.
Like clearly they profited. It's just a question of how much. Like it's an interesting way to attack this whole thing.
Yeah.
As far as that goes. There's some teams that just the 49ers are another team that's just doing incredibly weird things. Taking key.
I was going to say let's go ahead and just catch up on things. I always forget how to say his name from time. Kasmerick from Ohio State. That's what I was going to say. He goes to Miami, the tight end. Again, Pregnon went to Jacksonville as a guard. Xavion Thomas, the LSU wide receiver, goes to Chicago, and Kalon Black, the Indiana running back, goes to San Francisco. So on the clock right now. So here's where we're at in the third round. We've got the Raiders, the Cowboys, the Rams, the Dolphins, the Patriots, the Seahawks. Then the Vikings have back-to-back picks. Then the Steelers. And then we get to end tonight with a Jaguars pick. And I'm so excited for that because those
are always good.
Well, I don't know what's happening there, but yes, let's keep going with that.
Who's the best long snapper available?
I don't know. We got him here in Cleveland, the Rex Sunahara.
I'll be curious to find out
Bay Village native.
Because I know there are people who like follow offensive line who really like Barber, which is really he moves well. Like it's entirely a matter of it feels like this team really needs a tight end, really needs a guard to center, could use more defensive line help, and they took a guy that you're hoping won't play this year.
Yeah.
Can we bring up a topic from before? Because I don't know if it's realistic or not. You tell me your thoughts. But now that we're at this point, it's April 24th. We are in the draft. And now that we've seen how this offseason has kind of gone, is there a realistic chance that they turn back and call David Njoku and say, you know what, come on back?
If you were subscribed to the OBR, you might already know the answer to that.
I don't subscribe to that.
It's tough break. Tough break.
I would assume so. I would certainly hope so. And that's a situation that would be beneficial to both sides. Because clearly David Njoku hasn't found what he's looking for. He's still on the market. He hasn't settled for a deal. He hasn't gone anywhere. There was no, legal tampering period, whatever. Like, he's still on the market. And after a draft like this, we've seen a ton of tight ends go off the market. His market shrinks. It does. He's comfortable in Cleveland. Sorry, Pete, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, just general standpoint, like David Njoku, Martin Emerson coming back, like that would make this team better. Straight up. Like you'd be like, yeah, this team is better. And there's a reason for this to make sense. Like Martin Emerson, the only visit I know of was to Houston, and he didn't have a path to the field. Like they have corners. He's got a quicker path to the field here when Denzel Ward inevitably misses 4 games than he does in some of these other places.
I mean, realistically, though, what does that do to the way we look at the cornerback room and the tight end room if you add both of those guys on 1-year prove-it deals after they've tested the market and didn't get what they want?
It feels great to me.
Remarkably better about those positions.
Feels great.
Great. Especially what we've added. The 2 biggest holes we had that we've talked about since January till today, wide receiver and offensive tackle. There's plenty of places they can improve, but wide receiver and offensive tackle are the problem points. And, man, we've added 4 players who are going to be impactful to those positions. And then you got McNeil Warren on top of it, man. Hell yeah, I'm all about it.
Yeah, I would feel, Emerson is one that I don't, it would make them better for him to come back on like a 1-year prove-it deal for sure. But I could see him not wanting to do that, and I could see another team going, yeah, we'll give you a multi-year deal to come here, maybe not for the biggest money, but maybe 2 years, 3 years, and that'll be valuable to a guy that's coming off of a major injury because you get scared on what your potential looks like. Njoku, I think, is a guy that I think I would prioritize after this and say, hey, I know you already wrote your Instagram post to Cleveland that said goodbye, but now that we're at this point and you're not somewhere else and we don't have something else, come back for a year. Come back for a year. Let's get this thing going in the right direction. I would really like to see that. I know we've got picks going. The Raiders take Trey Zune from Texas A&M. Is every player in this draft from Texas A&M?
Gig 'em.
Well, I mean, the question is, are they gonna go after the record? I mean, the Jags seem to think they want to. Did James Gladstone go to Texas A&M?
That's the only thing that would make sense at this point.
But for what
everybody went to Texas A&M.
The other thing that's really interesting is they are announcing Trey Zune as a guard. Obviously, played tackle for Texas A&M. There were a lot of people who thought actually he might play center.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but he's 6'7". Isn't that crazy for a center?
He's talented.
Wasn't like Ragnow freakish and he was 6'6"?
Yes, and obviously Ethan Posick was 6'6".
Yeah.
I'm just looking to see if there's anything new.
So the Browns don't pick again, at least right now, until round 5.
146,
148, 149, 152, and then a 7th round pick, 248. So I could see them absolutely still trying to get back up into round 4 with those. And doing the Sam Penix style of just saying, screw it, I don't like third day picks anymore, and I want to go home early. Also,
that's how they usually are.
Get a early start on the undrafted free agents. But yeah, I mean, 5 more picks at least right now.
So let's talk about that for a minute because and let's backtrack here for a second because the Draft Cave, as we get ready to wind things up for tonight, we will be back tomorrow with the because we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 picks left tonight, and one I think just got made. Well, the Dolphins are making it. No, the Rams are the pick is in. Any case, we'll be back tomorrow at 11:45 in the morning. The draft kicks off at noon. As of right now, you're just going to hang out with us for a little bit until we get through the 4th round, and then we get all the Browns picks. But we'll definitely be here hanging out for the Draft Cave for as long as the Browns have picks. Now, if for some reason the Browns trade that 7th round pick, which they are prone to doing, then whenever the Browns are done, we'll probably head out of here. But, what's funny? What happened?
As you may have guessed, there's a famous radio host in the Pittsburgh area who apparently, like a year ago, basically said, if the Steelers take Drew Alar, I think I may quit my job. He, of course, now has a video in response to this whole situation because, of course, he does.
Yeah, sure does.
The worst pick of the Omar Khan era, Drew Aller.
Jayshon Barham goes to the Dallas Cowboys. He is an edge rusher out of Michigan. So that is a pick that happened.
Let me ask you guys this. What do
you love that dude?
Yeah.
What do we think about this one? Is this interesting to anybody else?
Didn't Kalen Black already get taken?
That's what I mean.
He is at the 40. He went to the 49ers.
Yeah, he's on the 49ers.
No, but he was the 3rd running back taken in the draft. I did not consider him like that.
I did. Look, the 49ers do the wonkiest crap when it comes to taking running backs.
Yeah.
Was he the 3rd running back? You had the 2 Notre Dame guys and then Jalen Black?
Yes.
All right.
This is a team that took Isaac Garendo. This is a team that took some other, just like for a while, it was just straight.
Thurman.
Yeah. Like they've taken a bunch of weird running backs that have done nothing.
It's a lot of weed that happens out there, and you got to lay off it. We do have another pick. Offensive tackle out of Missouri goes to the LA Rams. Keegan Trost is going to the Rams. That doesn't move me in much a way.
That is interesting, man. What is going on with Jennings Dunker?
And maybe his heart exploded from caffeine.
Do we overrate that poor kid because of the mullet? Is that just one of those likable things?
No, but
I like him before I knew he had it.
I do think a lot of people, I don't know that a lot of people that are really evaluating NFL talent did this, but I think a lot of just general people, podcasters, whatever, I do think they very much overrated him because of the Senior Bowl, because he went and had a nice performance there, and the mullet showed out, and he was one of the talks of that weekend. And to be honest with you, I knew who he was before that, but I didn't hear his name a lot. I didn't think about him a lot. And then that weekend happened, and it was like Jennings Dunker. Oh my gosh, this guy. I think the conversation around him inflated a lot because of that.
I just, having watched Iowa, he's the guy that jumped out to me. It wasn't Logan Jones. So that's interesting that the center went first.
Yeah.
You think there's something physical, like maybe an injury that we're not privy to? That's always what sticks out in my mind when you get a high-end prospect that's just like inexplicably falling. You know, but there's lots of guys. Chris Bell's still on the board. McCoy's still on the board.
He sure is. You know what? Barber isn't. Austin Barber is not Chris Bell.
No, he is not.
The Steelers are up on the clock, though.
In so many ways. So, how about Austin Barber's RAS score? 9.81.
Yes, well, but don't get me wrong. He's athletic, but like, this is the deal with the RAS. He did vertical, broad jump, and 40. That's it. Like that. If you're really good at those things, you're gonna sort of cheat your RAS score, which is fine. This is why I appreciate what Raz has done, but like people then run with this thing and go, "Oh, he's the best athlete ever." You have to
know what that means.
You factor in the fact he didn't do agility. There's probably a reason for that, or he didn't do something else. He's a good athlete. Like I'm not going to argue with that at all. Like I want him to be a good athlete. The Browns took him, but like context matters. This is the same thing where like people are throwing this idea that Monroe Freeling is the best tackle athlete since like 1997 or something. Like, no, he's not. Spencer Fano is an infinitely better athlete because he actually did all the things and killed all of them.
Well, we'll see what the Pittsburgh Steelers decide to do here as we get ready to wind down the third round of the draft. Yeah, it's you know what it is. It's kind of like I'm gonna equate the end of day 2 here to a basketball game that gets just a ton of like replay reviews and timeouts and stuff at the end of the game. I feel like we had such good momentum throughout the entire course of the show. It was like a fluid situation. We were having fun. We were talking, and the end of this day just feels like it is dragging us towards day 3. We've lost all the momentum of the day, but again, I still I just keep kind of reminding myself. I like what the Browns impressed again today. I like where they're at, and hopefully we'll see maybe a little movement tomorrow because I don't need them making 4 or 5.
More than anything, it's just that the end of the third round, and this is not bad. Just the Browns end of the third round was weird. You went from had 2 third-round picks. You traded up. That's good.
Chris Bell is off the board.
Good.
To the Miami Dolphins.
Good for Chris Bell.
I like Chris Bell. I'm jealous of the Dolphins. I think he's going to turn into a hell of a player.
Yeah. End of the third round. I'll take that chance all day long, especially Miami. Miami's the number 1 wide receiver. The guy leading the Miami receiver room is Malik Washington.
That dude is a linebacker that plays wide receiver. And he's got great hands. He's got good hands. He's got really good speed. I like him a lot.
Anyway, the third round.
Yeah, anyway.
This third round has just been unusual. They go from having 2 third-round picks to then trading up to get Emmanuel McGill-Warren, which is great, and then doing this weird thing where we get clearly the Saints took who the Browns were looking at. They trade back, then trade up again into a convoluted thing to end up with a player that the other part that makes this weird. It's just somebody that nobody was really keeping an eye on.
Correct.
So,
I mean, it does make sense
yes, it's a reasonable choice
to have
And you
another
think about
tackle
it,
for sure.
But moving down from 74 and then moving back up, they netted a 4th rounder for next year. It really didn't do much to this year's crop of picks, but they added a 4th rounder next year. I mean, we can talk all we want about who they selected and how they went about doing it, but at the end of the day, they still have 2 third-round picks, and they have a 4th rounder next year. It's kind of a impressive play by Barry.
A guy that I would have liked to see come off the board to the Browns, Eli Raridan, is going to New England. New England has taken a couple guys that I liked for the Browns.
That one stinks as far as tight ends go. Like,
Jack
may be right. Jack may end up being right about this.
Yeah, with injuries.
Or just gonna take Jack injuries in round 5 and just be like, yep.
But there's still other.
There's one tight end. There's one tight end who's got sneaky good metrics who they can take late. That's interesting. Though
Wyoming kid,
John Michael Gillenborg from Wyoming. But he's another guy. Now,
where's Justin Jolly?
He's still available as far as I know.
Yeah.
But based on what I've learned about Monken, it sounds like he'd be game to take a guy like John Michael Gillenborg, even with Harold Finn. So that's another name to keep an eye on. A little bit older, but really interesting as a prospect. But like, yeah, this is becoming an issue where like the Browns are basically going to have like, hopefully David Njoku's like on the way to the facility as we speak.
But you know what? Here's the thing about the draft so far. 5 picks for the Browns so far. And 4 of the 5 for sure you anticipate are going to be big time game changing type players for this team, right? Spencer Fano's you've got your left tackle. I love, by the way, that I think is my favorite thing the Browns have done this entire draft weekend is that they came out in that press conference and said, no, that's our left tackle. Like just so many people.
Amen. That was my favorite thing.
So many people did not put the time and work in to understand what Spencer Fano is. And so the conversation was, oh my gosh, can he be a left tackle or right tackle or whatever? And I love that they did that.
Pete, why are you angry? What happened?
Yeah, why are you mad?
Because the Steelers traded up and took Dunker.
Dunker's a Steeler.
Yes. He will be protecting Drew Alar and Will Howard and
it's all right. Myles Garrett can get around Jennings Dunker. It's fine.
Well, I mean, they need a left guard. I don't know if that's where you're going to put Jennings Dunker, but they need a guy. I get it if they go that route. Yeah, it's a hell of a.
I like that pick. Him and Ihanature to that line. I hate that with a passion.
So just going back to it, just to kind of recap the draft. Fano is going to be the left tackle. You got your 2 wide receivers, and man, it really feels like Denzel Boston. Pete, you may have had some other takes on it, but I think Denzel Boston slots in at an X. And I think Casey Concepcion and Jerry Jeudy just can kind of move around and go different places. I think there's versatility to those guys. Isaiah Bond.
Take to the next level. You're right there. All 4 of those, the combination of Denzel Boston, Jerry Jeudy,
you're right.
Casey Concepcion, and Harold Fano, you can jumble them up in any formation and put them all over the place. Like that's, to me, if you're trying to like do the mad scientist thing, like that's the beauty of it. You can put any of those guys anywhere and be like, yeah, I can run this.
Yeah, and just to piggyback on that, like we've been talking about it for so long. The Browns have been rich in number 3, number 4, and number 5 wide receivers. We needed dudes. We needed guys that were going to come in and make an impact and be frontline starting level guys. And I'll tell you right now, obviously they're rookies. So this year is, going to have an asterisk on it. But moving forward, if you tell me that Denzel Boston and KC Concepcion are your 1 and 2 long term, yeah, that makes sense. And I'm damn good with that. That's 2 really talented kids with varying skill sets. Hell yeah.
I've got no issue with it. You sprinkle Jerry Jeudy in there. If Isaiah Bond can ascend a little bit, and then you've got Ced Tillman, you've got Malachi Corley, and even hell, who knows what they're going to do with Tylan Wallace if he's even going to make the team. But Tylan Wallace isn't a scrub. He's not a bad player.
Right.
I like what they've done with the receiver room.
I would say that Tylan Wallace shouldn't be buying green bananas at this point based on the KC conception.
Yeah, you're probably not wrong.
And then McNeil Warren, I think you got 4 guys with your first 4 picks that you anticipate just being immediate. I don't like to use the word starters because I think it's weird in the way that football works. Obviously, you have a starter on the offensive line. You've got guys in the receiver room that are going to be major contributors on consistently on every play. And then I think McNeil Warren I think he's an indicator of something. But I think he's going to be out there all the time. We'll see about Austin Barber and what kind of playing time he gets, or if he's just there to be developmental. I think that's kind of weird in the 3rd round to just be like, you're a developmental guy. But I think the Browns have made themselves better through 2 rounds, right? Like, I don't know that there's any denying that. I'm sorry, through 3 rounds. 3 rounds.
2 rounds. Wow, that just Austin Barber sucks.
Austin Barber sucked ass, but through 2 rounds, they're great. No. I meant through 3 rounds, through 2 days.
I will feel like when the Browns get to minicamp, a rookie minicamp, and hopefully I will be there, I will feel very good if I see Austin Barber at right tackle. If I see him anywhere else, I'm going to be sort of like, what are we doing? Right tackle makes sense. He was a left tackle. I don't want him hanging out with Fano. I want him over on the other side, getting ready, hopefully to be a long-term answer there.
I don't think that's even in question, Pete. I think that conversation will get people kind of worried about whatever. That's not in question. I think they were so emphatic. Again, we talked about it. Spencer Fano is the left tackle of the future for the Cleveland Browns.
Mm-hmm.
It's why they drafted him. And the only thing that is going to prevent Spencer Fano from being the left tackle of the future for the Cleveland Browns is Spencer Fano. That's it.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, it's not a question of that. It's more or less, I would like to think that they're just going to say, DeJuan Jones, you're going to be the backup left tackle, and that's it. And not mess around. And Barber, we're going to put you with Titus Howard, learn, get better, get comfortable, that's the dream scenario. And then KT Levison presumably will probably still work at tackle at some. Ultimately, I think you got to take a shot at guard, or one of those guys is not going to be there, either Leviston or DeJuan Jones. And I've said all along, I'm not convinced DeJuan Jones is a lock for this roster, just based on everything. And he may not, unfortunately for him, his luck has been awful. He may not make it that far in terms of health. But I like DeJuan Jones as a tackle, a pass protecting backup tackle. KT Levison's a little bit more volatile in that regard. I like the run blocking prowess. I like the fact that he can run block. DeJuan Jones cannot. But DeJuan Jones is way more reliable in pass protection, which is easier at playing around.
So we're flying towards the end of the 3rd round here. And another guy that I liked in these middle rounds from an offensive tackle position. Now, obviously, with Barber on the team, this kind of wiped this out. But Caleb Tiernan from Northwestern is making his way to Minnesota.
Yeah, it's a good pick.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he's here this late. He's played a lot of football. He's a good player, and I don't know how great he's going to be in the NFL, but I feel like he's going to be a solid NFL player for a while.
So where we're at right now, the Vikings have back-to-back picks. So they just took Caleb Tiernan. Now they're going to take another player. The Seahawks will take a player after that, and then I don't want to go anywhere. Like normally I'd be like, let's wrap it up. You guys can watch the rest of the draft. But I don't want to go anywhere until the Jaguars do whatever the hell they're going to do, because
it's worth it.
Yeah, it's absolutely just get your popcorn ready. The Jags are doing something.
I might go grab a beer just in case.
No, don't do that.
Brian Baldwin apparently is all about our draft. Well, at least he didn't make it to the ball. He was so excited he couldn't even wait for the Barber pick.
It's honestly they're getting praised almost universally.
Yeah,
I swear. I would love for somebody to talk to Matt Miller today and just be like, "Hey, what do you really think? Where are you at on this?"
He hates it.
Jonathan Greenard looks way too much like Donovan Mitchell. I thought that was Donovan Mitchell.
No. Donovan Mitchell plays for the Cavs. He's not allowed to go play in the NFL.
Well, listen, Jalen Tyson, if you're not busy and you want to catch some passes, I'm more than happy to let you come out.
The first two, they made history, by the way. That was a cool story. The first two set of siblings, the first two brothers to ever be drafted in the first round of their respective sport, like of two different sports. That's pretty cool.
98th pick, Minnesota took Jacoby Thomas, the safety from Miami. And
wow.
Which is really interesting to me because I thought if the Browns really liked the style of Emmanuel McNeil-Warren but didn't get him, like Jacoby Thomas would be the natural next guy in that mold. And the Browns got McNeil-Warren in the 50s. The Minnesota gets Jacoby Thomas in the end of the third round. Like, that's pretty good. I thought Thomas wasn't going to go this fast.
Yeah. Everything I'd seen with him was like 5th, 6th round.
Wow. And then the Seahawks took a guy I like 5, Julian Neal. I thought he was tailor-made for what the Browns want to do. He's also tailor-made for what the Seahawks like to do. They love arm length. They love long press corners. That's what Julian Neal does. Julian Neal, his best game, honestly, his most impressive game, and like what really jumps out at you is Texas A&M.
Yeah.
He has really nice reps against KC Concepcion as a guy who's 6'2", with long arms and just had a knack for making plays on the ball. Like again, this was one of those guys where I sat there and was like, I kept seeing him in the simulators and stuff being like 5th round's like, I'll take this guy round 5. I can't say I'm terribly surprised that he's gone at 99th pick. Like, really solid. Well, it's the first solid pick the Seahawks have made.
So we are officially at the final pick of the 3rd round. We are just waiting to see what these weird ass Jaguars are going to do to close out day 2 of the draft. And oh my God, I clicked the wrong thing. I can't believe I missed this pick.
Do Larry Bird rights exist in the NFL, and are they taking Marcel Reed next year?
Rights. No, but we do have their pick, and this one I can't really make fun of because it's just a player. But they take a safety out of Maryland. Jalen Husky is on his way to Jacksonville. And that
kind of like Jalen Husky. Yeah. I liked him a lot in round 6, round 5, round 6 area.
Yeah, PFF's got him at rank 247.
But that's not even on like the weird list of the Jacksonville picks this year. Like,
no. That's one of the good ones.
And it makes me start to feel like when I'm making an assumption here, but when we were under DePodestra and his iron fist, really, is this what the rest of the NFL felt like watching our drafts? Because I feel like watching Jacksonville's draft is what that was like. Like,
the Browns didn't take 3 guys that were completely off the consensus board in the first 2 days.
They kind of did. They did all kinds of weird shit.
A lot about Paul DePodestra. There was nothing this like. I'm convinced that Andrew Berry turned James Gladstone into the Joker. That's just it. Like, he has cut the lips and he's done the whole thing. And for what it's worth, Jack's like value play, Jermaine McCoy, who I expect will go very quickly tomorrow, still available. Whatever is up with his knee, teams are not comfortable with.
Well, and again, there's still good players available. I'm going to try to pull up a list. But, McCoy obviously is number 1. Keontae Scott. I like Keontae Scott. I know he's older, but like him. Malik Muhammad, the cornerback. So there's a lot of defensive backs still there. There's still a good number of running backs. Obviously, Mike Washington made a name for himself at the combine by being one of the fastest 40 times. One of the guys that I liked, obviously, it's not going to be a Browns thing, but Jalen Kilgore. I really liked Jalen Kilgore for the Browns because he can play nickel, he can play free safety, he can play strong safety. He's kind of a wild card player. Skylar Bell, Elijah Surratt, Sam Hecht still on the board, which, again, you never know what's going to come through there. Some tight ends still there. Bryce Lance, Dennis Sutton. I'm kind of surprised made it through round 3.
Yep.
So there's a lot of good players, a lot of players that we've talked about in just preparing for the draft. and talking about maybe could be a good fit for the Browns still there. And then again, when you go to the Browns and you know what they've got remaining, they have 4 fifth-round picks and a 7th. So I would imagine, guys, I know we're going into tomorrow. The Browns do not have a 4th-round pick, so we are going into tomorrow just imagining that we're not going to see the Browns for a full round plus. But I would imagine with 4 fifth-round picks and a 7th, and those guys on the board, we may see the Browns. We may have a little more action early tomorrow than it looks like right now. That would be my guess.
Well,
I
apparently
cannot
Andrew
imagine
Berry,
they want five picks in the last 3 rounds.
to the point of the whole tight end thing, Andrew Berry apparently told Todd Monken he thought he would be able to add one of the best blocking tight ends in round 5, and they went round 3. And a lot of people
It's got to be Delp.
No, well, maybe there are people who are also thinking that he's referring to Kaczmarek.
Right. Oh,
Maybe.
I think Delp is certainly. I don't think he thought Delp was going to be in round 5 though. So I think Kaczmarek is a little bit more sensible. By the way, other players that are still available besides Dennis Sutton, that are
And all the other guys I listed.
Keith Abney, linebacker / safety nickel type guy, which they may or may not be interested in. Kyle Lewis. You mentioned Jalen Kilgore, who I really like. LT
Chandler Rivers.
Yeah, I mean, there's defensively a lot of players available. Again, I would think one of those 5th-round picks, assuming they're going to make those 5th-round picks, is a center or along those lines. I think those are still available, but yeah, it seems like the tight end thing's going to be a weird thing that they have to figure out.
There's a
especially
couple-
they're literally talking about it in the press conference.
I also think.
Go ahead, Mike.
Well, I think you still may be looking at like an interior defensive lineman. I think a guy like Parker Brailsford from Alabama could be a nice fit there. I don't
know if they love his weight.
Yeah, he's light. He's
Yeah.
little. And that's
He's
you
a
know,
good player.
I
He's a
was
good
just gonna
player, and
say,
he's
there's
experienced.
there's 2 interior offensive linemen for Kentucky that I really like. And Jaeger Burton and what's his name? Braun, the big kid. Or did he get taken?
Big kid. I think all the Kentucky guys are still available.
Yeah.
All the interior guys. I like Jalen Farmer as a
That's who I was talking about. Farmer.
guard.
Right guard.
Yeah, Jaeger Burton, I sort of pegged as a round 5 guy because of his age, and he's like not super polished, but at 320 he moves really, really well.
I know thinking like later in the draft, and this is I know we've had a lot of Texas A&M guys, but Torian York is a guy that I thought could be really intriguing as not a linebacker, well, like kind of a depth linebacker, but a special teams guy that I think could be a fiery player there. There's a lot of good players left. Guys, what happened to Isaiah World?
He tore his ACL, didn't he?
Well, I think he was a day 3 player before the knee injury because he just did not translate. He doesn't have a lot of awareness. I love his physicality and tenacity as a run blocker, but he just does a lot of dumb stuff on the field. And then obviously he got hurt. Yeah, I mean, I think those things add up and are problematic.
All right, so let's just talk about where the Browns are before we wrap things up in the draft cave. Again, yesterday, round 1, they added Spencer Fano and Casey Concepcion. Today, they surprised and made a lot of people happy when they came out with double dipping with wide receiver Denzel Boston out of Washington. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, they trade up for and get a safety in Austin Barber, the offensive tackle, the big, tall guy that maybe he can't move inside because he's too tall, but he's there from Florida. So Fano, Concepcion, Boston, McNeil-Warren, and Barber are the 5 players the Browns have added in the draft. I think they're going to get a lot of praise. Just prepare yourself over the next day. It was a lot of people that were happy after yesterday, but several people that weren't. I think most people are going to be pretty darn happy after this.
Prefer to treat your bruises on your back from being patted on so much.
That's right.
It's gonna be tough. That's gonna be tough. You have to deal with it.
And then this shows you the draft cave will conclude tomorrow with rounds 4 through 7. as we get going. 11:45 will be the time we get started. The draft starts at noon. Again, the Browns got nothing going in the 4th round, but they got so many 5th-round picks and a 7th-rounder that you would imagine maybe they would try to come back up. So join us early because you don't want to miss the action when the Browns come on. But that's going to do it for the Draft Cave here for us, night 2 of the 2026 draft. And what a night we had. Thanks to everybody that joined us. Fred and Leah from Berea. Ashley joined us from Pittsburgh. Parke joined us from Pittsburgh. Jack from London. Barry was running things in the background. Just a total team effort from the OBR crew tonight. And then you guys, Pete, Joe, spectacular stuff. Appreciate doing this. Have a great time doing this with you guys. So what a night it was. Make sure you get over to the OBR. You hit subscribe. These guys are going to have a lot of written content about what the Browns did today. And then more of it to come tomorrow. So you don't want to miss being in Rumor Central and Ask the Insiders and just hanging out in the water cooler. Get to the OBR.com. Make sure you hit subscribe. That's going to do it for the Draft Cave. I am Michael Keefe, for Pete, for Joe, for Barry in the background, and the rest of the OBR crew. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you tomorrow, 11:45 for day 3 of the Draft Cave. Until then, as always, go Browns.
Go Browns.